bring no challenge. Just another flawless victory. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. Oh my God! Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Game on. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Punch me in the front line. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallet has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Malta and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we continue our live coverage of the 2025 main event. Here at Casino Malta, where 36 players return with the objective today to get down to the final 2 tables. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, guys.
898 entries, as I just said, 36 players remain, and we are going to try and get down to 16 today. Tomorrow, the penultimate day of our broadcast, is when we play down to the final table on air on Saturday at 12:30 local time, and then on Sunday, October 12th, it's the final table. Playing down to a winner, playing down to a champion, live at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. CEST. Here's the question, guys. Are we allowing Chat Pro Saturday tomorrow?
They've been pretty good so far, to be fair.
I've almost banned no one this week.
That's true.
Bad news, mods. Sounds like it's on. The live chat is on YouTube. The live chat is on Twitch. Plus, there are stories and updates from EPT Malta across X, Facebook, and Instagram. There's along with lots of other good stuff from the PokerStars universe. So we're playing 4 levels today. Even if we get to 16, I think the plan is to play all 4 levels today with no dinner break. Who are the chip leaders coming into the day? Well, we saw him yesterday, bossing the feature table. Tom Axel Bedell has the biggest stack coming into day 4. The reigning EPT Malta champion, Alexei Boyka, is second in chips. Juan Pardo sits inside the top 5, and we have got 3 of the players in the top 10 at our first feature table today. We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, let's talk about money. With 36 players remaining, everyone has locked up the better part of 17K. Make it to the top 10, more than 50K. Make it to the top 7, more than 100K. Nearly $500,000 for the runner-up, and more than €750,000 euros will be awarded to the winner of EPT Malta, 760 grand, plus the championship trophy. Our first feature table is pretty impressive. As I highlighted this morning, their combined earnings total nearly $100 million.
Unreal.
90% of that, 2 players, Andrew Mateos and Ben Heath, 2 high roller regs who we're going to get to watch play today. Mateos among the big stacks, more than $1 million, 86 big blinds. Average stack right now pretty deep, 750K with 36 players remaining, kicking off the action at the start of level 20. Blinds 6K, 12K with a 12K big blind ante. And players arriving at Casino Malta for the start of play today. Amika Sender, who again is among the players at our feature table.
More like Amika, send it.
Juan Pardo on the right, Gerard Rubalata on the left. Zhao Jiming.
Love this dude.
And then we've got a couple of the high rollers who are going to be on the main stage. Ben Heath.
Typically, there's only one Heath in my book, and that's Hampstead, but I'm quickly making room for Ben.
And Amadi. Adrian Mateos, winner of EPT Monte Carlo 2015.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
And the winner of EPT Malta 2016, the last time we were here on this island, Alexei Boyka. Imagine if Boyka goes back-to-back in the same event.
Back to Boyka.
Back to Boyka.
What if it goes Boyka, Stoika? Wasn't there a Boyk also yesterday, or Bonk? Or okay, never mind. There was another name similar.
There was a bonk yesterday?
I think so.
There's a boy.
Boy, that's it.
Action's underway. Hand one of day 4. Blinds 6,000, 12,000 with a 12,000 big blind ante.
Boy, Bonk, whatever, Nick.
And he's a man.
And action has been folded to Amika Sender.
I know like 5 Japanese people, and I know someone named Amy.
She folds the 6-3.
Amika Senda is such a sweet name, too, especially for poker.
Luca Guglielmoni with pocket 5s. And he is the short stack coming into the day. Has fewer than 10 big blinds. He's all in. Tomasz Brzezinski folds 10-6 in the small blind. Maxim Chio folding the big blind. The shove gets through.
Boring.
So yeah, we were ahead of pace yesterday. Hence the deep average stack that we have today. Still not beyond the realms of possibility that within 4 levels we could get to 16 players. And we are at that stage in the tournament where the tables break randomly. No redraws. There was no redraw overnight, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah, when we get to 32, a random table will break, and it could be the feature table.
Yeah, I got to say, I've actually been really enjoying Malta. This is my first Malta as well, right?
Yep.
So, and actually, I think perhaps even my first Maltese event, poker event of any kind.
I love it here.
I really enjoy it. I think the setup is good. I like the convenience of what you got just outside the door if you want to do something. Some late night sort of bad food, some really nice food if you want to go for a nice meal. You're on the beach.
And we've got another all-in from the short stack. Luca getting it in with 9s this time. And Ben Heath in the big blind has 7s.
Oh, Benny, boy.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't go to war here. Not ideal for Ben. What?
That was a time bank card, I think.
2 tribes go to war. 1 is all that you can score.
Or he was just turning his cards over.
Let's go to war. Let's go to war. And it is a domination situation. A great spot for Luca to get an early double up on day 4.
Ben's going to need some heat. H. Is it always coming?
That is the question. Not on the flop is the answer. 9's holding. Luca now
No backdoors either.
a huge favorite. Turn card is a 10. 2 outs for Ben Heath. 2 cards for Luca to fade to get the double up. River is a 4.
Forza.
Guglielmoni survives and is now playing nearly 25 bigs.
Forza.
I didn't sleep so much.
That was a great way to kick off the day for Guglielmoni.
Maybe. But good preparation. It was good, yeah.
You wake up, you're waiting all day to see what's going to happen. You're going, oh, I'm really sure it's going to be so good just to get an early double. Bang. 80%. Feels good. Unlucky Ben.
Andiamo.
Forza.
Do you know any cliched Italian phrases, James, you can throw in there?
Spaghetti bolognese. Shout out to Philip the Razor watching on YouTube. Today is my last day of work before my first week-long vacation in 15 years. Spot the American on the stream.
I'm going on my first week-long vacation in ever coming up in November.
I'm very jealous of your travel plans. Sounds like it's going to be a real treat. Are you going back to Japan in the end?
I don't know yet.
No. I still have never been, and it's so high up on my list.
Hoping to go next summer. That's the plan at the moment.
I want to go skiing there. I want to go to Tokyo. I want to go to Kyoto.
The Japan Open Poker Tour made me a pretty generous offer, but when I went to say, all right, I accept, I haven't heard back.
We've had the raise from Mateos with King 4 suited, Sender defending her big blind with 5s, and 5 still good on this flop. Mateos has paired his 4. Mateos continuing for 22,000.
Bro is watching live YouTube on his last day at work. Nice one, Paulie.
She is a 3-1 favorite here.
Return to Senda.
Makes the call, and Mateos turns trips.
How many billions of dollars has this guy won? Is this how he does it?
You know, on the plus side, if Mateos was just having a bet on 9-7-4, is the 4 of spades a card that he barrels, you know, as a bluff really aggressively? 2 streets into a big blind defend like this, and that range, I think, does start to look quite strong. So Senda might just get away from this on the turn.
Well, luckily, any piece of this board now she's losing to, right? So
Yeah, I mean, exactly. If not, you know, something a bit scarier, over pairs, etc.
She folds to the turn bet from Mateos, who chips up to 1.1 million, playing more than 90 big blinds. Maxim Shio remains the table chip leader with 94 big blinds.
So we got Simon Ease here. It says, Joe, hit me up with a T-shirt, and I will wear it next time on a feature. What are we talking, like a home studio type situation here, Simon? Or are you, what kind of feature?
Right, what kind of feature?
It
Also,
seems like you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here.
Is he saying he's going to wear it in a motion picture? Are we going to go to the cinema and see him in a feature presentation?
feature film.
Is it Simon Pegg? Am I speaking to Simon Pegg right now? Because I will hit you up with a T-shirt for your feature.
That would be so cool. Can it please be Can it please
boy,
be
here we go.
the blockers aren't real in cardinal red?
Oh, yeah, I need to get the Cardinal Red out there. We're not really moving many units of the Cardinal Red. Blockers aren't real.
Yeah.
Pocket 3s for Brzezinski.
Fairly deep stacked. Gonna open up for the trays. Mr. Heath in position. What kind of watch is that, Joe? James?
Oh, I can't see from this angle. My eyesight's not that good, Nick.
So you're saying you don't know?
No, I'm saying that I would know it if I could see it properly. I can see that one because it's a Panerai. They're bloody massive, so you can...
tell the time from across the room.
Exactly. I can identify it from afar, whereas Ben, I would need to be standing close to him because...
We need watch. And going to a flop here.
We need to get the memo to Bruce Baggles to get us a nice lingering shot of Ben Heath's wrist.
Yes, please.
Or just a local pickpocket to get us Ben Heath's wrist.
What, the whole wrist?
He's like, I messed up. I got the whole arm.
Instructions unclear. I've stolen Ben Heath's arm.
What do I do?
A bit off more than I could chew.
Sorry, Ben.
So pocket 3's still ahead. Brzezinski has checked. Ben Heath checks behind, picks up The gut shot straight draw on the turn.
Man, this is going to be one of these days, huh? Look at this. Air balls.
Still no bet from Brzezinski.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting turn card. When your opponent checks twice here, it does start to get very difficult for them to have a lot of strong hands. But ace-jack is already a hand that is relatively good in the sort of showdown department. But if we do start betting now, there's a chance we can get some, you know, pocket fives, pocket sixes, pocket threes to fold. As played, decides to check. Very understandable. Not saying we need to blast off here. Probably there are many better combos to do it with. Ace-jack probably just is quite strong in general.
Yeah.
And we're just going to be winning against Brzezinski quite frequently. So we'll go check-check for that reason on the river.
And threes hold. Brzezinski picking up that pot. Ben Heath drops below the 40 big blind mark.
No, my TV time. My TV time. I just tell my parents.
Playing close to $1 million, and it sounds like someone's being balanced off the feature table.
For rent, bro.
Wait, that means someone probably got eliminated then.
Well, let's check what's happening out in the field. Paolo Boy all in and at risk against Juan Pardo. It's queens against kings. Pardo, the player with queens. Boy, the player with the dominating pair, the Cowboys. And there's a king on the flop. Oh, running hearts.
Oh, gross.
Boy flops a set.
Boy, oh boy, does that hurt.
Pardo just went runner to make a flush, meaning that we lose Paolo Boy. So he's 35th place finisher. The reason why we were balancing Luca off the table,
boy meets girls,
is that par one Bansal just went out in 36th place. So Bansal first player out, Boy second player out, 34 players remain.
Keep it up, gang. We'll be at the final table by 6 p.m.
Boy meets rails.
Boy meets rail.
Malacca style.
That was big time Malacca.
It was actually Malacca style.
So correction, not Luca, it's Tom Vogelsang who's been balanced off the table. We still have Luca, but Vogelsang has been moved to one of the outer tables. We are 2 away from breaking a table and having 4 tables of 8.
Do you think Tom Vogelsang ever catches any of the Christoph Vogelsang heat? And he's like, it's not me, bro.
He probably gets it every time. Without fail, people think he's actually the man.
So this is Brzezinski versus Heath round 2. Tamaj opened with ace-king in early position. Ben Heath flatting in the cutoff with Jack-10. And it is a case of top pair versus bottom pair. Check on the flop. No change on the turn.
Yeah, and after the check on the flop, you'd assume Brzezinski is going to start blasting.
I can't believe how effortlessly the dealer was just like, heart.
Slap, slap.
Later, kings.
There was literally no drama, no tension whatsoever. It's like no time to acknowledge, oh, I flopped top set. All you just see is the run out.
It's over.
There's 4 hearts on the board. Yeah.
You're dead.
Does decide to fire turn, 44K into a pot of 78.
And I know most of you know the answer to this question, but if you're wondering why Vogelsang was the player who was balanced off, it's whoever is due to post the big blind next. That's how it's randomly decided who has to move.
That's why it doesn't work to dodge the big blind when you get to the new table. They know. Keith does make the call there. doesn't improve.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Heath.
There's no getting paid here.
I'd be surprised if Heath would miss a flop bet with, you know, a hand like Ace Queen or Queen Jack or King 10. So at this point, when your opponent checks on the flop, you've bet the turn and the board pairs.
88?
Yeah, I think we do bet. Goes for around half pot.
Ben folds the river.
Bye-bye, Ben.
Another pot for Tomasz Brzezinski, who moves over the million mark, playing close to 90 big blinds now. 15 minutes into the day. 2 eliminations so far.
Brzezinski.
He was at the final table in Barcelona, right?
That's why I'm looking up.
4th place finisher in this year's EPT
I said I was
Barcelona
looking
main
it up.
event.
Patrick. No, thank you. Don't stop doing that, please. It makes us seem smart.
Now, obviously, had I been available that day and had I been on the final table stream that day, I would know that off the top of my head. I wouldn't need to look it up.
Well, I'm sorry that I don't remember anything. You know what? I'm not sorry.
So there are some potential really major achievements here. The prospect of Brzezinski making back-to-back EPT final tables. The prospect of Boyka defending his title from 9 years ago.
28.
Some good stories with just 2 and a bit days to run on this 5K European Poker Tour main event. So Luca opens the button with Ace Queen, and Manuel Carvalho defends the big blind with King 9 and flops top pair. Carvalho checks. C-bet incoming.
He's going to C-bet this one. Goes relatively small, 18K into a pot of 74. And, you know, I think we can probably just play this one slow. I think the check raise is not out of the question. I remember watching a piece from Mr. Patrick Leonard talking about how people don't check raise their top pairs often enough, but I'm not sure if this is the setup he was making reference to. Apparently it was. Here we go. Let's get a raise in.
Check and raise, 45K.
And you know, this is an interesting dynamic, because if you're going to C-bet Ace Queen, you're going to get check raised here, and you will have the best hand, right? They're going to have straight draws, they're going to have some flush draws, they're going to have sometimes just a complete air ball if they're trying to be really sneaky. So can we afford to C-bet and then give up on a hand like Ace Queen? It's obviously a pretty tense moment in the tournament as we get closer to big pay jumps. Does successfully get equity to fold, which is nice. And
32 bigs for Carvalho.
Yep.
As we step away from the feature table for just a moment to check on the current chip leader.
Yes!
Tom Axel Bedell still with the vibe and still with 2.7 million chips.
What's the watch?
Absolutely love this dude.
Jans Arens, a.k.a. Graph Tackle, spent some time on the feature table yesterday.
Also like him, but he's no Tom Axel Bedell. No
So
offense.
Roman Stoicher has been among the chip leaders for the last couple of days. Still a big stack coming into day 4.
You mean Joe Mandy?
And then we have João Tomas, who got the better of Juan Pardo in a couple of big pots yesterday. Still 34 players remaining, playing down to the final 16 today.
Did you manage to spot the watch, James, on Bedell?
No.
I thought he liked playing this game. He doesn't want to play the game today.
I think we got to save the watches for like when they're at the table. We need a little something to talk about. The 5-second clip might be.
Yeah. Like going off on a diversion when we're kind of like trying to go around the room, it's probably not optimal.
Unless 3 of them are all wearing the same watch, then maybe you're like, huh, okay.
All right,
There's
fair.
a pattern developing here.
Fair.
So top for Shio, who remains the table chip leader. Pair of 9s here for Brzezinski and the gut shot. That's right, Croaks. We could get a very stacked final table. There is a lot of talent in this field. Six on the turn. Shio becomes a 4-1 favorite.
I prefer to say chill out.
Chill out. I think we probably want to bet the turn again with the ace-queen.
Isn't it funny that Arnold Schwarzenegger is like maybe one of the best acting performances he ever gave was playing Mr. Freeze in that movie, and he was like so emotive and so sad, and it's like actually a really deep character in what's possibly the worst Batman movie ever made. He's in the totally wrong movie. It's so bizarre. The one time he's not just chewing up the scenery and he's actually trying to have some pathos.
I will not hear any criticism of Arnie's performance in the 1985 classic Commando.
No knock to the other movies.
Let off some steam, Bennett. I mean, Oscar-worthy. Oscar-worthy.
Turn bet 70K into 112. As expected, we got a top pair on a relatively innocuous turn. Does complete some straight draws. But second bow gets it done.
Actually, in all seriousness, I would like to have seen Vernon Wells get an Oscar nomination for his performance as Bennett in that movie. We're talking about, like, going for it and scenery eating. I don't need the gun. I don't need the girl. I can beat you, John. Maxim Shio increases his chip lead at this table.
Chilo looks like Ice Cube. I'll allow it. I will absolutely allow it.
Our first bad lookalike of the day.
Johnny wants to know, is get to the choppa translate to chop pot? Get to the chop pot.
That works.
I will allow that.
I'll allow
a sound-alike, a bad sound-alike. We got bad look-alikes, we got bad sound-alikes.
Don't do it, Luca. It's a cursed hand. It's a round to Carvalho on the button, and this is a raise to 24,000.
Brzezinski, small blind. Effective stack here is about 30 big blinds. Carvalho, the player, with the 30 bigs. Brzezinski now with a bit of a decision point. Does he want to 3-bet ace-10 here? Gets a 30 big blind button open. Does he want to call? Which allowed the deepest stack behind in the big blind. Probably don't want to invite him in too often. Does find a 3-bet.
He raises to 86,000, and Carvalho lets it go.
Nicely played. Well done.
From the 4 levels
Starts with Amika Sender. Ace King.
Amika sends some chips in the middle.
I do love Ace King under the gun.
It's a raise.
He's just like, come at me, bro. Let's go. I don't mind getting in with a drawing hand.
She starts the hand with just over 20 bigs, raises to 24,000. Folded around to Ben Heath in the big blind. He's got King 4 of hearts.
Then you can have Ben Heath dominated sometimes.
Yep, and about 30 big blinds behind Ben, so I think just a call. I mean, I don't think the 3-bet here exists anyway, but I think the effective stack to note here is, in fact, Amika Senda under the gun who opened.
Oh, she's been outflopped horribly.
Oh, my G.
She's got top, but it's 2-pair for Ben Heath.
Yeah, and as I said, guys, she's got 20 big blinds behind, so I don't really see how she's not going to try and shovel this in unless something happens.
Make no mistake about it, she's screwed.
Running sixes?
Yeah.
Start with like a 1/3 situation, maybe a little bit smaller at 20 big blinds effective.
How good is Ben Heath, though?
Ace on the desk.
Ace does it.
Ben's got an interesting decision point here now as well. Does he check raise and try and get more chips in now against a relatively strong, or what will be a very strong under the gun open range?
Hell yeah, this is Ace King like 99% of the time.
It's always Ace King. Just always put him on Ace King and start shoveling.
Oh, good observation, John Delano. Mateos had King 4 when he got her earlier on.
Ugh.
This hand is clearly her kryptonite.
And it's so easy. Like, I don't know. I don't really obviously know what's going on in Senda's head, but you're playing against a super high roller in the big blind. He just like raises your, and you're like, no, I won't be messed with here.
No, of course not. But also, you've got Ace King, and you've got this board, and you've got 18 bigs
It feels
behind.
like they're picking on you when you have it, though. That's what I mean.
Yeah, this is just a prime get-it-in spot.
Total recipe for disaster, all of this. That's right.
Yeah. Played the time bank card, then the shove, the quick call from Ben Heath, and she sees the bad news. She's up against 2-pair, and she is going to need to see an ace or a 6 to survive. 6 outs currently.
Goo! By the way, I did say running sixes when really it's just ass sixes.
Yes, correct.
Necessary. Y'all know what I meant. A pair of sixes.
Amika Sender at risk and behind. 2 cards to come. Turn is a deuce. Yeah, she could have done with a card higher than a 4. As things stand, still 6 outs. No ace, no 6. She is gone.
Return to Sender.
Amika Sender eliminated in 34th place.
So sick with 34 players left in an EPT main just to get done super dirty and a under the gun versus big blind spot. Woof!
That result worth 16,800 euros. One away from being down to the final 4 tables.
Okay. That's it.
GG Amika.
So we don't win.
So we are short-handed right now at the feature table, 6 players. And we are going to one of the outer tables where we have a battle of the big stacks. It's Juan Pardo versus Tom Axel Bedell.
Yes!
We join this hand on the turn. The board, 10 of clubs, 9 of clubs, 6 of clubs, 2 of diamonds.
Loser of this hand has to put on a monochrome outfit.
Action's gone check, check. We get the queen of diamonds on the river. Bedell checks.
Don't trust it, Juan. Hand on the cards like that, like he's about to kick him in. You're up against the nuts or better.
Something I observed about Bedell yesterday is he always holds his cards like he's about to fold.
And he always has the nuts or better.
Never let him know your next move.
The nuts are betters.
Well, we're going to get a bet from Pardo.
375.
475, he announces. That's 475,000.
Not a snap call.
I don't like the queens like that.
Bedell does not look happy and folds his hand. Pardo, already up over 2 million, has narrowed the gap between himself and Bedell. 2.1 million chips for Juan Pardo, 2.6 for Bedell. Thank you to Philbot for identifying that Ben is wearing the IWC Engineer, a Gerald Genter design, an integrated bracelet sports watch that was re-released by IWC in the last couple of years.
What's IWC, the International Watch Chuds?
Company.
Company.
You got 2 out of 3,
Could have
though.
sworn it was Chuds. I prefer my watches to be just national. I don't know about international.
This watch was made on a flight in between 2 borders.
And I prefer them to be made by Chuds, if I'm being honest.
So IWC were one of the Dirty Dozen. That's the 12 watch companies that supplied watches to the Allies during World War II. They needed a lot of watches, so no one single company could produce it. So they were given a spec. It's the same design, which was produced by 12 different companies, including Omega, Longines, Jaeger LeCoultre, and IWC. What's unique about IWC is that as well as supplying watches to the Allies, they were also supplying the other side.
Well, I was going to say, if you don't supply to both sides these days, you get in trouble.
So they must have some really nice, like, aviators, right? I mean, presumably that's.
I mean, why wouldn't they sell
main...
watches to the other side just for having a different opinion?
They do specialize in pilots' watches, you are not wrong. The IWC Mark 20 being their current option. And of course, they did the watches for the Formula One movie and also because they're affiliated with Mercedes.
Oh, cool.
And also Top Gun. They did the Top Gun watch as well.
Lovely. Now they're supplying Ben Heath.
Ben probably paid good money for that. I think it retails for around 11K. That's the Engineer.
Nice.
Wow, low 5 figures. Do snakes out there this big? It's my favorite line from Anaconda. Ice Cube.
Ice Cube, baby.
I'm sure that Ice Cube would rather be remembered for that movie than, like, you know.
Here's another one. Hold on, wait. Wait till we're on. Chill out.
You can do it. Put your back into it.
What's that one from?
It was literally.
Leave Korean Jesus alone!
So let's just recap what's happened in this hand. Shio was the pre-flop aggressor. He continued flop. Mateos took the lead on the turn. Now, Shio has rivered the wheel. Mateos has checked to him. $170,000 in the middle. This bet from Shio is $85,000. Does Mateos call with what is still top pair, but it is a very straighty board now. Losing to any ace, losing to any 6. And I think it's fair to say Nick, that many of the hands Yo will have been racing from the cutoff with will have an ace in them.
That was something I was going to add, James. Absolutely. I mean, from the cutoff, obviously, if we're looking at like a linear range, it's going to obviously have more strong combinations, which contain more ace combinations. I think it'd be difficult for Chaloud to make the river here to have navigated this far with a hand like Queen Jack or King Queen. So probably hands that contain a pair plus ace quite often, especially the call on the turn, for example. We can see here ace tray is a perfect example of that. Maybe a hand like ace 5 or ace 8. Let's see how Mateos feels. His opinion is extremely well informed.
Mateos has played 2 time bank cards.
Does let it go.
Yeah.
Nice fold, unlucky river for Mateos.
Yo up over 1.2 million. More than 100 big blinds and still more than half this level to play.
Can you breathe? It's a very deep Ice Cube line.
I wish I remembered some of the lines from the Ice Cube War of the Worlds.
Oh, man.
Yeah, some real bangers in there.
I think that's widely regarded as the worst movie of the year, maybe of all time.
I've only seen
Isn't
clips,
like,
but like,
thank God this package got here from Prime to help us win the War of the Worlds.
Not even joking. Like, you out there driving a Prime truck, and you're telling me it wasn't next day? Oh, it was because it was Prime. Yeah, I've only seen clips, but wow, wee wah.
340 start.
(10-9) suited for Buenos Dias, Adrian in the small blind.
It's a nice hand. Oh, you know what's better than 10-9?
The clangers.
Clangers in the big.
For Manuel Carvalho, he's about to publish the manual
42.
on how to play Pocket Kings.
Feature switch.
Usually 2 levels.
Every 2 levels.
Maximum 2 levels.
Sorry, how much? That's a big raise. Blinds are currently 6K, 12K, goes for 42K. He's going to get the action from Mateos here. But we do start this hand around 30 big blinds effective. Okay, just enough to get some action here for the Kings. Checks it over. This is a great board for Kings to try and get action. A lot of that Lin call range will interact with the Queen 10. Queen 10 in particular, not so much the 5, but the Diamond's also potentially assisting on getting some action with the König.
I mean, the Queen 10 hits everything from what? From like 8-9 all the way up through.
I mean, Mateos is going to have
Broadway.
like Jack 9 and like 8-9 and then like 10-9 and then like Queen Jack.
C.
Lots of that stuff. Goes for 30K into a pot of 96, so keeping it around 1/3. I think this is all textbook so far. The preflop size might be a little bit large, but not by much. And a queen on the turn, and it's also a diamond. This is an interesting spot now. I think there's an opportunity to check for a little bit of deception, right? Give the 10 a little bit more confidence they have the best hand. If you are indeed losing to a queen now, you have a significant way to improve with the king of diamonds. I really don't think you can mess it up. I think checking is totally reasonable. But there is additional added value to the check because it does convince the 10-9 they're going to be winning more often. You get value from that, and you do reduce the size of the pot in situations where you have been very unlucky and you got outdrawn on the turn.
Well, Carvalho did check it back. We get the 4 of hearts on the river. And Mateos is going to bet river.
And once your opponent leads here, unless you got a real sick read, I think you maybe need to err on the side of caution and just flat the kings.
Yes.
But really good players will find opportunities to extract value where others don't. So sometimes, you know, if they blocker bet this river, sometimes people will get a bit suspicious and they'll find raises. But he's gone for a pretty chunky size. So I think we just call. And kings are good.
Carvalho takes that pot off Mateos. Gets his stack up over 40 big blinds as Mateos drops down to 70 big blinds.
That could have been way worse.
And we are going to one of the outer tables where Mikhailo Ostash has moved all in against Petra Ionescu.
This pot seems big.
Well, that is all of Ostash's stack in the middle. That's a call. Ostash with 7s, Ionescu with 10s. 7 on the flop.
It is always coming.
And no 10 on the turn or river. That is going to be a double up for Ostash. A player with only $19,500 in live earnings.
Wow.
His best score to date, $4,000. He is guaranteed near enough 17,000 euros in this event. And he's now playing a stack of 1.2 million.
I was a little mad about the suck out at first, but if this kid is this low down in the lifetime earnings, let's go. Sun run.
Back to the feature table where Mateos has opened on the button with Queen 10 suited. King's last hand, Queen's this hand, Manuel Carvalho 3-betting. Didn't we have a bad lookalike suggestion for Carvalho? I think it was No Spicy who suggested he looked like a young Al Pacino.
I mean, but is this another bit where the guy who actually looks like a young Al Pacino is Adrian Mateos?
No, I think the Carvalho lookalike is actually pretty good. We're just focusing on the wrong players right now.
Because, I mean, he looks a lot like a young Al Pacino.
I think Mateos calls here.
He does.
Okay, so does Carvalho. I get both. There's a little...
This might be Mateos' revenge.
Yeah, it does have the open-ended straight draw. Carvalho a 2-1 favorite here with queens.
This is an interesting board. Having 3-bet, I think we do see a continuation bet quite often. The king is a scare card for sure, but that's not to say it's not a reason to go for it. Let's see how Carvalho feels here. If there is a continuation bet, I think it's quite small. Goes for 120, so actually closer to around half pot, in fact. And Mr. Mateos will not be folding. He's got the advantage here in position, though, James, because the flat not only allows him the opportunity to improve into the straight, but also, you know, might end up being an opportunity for him to find a bluff on a later street. If Carvalho bets the flop this big, gets called, he might slow down, show a little weakness, and then Mateos can pounce on that on a later street if he doesn't improve.
That is a not improving card.
You know, if we see bet smaller in Carvalho's position, we do leave a little bit more room for your opponent to have some more speculative calls. But when we size up, his range kind of becomes stronger in a weird way.
You know how I like better for Carvalho, especially in this underdog situation?
What's that?
The Karate Kid.
Hey, that's a good one. What was his name again?
Ralph Macchio. Daniel LaRusso.
So Cavallio is slowed down on the turn, checks it to Mateos, who's down to 18%.
Now, Mateos has an interesting spot, right? Because he could bet really small and get some of those 3-bet bluffs to fold when they're like ace X of, you know, whatever, maybe some offsuit aces, maybe some suited aces that haven't connected. Decides to check. I think he will have an opportunity to do exactly that on the river if he doesn't get there, which he does.
And that's the dirty card, too. Like, if the ace hits, right, maybe you don't get chonked here. Well, this card is a chonker.
This is a tough spot, man.
474,000 in the middle. Cavallio, the effective stack, with just over 300,000 behind. Cavallio is checked, and I think Mateos will just jam on him here and put him to the ultimate test.
Well, 302K behind.
Yeah.
And 474 in the pot, so.
Yeah.
I think that's...
You saying Daniel LaRusso is about to get crane kicked?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's 400,000. So it is effectively an all-in. It's certainly all-in to call for Cavallio, and maybe he can get away from this.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. There is an overcard out there.
It's just such a horrible spot because you know Mateos is doing this with so many missed draws.
Yeah, but there's no busted hearts either. Like a lot of draws came in.
That is true. I would highlight, and interesting, Vladik just said exactly the same thing. You are blocking Queen 10.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's awful.
You're blocking Queen 10.
You're not blocking hearts, though.
And you're unblocking hearts. What happens now when blockers collide?
I mean, I wouldn't blame him for making the call, especially against a player like Mateos, but it's such a horrible way to go out if you do it.
Yeah, this is...
I'm kind of mad I didn't see the blockers, but also they're not real, clearly.
In Cardinal Red.
JoeStapleton.com.
Got a discount code for me, Joe?
Yeah, buddy, I'll give you a discount.
Thanks, mate.
I'll give you back the $4 I make on the shirt.
Understandably, Manuel Cavallio taking a decent amount of time over this decision. It is a decision for his tournament life.
Alexandros Lukatos on YouTube, 1 day early. Bad play.
Who? Cavallio or Mateos?
I don't know. Hard to tell, considering they're both doing fine, I think.
Brutal spot. This is what the time banks are for, guys.
How many?
Want to know how much time he has left.
I mean, clearly he didn't use many of them yesterday, or
well,
he wouldn't have this many, so he must not have had a spot like this.
You're supposed to save them up for spots exactly like this. That's what they're for. Using them the right way.
Can he lay this down?
Jeremiah says, you know, wait for a spot you like better. It's pretty tough when you have this many chips in there. It's pretty tough when there's... Oh!
That is a call, and that is the elimination of Manuel Cavallio.
That was sick.
He calls all in, makes the hero call with queens, loses to Adrian Mateos' straight, and cashes for 16,800 euros. Meanwhile, Adrian Mateos moves up to 1.4 million chips And there will be a pause in the action because we're at 32 players. So we are going to need to break a table and balance the final 4 tables.
I mean, yeah.
Just need to wait for play to conclude at all of the outer tables before that happens. Such a sick spot for Cavallio, and as I said, you can't blame him for calling
No,
that.
absolutely not. And also the analysis that says, just wait for a spot where you feel more confident. That when you're playing good players, that's not going to happen often.
So this is one of the hands still in progress. Juan Pardo in action again, shocking. Gerard Ruberalta, the other player in this hand. A queen 8 deuce flop with 2 spades. Action is on Ruberalta. And he is betting. He announced 65,000.
He's got the looks. He's got the brains.
Howard Swain's background.
Why is he looking so lost?
Aren't we all a little lost?
One calls. We get the ace of diamonds on the turn. So 2 flush draws out there now. 2 spades, 2 diamonds. Ace, queen, 8 deuce.
Looking for the hot dog truck.
I mean, Juan Pardo has been en fuego
Yeah.
this morning.
That huge stack of time banks over there. Ooh.
I'd rather have the huge stack of chips.
Ruberalta deciding whether to bet again.
Was that turn card an ace?
Yeah, ace of diamonds.
So we got a couple of spades out there.
And 2 diamonds.
I feel like there's a bigger bet coming.
Not too much bigger. It was 65k on the flop, 85k on the turn. Juan Pardo playing a time bank card.
If I was playing in a hand against Juan Pardo and he put out a time bank card, I'd probably just jump out of my skin. I'd be like, just do what you're going to do. Please. I'm freaking out.
We play for the pain.
I don't mind this bad look-alike for Ruberalta, Justin Bonomo's little brother. I can see that.
Rules of bad lookalikes. You can't compare people to other poker players.
Sorry.
A fold from Juan Pardo, which brings this hand to its conclusion. So now we get players reassigned. One of the tables is broken. We're down to the final 4. We're going to get 3 new players up on the main stage. All the empty seats at the other tables will be filled as well. And as we wait for those new players to arrive, a reminder that there are 3 PokerStars Opens running before the end of this year. Maryland, Manchester, and Cannes. And specifically, the European events are where you can earn points for the PokerStars Live League. This has been running from the start of the year, concludes in December. An opportunity for players to earn points by playing in PokerStars events in Europe. 3 buy-in tiers, 3 leaderboards, prizes for the top 3 in each table, plus the top 10 players in each tier, that's 30 players in total, will go through to a casting process early in 2026 to become the next member of Team Pro. If you've got the PokerStars Live app, you can see the standings in the 3 tables right now. You can see who's in contention.
Small buy-in, like things. When you have like a 150k 11 days later.
That's the thing, that you get into the most important tournament super tired already. So,
yeah, the last 4 days is like huge. 700k's worth of buy-ins in 4 days.
With no revival.
So like, why do you play like an 8k like 12 days before for no reason?
Yeah. Yeah, I think safe energy is important too.
Yeah.
I always question when I'm going to play an 8K.
8K, yeah.
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 I think because of online, there were like maybe like 20 pros that
That
didn't go.
didn't go, yeah.
Yeah, that like in March did. Yeah. And then the weather as well. I think there were some people like on holiday that wouldn't go in February.
Yeah, makes sense. The weather was nice.
If you're in like Southeast Asia where it's warm
Yeah.
in February, do you really want to go to Jeju? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Hope not to miss next year.
Sick brag to know what the weather's like in Korea.
yeah, I think next year I might try and miss.
Also a place I've never been that I'd like to go.
I think that maybe they only do one though, right? But
I'm not sure.
I don't think you'd
they
survive.
said 30 days.
So who is coming into our table? Who's joining us? We've got Nicola Spallanzani, João Tomas, and we've got Alexei Boyka.
Pretty cool.
Half less than you.
Also doing not so bad.
Like do something?
Boy, oh Boyka.
Thank you.
So yeah, the EPT was last in Malta in October of 2016.
Nick was in high school then.
And Boyka won the main event that year. So he is officially the reigning champion of this tournament. He is now the chip leader at this table with more than 2 million chips, 171 big blinds.
Man, if that was me, when I sat down, I'd be like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I won this last time. I would say it every chance I got.
João Tomas is a below average stack.
Give me 10 seconds.
He has 42 bigs.
I take the water.
Still 40 minutes on this level, by the way. Blind's not going
take
up for
water.
another 40 minutes.
Hello, hello everyone.
Hi, hi.
Hi, hi.
And there is Nicola Spallanzani, who is just below average with 64 big blinds. Okay, let's get action underway again. We are just about midway through level 20. Blinds currently 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante.
Let's get back to business.
8-handed once again. Ooh.
To scan.
Isn't it way more fun when it's shorthanded, though?
I like shorthanded.
That's way better.
Hey, wasn't this the kid that got abducted in season 1 of Stranger Things?
Oh my god.
Will?
It's actually such a ridiculously good bad look-alike.
Race.
Well, he's in my bad books because he just folded the bond. 7-5 of spades. So it's Adrian Mateos who opens the action with deuces.
This is Carrie Jane Craigie's favorite hand.
Deuces?
Yep. Sacred in the KJ household.
Sounds about right.
Or mine? Because
you know what they say about deuces?
They often win.
They frequently fail to lose the pot.
Frequently fail to lose.
Ah, okay, okay.
They fail at failing.
Say again. Like this? Oh, for sure, man.
For reference, average stack right now is 840,000.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
24.
Seat 1 raise 20 per thousand.
Under the gun raise here from João Tomas with ace-10. Luca Guglielmoni with the same hand.
5 seconds.
Folds it. Round to the button. Tomasz Brzezinski, he folds. Maxim Shio in the small blind has nines.
Can you breathe?
We don't have any greens, right?
No.
No.
Sit 8 call.
That's a call. Ben Heath in the big blind with king 7.
And 10 plus.
Folds. So heads up to the flop.
A sneaky little flip. Should we see all 5 cards?
Tomas takes the advantage, pairing his 10.
This is such an annoying spot, isn't it, right? You're thinking, there's a pretty good board for nines.
Yeah.
Just good enough for me to feel like I'm going to do a bunch of chips to ace-10.
Stupid.
It's pretty stupid, this one, yeah.
Expecting Maxim to check call at least one street here with nines. The continuation bet is 40,000.
30 seconds. No, just for checking, you know, not really like this.
There's the call. Use a turn card.
One punishment.
It's another low one. 4 of diamonds. Might check call a second street.
Yeah, I do think there's going to be a couple combinations of 10x that we have dominated here. Your opponents will have 9s and 8s and 7s and 6s. 6s now with additional equity to call turn as well. So I think we just go again. See how Tomas feels. 152K in the middle. I think we could go
5 seconds.
like 100 and a bit.
With a tower of blue, that would be 100K.
10,000.
And with a cherry on top, it is 110,000.
Is that, does that classify as 100 and a bit?
Yeah, it's a bit.
I'll take a bit.
Maxim Shio is a player with $2.1 million in live earnings. Biggest live score was a better part of $500,000 for finishing 11th in the WPT World Championship a couple of years ago. Hashtag fun fact, Ben Heath was 5th in that event.
Wow. Never loses, that guy. River.
Here's the 3 of hearts, pairing the board.
So pretty much the sweetest run out of all time for Tomas. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't commit the rest here, guys, or at least big bets. I say big bet, there's only 334K behind, so I think we are all in.
Seconds.
He's warming up the vocal cords, preparing to say the words.
I love you.
I love you, Joe Stapleton, and I'm all in.
Ameline.
5 seconds.
300.
300. Close enough.
The effective all in. I'll take it.
A virtual all-in. And Shio has to decide whether to hero here with 9. Still only 1 overcard on the board.
Some people have a problem saying the 3 words, Nick.
They'll
do anything they can to avoid it.
I understand. All in seems to be the hardest word.
I'm all in.
5 seconds.
Yeah, to be fair, I think this is a much cooler way to play the hand than just the jam. I think this does actually put additional question marks in your opponent's brain. Why wouldn't he just shove? Why would he bet 300K? Is he trying to stay in the tournament? Is he trying to protect his tournament life?
Jam, dish, you're making me hungry. Oh, you said additional. Never mind.
Additional jam.
We can focus on what an annoying spot this is for two nines.
Absolutely.
I'd be pretty irritated right now.
I mean,
even more irritated when I call because I'm like, how could they? How could it's one card? It's one overcard. It's one. Come on.
There is one additional annoying thing for the nines here. Having the 9 of diamonds actually does change the complexion just a bit because your opponent won't have hands like ace 9 of diamonds that might have been c-betting, then bluffing the turn with the diamond draw, then miss the diamond draw, then continue to bluff. Good fold, though.
Gets away from it, as we see João Tomás chip up to 682,000, around 55 big blinds.
I don't know. It's like we mentioned Chat Pro Saturday, and all the Chat Pros are like, is there a time zone thing? Is it, have we...
If there's one thing I've stopped trying to do, it's apply logic to the internet.
Main 444, easy fold.
See, but here is the other problem, right? It's Friday, it's not Saturday.
That's what I mean.
But by doing it today...
You're ruining your chances for tomorrow.
Correct. Because if we get agitated, we will put a kibosh on Chat Pro Saturday being a thing.
All right, let me cancel that out because we got someone normal on YouTube, Roman, who says, great fold there.
Okay. So we need enough normal people to offset
That's right.
the others.
Because I like to read the chat, and if the only thing in there is freaking nonsense, I'm going to have to read the nonsense. And the more it irritates me, unfortunately, the more I have to read it out loud so that I don't internalize it and get cancer. Again. Chat cancer.
Brzezinski, Queen 4 of spades in the cutoff, folds.
They took a look at my my X-ray and they were like, "Have you been reading online chat?"
You didn't do it. Chat Pro Saturday, I can tell.
Yeah, you see that cloud right there? That's a YouTube comment section. That's right, Neo Promise. This is me. Yeah, that was a great fold because I would call and talk to myself during the next 30 minutes. Just muttering.
There was a really good clip from one of the Hippodrome Live cash streams that we did recently. And I knew that it was doing well in the views department based on how bad the comment section was. I'm not joking. I almost cried.
This must be the most on-point comment of the day from Soul Boot. Never read the chat. If I had my way.
Followed by Affleck saying, didn't know commentators actually read the chat.
What were your rules, James? It was like, don't sleep with the viewers and don't eat anything they make for you.
This was back in the radio days. It was when I first started working in the radio industry, a DJ called Paul Owens took me aside. And he goes, just two rules. Two rules.
No.
Now,
No Italian.
we'll come back to it because we've got action on one of the outer tables. Oh, we've got a shove. We've got an all in here from Pierre Chevalier. This
Chevalier
is a 5-bet jam.
Whoa.
Decision on Roman Stoicher, who 4-bet for 200K and folds.
That's a pretty big pot for there to be no.
Folds queens and Chevalier shows kings.
Wow.
Good fold.
I don't do all-in with first 10.
Good laydown. Sorry, easy laydown.
Terrible fold.
Terrible fold, easy laydown.
Long term, it's going to be a bad fold for him.
Yes.
All right, so what's his name?
Paul Owens.
Paul Owens.
Paul Owens, legendary DJ, says to me, two pieces of advice. Never eat anything the listeners send into the radio station. And he obviously used the F word, I won't. And never screw the listeners.
Well, I've broken both of those rules, so I don't know what to tell you.
Snowmans for Shio.
10 call.
Raises to 24,000. Ace-7 suited for Ben Heath. He calls on the button.
Five seconds.
Guglielmoni in the big blind, getting a decent price, but nah, 4-3 off. Just nah.
Nah.
Okay, so heads up to the flop. Queen, Jack, 10. 8 still good right now.
How to proceed here. 3 overcards on the board. I think we got to check. We are going to check a fair amount of our actual made hands here, though, as well, where we've connected with Queen 10 Jack. So this isn't weird, and this isn't something that is necessarily directly exploitable, right? We're not just going to give up here with a ton of our range, but we can check 8s for sure. Does Ben want to do something with Ace-7 of clubs? Just checks flop.
I don't know what's tilting me more about this question from Cloudfall27. The rogue apostrophe or the fact you're asking about a player who's at the feature table?
Rogue apostrophe. It's the name of our new band.
Is Mateo has?
The Matador himself.
So went check on the flop, and Shio has checked the turn. Ben Heath checks it back. Board pairs on the river. 8's still good.
Does Heath find a bet now, having been in position and checked you 3 times? Does my opponent suddenly turn up with hands exactly like pocket 8s, maybe a hand like pocket 9s? Am I going to get those to fold? Does just check it down.
Checks back the ace-high showdown value, but loses to the 8s. Cloudfall says the rogue apostrophe was because of autocorrect. All right, I'll give you a break. That's your mulligan. That's your one pass. We all have those problems. I don't know why we don't just turn autocorrect off on all of our devices. Every time, and it seems to do it at the point that I press the send button. It will just change a word, which completely changes the meaning. And I find myself staring at my phone screen, screaming, Tim Apple!
It's like being in a toxic relationship. It twists your words, right? It takes words that you meant to say and changes them into words you didn't mean to say. Yeah. And it takes every mistake you've ever made and remembers it forever. Remember the time you wrote the word Tuesday in all caps?
Well, okay, but then...
Well, it's going to do that every single time now.
Follow up to that, though. Whoever decided that you could then go back and edit your messages changed the world forever.
Mateos has opened here with ace-king. We've got João Tomás with 10s on the button.
That's why you use an Android like a real man, says Brippy. Like a real poor man. Just kidding, everybody.
Android users, more like Android losers, am I right?
Oh, jeez.
Green text messages?
Ugh.
Sorry if I want to meet a woman again at some point in my life.
Okay, so the flat from Tomás on the button, and Spallanzani defending his big blind with the Spraggy.
I don't think I like this one, guys. This A7 plays awful out of position, especially against the under the gun open here. Maybe has the right price. I don't know.
Oh, boy. What a flop.
Yeah, top 2 for Adrian Mateos.
Sorry, I was just looking at the numbers in the new Mark Wahlberg movie when I said that.
22.
Spallanzani with less than 1% equity as Mateos continues into two opponents for 22,000.
Nice and small into the 90K pots.
One solo.
Tomas calls with a pair of 10s and the gut shot.
Spallanzani is in trouble here, and if you are going to play this hand, you do need to make some pretty big folds, and I wonder if against two players having a bet and a call in position, he'll be smart enough to fold now. I would argue there's a chance maybe A7 should have folded pre, and it's also this braggy.
Exactly. No, this is where you convince yourself, I can call one street and maybe spike a 7 on the turn. That's exactly what he's thinking, and a 7 would be disastrous for him.
It would be.
It's a 9. Spallanzani now officially drawing dead. Mateos, 85% favorite. So Spallanzani did qualify online for this event via a €250 satellite. However, he is on his second bullet. He re-entered with his own €5,000.
Mateos can't believe his luck. He flopped top 2 and he got 2 callers. I think you got to keep barreling here. Yeah. Why slow down? You got 2 customers.
Sizes up, 85K. And I don't know whether 10s can continue, and I know A7 needs to just go home.
Yeah, I think Tomas to continue here is cool. It was a relatively cheap price on the flop, right? It was about quarter pot or so. He's got the gutter ball. He potentially just has the best hand some of the time if we see Mateos getting out of line there with the small C-bet. Now, Spallanzani has managed to find his way to the turn and is facing another barrel. And it's important to note, Mateos barreling into 2 players the second time for this size is a much more serious proposition. I would say this is a lot stronger than that 22K we saw just on the flop on what is a pretty strong texture.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Will's trying to get back to the upside down. And how?
5
At least
on the
it's not
river.
a 7.
Yeah. That's right, Vladik. Mizumo, actually, who said he really wants that 7. He's chasing it. Didn't get it. Run away! Run away!
Your opponent is called twice. 220.
We need to put together a compilation. I know that we have a lot of compilations on the PokerStars YouTube channel, but we definitely need one with players losing big pots with ace-7 offsuit. We just need to prove that this isn't just a bit, it's not just a meme, the Spraggy is a thing. It is a cursed hand.
That would be fun.
Don't waste a single one of them. Just fold.
Again, though, you know, players like Adrian Mateos, they have these reputations for being killers, for being aggressive, for being... I mean, just look at how imposing he even is physically in the 2-shot. And you can really level yourself into thinking that, hey, this is one of the best players in the world and he's going to outplay me or not outplay me. I have top pair. I'm a huge dingus if I fold this.
No one wants to look like a dingus on a live stream.
Maybe he can get some messages through the wall from Winona Ryder that just say fold.
Little flashing lights.
Flashing lights. How to escape the upside down. He's got that one chip in his hand, bro. Put it down before you make your decision.
Well, he's going to be sick to his stomach if he makes the call, vomiting slugs.
Who can remember that 14 years ago?
Wow.
I think that might have been the last time we were in Malta, the first season of Stranger Things, actually.
No way. Yeah, I don't know. This line from Mateos is so...
Look at Mateos. He's so confused.
I thought we were going to get the single chip call there.
I actually am not getting... I'm laughing, but how much pain this kid's in right now is really bothering me. I feel bad. I mean, he's really going through every stage of grief. Look at this.
Oh, he calls.
Wow.
No. He calls.
No.
Poor fella.
How much did that loose call in the big blind cost him there? What's he left with?
400,000. He's fine.
Okay, so
Got 30
half
bigs.
average, 30 big blinds. I don't know.
No, I think honestly I should have just started with a fold pre-flop in that multi-way spot, but there we are.
I'm just going to call him Johnny Faces.
Mateos up to nearly 2 million chips. And we're down to 31 players. Marcus bonus out. In 32nd, the last player to cash for 16,800 euros because we have now hit a money jump. Everyone's locked up 19K, 19,350 euros for the next few eliminations.
This is something I say a lot in casinos. How much did the bonus pay?
How much for the bonus?
When the director said there was a Marcus bonus walk-off, I was like, oh, there's a bonus walk-off?
He didn't get the bonus, did he? Because he went out in 32nd rather than 31st.
Well, he got other boni along the way.
There we go, a classic chat pro, 2 flood. One of the worst calls ever.
5 seconds.
Guglielmoni with ace, king of strawberries. Opens on the button. Spallanzani in the small blind still massively tilted clearly from that last hand.
Come on, Johnny Faces, get it together.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's an all-in.
And it's a shorty.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is rough.
2 hands in a row are just destroying this guy's world.
Mentally, this is so hard to get away from.
Is this like 10 bigs?
Literally, it's hard to get away from. Yes! There you go, buddy.
Funnily enough, I think the king queen suited was a call.
Really?
We can see it was a good fold against
Sure.
the ace king suited, but I think actually that's...
I wonder, I mean, you know, the reality is, though, the previous hand is obviously going to inform the next one,
Absolutely.
right? Had he not just had that horrible collision with Mateos, if he hadn't just lost nearly half his chips, maybe he does call there with the king-queen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, he'd have more chips to call with.
That would be the case, and I think, yeah, his mind was in the previous hand still.
6, 7 plus. Sit 8, raise 24,000, 10 pass, 1 pass.
Six-five suited, raised by Gio.
3 pass.
Around to Spallanzani on the button. Queen 10 of diamonds for Adrian Mateos. Now, is this the kind of hand that Mateos is going to flatten the small blind or get frisky with?
I think he just calls versus +1. Yeah.
Good call by Hood Hunter. Poor Johnny Faces grinds for days just to land on a table with Mateos and Ben Heath.
5 seconds.
It's going to happen, though, right? When you go deep. Three ways to this flop. King of Diamonds. The only diamond representative. The only face card representative. A pair of fives for Chilo is the best hand. Chilo betting. But the Hardigan's really on one today, guys. That's what happens when you stay out to the crack of 11:30. Mateos might be looking at this board and thinking, I have a royal flush draw.
Also, I imagine Mateos, you're not.
That's right.
The eternal optimist. Hey, there you go. It's a one.
Bye, Felicia.
It's a win for Chiloud.
12 minutes on the clock.
You know they had a limit here this trip.
To the end of this level, to the end of this session, and of course the first break of the day.
You get paid out after the festival.
Boyka still on top of this table with 2 million.
Like in the
He's been real quiet, huh? Not even seen him play a pot, have we?
I mean, he's only been at this table for like 4 hands, so I don't think we can judge him too
That's
hard.
true. Things have been tense.
It's crazy. Like that's why some people didn't play the big stuff as well. And they didn't say beforehand. It's like yeah, I mean it's insane.
8+.
Action on Ben Heath.
I don't know why they increased the limits last minute and then reduced the payouts. Like
Sounds like rich guy problems to me.
they told me at the payouts, like you can't have it.
Ace 5 of diamonds for Luca Guglielmoni, who has 14 big blinds to start the hand.
Little artisanal sourdough for Erg. Johnny Faces. Yeah, look. I mean,
Yeah, I just want it back.
he's like the most emotive player I've seen in a long time.
They said you can only
Giving Connor Beresford a run for his money.
Yeah, but even he has his moments of pause.
Of
you know?
course, and he's only really doing it in spots. I mean,
he usually he's very emotive. Like somebody ships the river and he just has to decide to call or fold. He
Yeah.
loves to do the faces then. Connor's such a bad boy, mate. Love him.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy not to announce it before people enter.
What was the reason?
They didn't give a reason.
I think they're talking about some kind of Luxon fine print situation. Naked Stalker, I don't think that what he's talking about had an effect on the EPT main event numbers, but I think maybe in the high roller.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Queen 9 suited. Oh, beautiful hand. I think Queen 9 suited might be my favorite hand.
1+.
I'm sure if Ben's concerned, it's something worth, you know.
I kind of think the original point you made about it being rich people's problems is very, very apt.
Spallanzani.
$4+. 5+. 6+.
Boyka still not playing a hand. 10-5 for Brzezinski in the small blind. He passes, and Shio in the big.
Any big blind takers? Okay. Couple ducks.
He's called. And we have a King Jack 6 flop. The gut shot for Ben Heath
Ben is about to bet extremely small on the flop.
It's been checked to him.
Just bet like 15. Just be extra cheeky.
Cheeky, cheeky. Do you remember the cheeky girls, Nick?
I do. Touch my bum, James. This is life.
Wow, you even remember the lyrics.
Decided to go for 18, which of course is the more appropriate actual 1/4 pot size, but hashtag math is hard. Like the small size there, gets the job done, gets the deuces to fold, which is great. Additional equity on the turn potentially, but on to the next one. Don't act like you didn't remember the lyrics, James.
I just remember, we are the cheeky
No,
girls.
you did not.
You are the cheeky boys. No, seriously, that's the only
I
line
have
of the
never
song I
known
can
anybody
remember.
to be able to recall lyrics better. Well, that's not maybe not true, but you recall lyrics very well
Yes, but
as an ex-radio broadcaster.
He mostly likes gangsta rap.
The only other thing I remember is one of them married the MP Lembit Opek.
No way.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, and the three of them would go on vacation together because the cheeky girls went everywhere together because they were like twins, right?
Isn't like 4% of the population a minister of parliament in England, though?
Minister.
What is it? MP?
Member.
Member, oh. I honestly thought it was minister this entire time. What am I thinking of? Westminster.
You're thinking of Westminster Abbey.
Westminster Abbey. I met her once. No, she was really nice.
Westminster Abbey.
Where were they? Were they from Romania?
I think they were Romanian, yeah.
Specifically Transylvanian, right?
I think that was the whole thing, yeah. Transylvanian twins.
Who was better, the cheeky girls or Tattoo?
I was about to say that was the same time, wasn't it? Was that?
Yeah. I think it would be hard to get sued for that one since it's barely music.
And I'm barely singing.
Okay, Spallanzani, time to get back on the horse.
Johnny Faces. There you go. Look, just hold it in, buddy.
Spallanzani. Let's go with the King Queen.
Jack 10 for Ben Heath.
Yeah, I think JT off, probably a fold here versus +1. JT suited might sneak in there. Big blind might defend this one, though. King 8 seems very plausible as a big blind defend. Tomas here is 52 big blinds deep. Spallanzani, 31. So the effective stack is about 33 at the start of the hand.
It's quite it's a long time, though. Like, every other tour does one like one period, like one until break. Because it's like we can't have our phones.
Queen deuce.
Hello, ladies.
Can I get a reaction, please?
Look how hard he has to try to keep his faces in.
Now, if you want to be balanced, you'd bet like, yeah, 15K, 18K here.
Again.
And a quick fold from Tomas to the continuation bet.
Boo.
Continuation bet of 15K. Boom.
There he is. There's our boy.
Spallanzani hovering around the 35 big blind mark, although the blinds will be going up at the end of this level, which is just 3.5 minutes away. And we are ticking down to 30. Our 31st place finisher is this guy. David Marchi has been given his marching orders. 19,350 euros for 31st place. Did get the money jump. 30 remain in the EPT Malta main event.
Other stuff going on.
You've almost made the final 3 tables, everybody.
And then just having you for like 3 hours in daytime. It's like,
6, 4 pass, 5 pass, 6 pass.
it's not normal. Like every other tour does. Every break it changes.
Seat 7, raise 24,000, 8 pass, 10 pass.
Ace King suited for Brzezinski. A raise to 24,000. Deuces for Tomas in the small blind.
I mean, this comment's annoying, but it is hilarious. Why are you so racist with the Italian boy?
We played like 20 hands.
Keep one call.
Where do I begin with that question?
Remember? Your hand was jacks. It was like 15 minutes.
Fucking fun. With this guy. This guy is crazy.
Yeah.
Seat 3 call.
I want to do a little quick shout out for a former producer watching out there. Pete Latham has a real job now.
Hey, Pete.
We miss you, Pete. Miss your scent. So of humor.
You've just offended every producer on this production, by the way, as describing it as not a real job.
I don't think so. I think we all realize what we're doing here.
They told you to stay one more level here?
I don't think your experience is the same as everyone else's. Other people are actually doing proper work. Anywho, Queen 7-7 on the flop.
6-7, bet 27,000.
A continuation bet from Brzezinski. Tomas still with the best hand.
Choose 1 pass. And 3 pass.
But both other hands fold, and Brzezinski's going to pick up that pot. Playing just shy of 90 big blinds, and probably time to squeeze in one more hand before the break.
Are we keeping this table? We must be, right? Or we know
Yes.
about it?
We will have this table for another level and then change at the next break.
Ice Cube and Johnny Faces? I mean, what's better out there? Nothing.
Of course, I say the next break. It could be the next table break
Right.
because it's random, right? And if this lineup...
It's going to break in the next level, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Boyka. King 10 suited.
Well, it's the first time we've seen him play since he moved to the feature table. Opens to 25k with the King 10 suited. Ben Heath, Ace 5 suited.
72.
And that's a 3-bet.
Yeah, I was going to say, the sourdough suited is going to be a 3-bet here quite frequently.
Then raise 72,000.
It's a great candidate, especially against that earlier position open, where we're not going to have it quite as many 3-bets versus the earlier position.
Blind out, big blind gone. Back on Boyka. Just fold and go on break. You know you want to.
He's got the grin that says, let's go on break.
160.
Oh no! He's got the face that says, have some of that, Ben Heath. I will 4-bet in your face every day and twice on Fridays. 160,000. Boom.
But James, I don't know if you know this, but this is the sourdough suited. This is the artisanal sourdough.
Whatever. This ain't 2020 anymore.
He's all in. Ben Heath is all in. He's about to put the bonk on Boyka. Can't believe it. Ben Heath about to smash this in.
I think Ben's a vegan, so sourdough may be too much of a living thing for him. They got active cultures, buddy.
Ben Heath lets it go. The 4-bet gets through, and Boyka increases his chip lead at this table as this level comes to its conclusion. There has just been a bust out at one of the other tables as we hit the break. We bid goodbye to Big Ian Larson, 30th place finisher in the EPT Malta main event. 19,350 euros is his score. So yeah, we are going to keep the same lineup on the main stage. Same feature table when we come back for level 21. Blinds will be going up to 10K, 15K with a 15K big blind ante. Boyka is the big stack. At the new blind level, he'll be playing more than 140 big blinds, a stack of 2.1 million. Mateos, the second biggest stack with close to 120 big blinds. Ben Heath now hovering around the 35 big blind mark. The two Italians at the bottom of the table, Nicola Spallanzani playing 27 bigs, and with just 10 bigs, Luca Guglielmoni is in the danger zone. Danger zone! So still 3 levels to play today as we continue the action here from Malta and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 4 of the main event continues.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
We're three-handed at the final table. Blinds 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. It's not that funny.
No, it's not.
Ace 10 for Sakura in the small. He completes. Neil Farrell in the big blind with Ace Jack.
Well, this is annoying. You limp in to try to disguise your hand, and your opponent wakes up with a veritable monster behind you anyway.
Farrell raises.
All in. Call.
Sakura shoves and gets called. He's at risk and dominated. Are we going heads up already?
69% of the time, yes.
Jedną żywą.
I have Ace Jack against Ace 10.
Run better, Neil Farrell. I haven't seen a Scot run this good since Andy McQuestion in the '84 Olympics. Totally made that up.
Queen 8-6 flop. Sakura with 3 outs. The turn card is a 4. Just a 7% chance of survival for Sakura. He needs a 10 on the river. It's an 8. He's out in third.
Right, man.
Good game.
Good game.
Thanks. My rail isn't even drunk. No one's here. All the British rail are going to get here and gone home.
Wanna look right away?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, they're going to look at the numbers and discuss a potential deal now that Sakura's out.
I don't know about you, but I'm not rich enough to play heads up probably 50-50 for 230k. So.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it says. I just can't believe just how fast was this.
Luca's not exactly a model with a briefcase, but we'll take him.
Could take a while. But not necessarily, though.
It could be, yeah. If this table's anything to go by, I'll just get aces versus kings first hand.
Yeah. I don't think we'll need that, though.
Hello, guys. I'll just steal your chair for a second.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So you can see what I'm doing.
All right. Let me close some of these other tabs. Don't look at those.
How much do we need to leave to play for?
It's around 10% minimum, but if 9,000 is something for you guys, okay?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a degen, but not that big a degen.
Untrue.
And these are the numbers.
Just run me to 440.
600 euros?
Yeah.
All right, got that.
Yeah.
444, 330. for 40, you're playing for 90,000.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Quick deal.
Nice one. All right.
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, Luca.
Well done.
So it's come down to the online specialist versus the live tournament reg.
Heads-up game is actually something I've been working on a lot recently. As a tournament player, it's not something you get to practice very often because it's not very often you get heads up in a tournament.
I actually never played Heads Up live, but I don't think it's going to be much different. I really played a lot online.
It's kind of silly that you don't practice it so much, where like it's the biggest pay jump. I mean, the pay jump's literally like winning another 500-person tournament. I'm actually fairly confident going into Heads Up.
I'm really confident Heads Up. It just comes naturally, I guess, so I'm just gonna do my thing.
Well, boss. All the best. Let's go.
Let's do it.
So they've pretty much chopped the prize money 50-50. They're now playing for 90K and the trophy.
And this should be a really interesting matchup. I think Bilic's online heads-up experience should transition really well to live.
Farrell first to speak. Ace-9 of spades. He raises to 200,000. Pocket nines for Bilic.
Nines are strong enough that I think we're very likely to see a 3-bet.
There it is. He re-raises to 525K.
Neil's hand, too strong to fold, but doesn't want to get it in. So we're going to see a just call most of the time.
Flop in position. Well, it's almost a flip now as Neil flops the nut flush draw.
And how did I know we were going to see 2 spades? Not a super scary board for nines.
Bilic continuing. 575,000.
Well, we know Neil isn't folding.
That's a raise. Farrell makes it 1.425 million.
A raise makes perfect sense. Sometimes he'll get a fold, sometimes he'll hit his spade, and with the way he's running...
Bilic, with the best hand, calls. Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of diamonds. Bilic now a 2-to-1 favorite.
Both pick up straight draws. Neil could easily fire again here with all the equity he's likely to have, but my guess is that he might not want to bet and then feel obliged to call a shove.
He checks behind and takes the free card.
For once, he's being sane and waiting to play for all the chips until he gets there.
The river is the deuce of clubs. No help for Neil.
Can't believe he missed. And now I think he's got no choice but to check behind.
Yeah, check, check, showdown. And Alan Bilic will add 2 million to his stack.
Neil Farrell finally loses a pot.
Bilic takes the chip lead and now has the advantage in this heads-up battle.
My name is Alan Bilic. I'm from Mostar, from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I do have a degree in business management, but I got interested in poker when I think it was my second year. It was just like playing free rolls until I actually won one and won a Sunday ticket for a tournament that actually pays. It was like a huge success for me because it was like 6,000 people or something. I thought, well, I could maybe do this for real money as well. So I begged my mom to actually give me a credit card to make a deposit of 20 euros to try it out. So I did just that. Then I saw the heads-up setting goes for like $1. So I decided to try those. And I was figuring out a lot faster just playing against one guy than instead of a whole table. So I started playing every day after that and just had an immediate upswing, I guess. So I didn't need a deposit again. Day by day it got serious, so here I am now.
Hey, your mother called. You owe her 20 euros.
Well, it's time to sweat with Alan. We'll only see his whole cards here.
200.
He's raising with 9-10 of spades.
Well, I don't know what to say about Neil's hand since I can't see it, but I would prefer if we didn't get 3-bet.
Neil calls. The flop. 9-5-4 with 2 diamonds. Top pair for Bilic. Action's been checked to him.
Top pair, pretty good kicker. I am all about it. Bet.
He continues for 250,000. And Farrell check raises to 675k.
I mean, we don't love it, but we can't fold it. There's way too many semi-bluffs Neil could have.
Yeah, we did see him raise with a flush draw before.
We saw him get it in with 10-9 pre-flop before.
Good point, well made. Bilic calls. We're going to the turn. It's the Jack of Spades, an overcard to Alan's pair.
I like the fact that it's not a diamond. The Jack didn't make too many straights. Or any.
Farrell. Well, barrel. Huh, that rhymed. 1.15 million.
Kind of upset I didn't think of that myself. Neil's still going to have a lot of draws, and we are beating all of them.
Bilic calls. $4 million in the middle. The river card is the 3 of spades, leaving Alan with second pair, moderate kicker.
That is not the best card for us. And the UK rail has made it just in time. Popsicles. 6-7 got there. Ace deuce.
And Farrell's going to bet half pot, $2 million.
Now we're only beating pure bluffs. And while I know it's really hard to lay down flop top pair to the Jinja Ninja over there, I think because of that perception, he's not going to be bluffing here as often as we think. I think our range looks pretty strong, so I think Niall's got it here, but I might just be in denial.
Call.
Bilic calls. And he's beat.
Jack 8.
Farrell was raising the flop with a flush draw, and then he paired his Jack on the turn.
Ew, missed the draw, caught the pair.
Sick turn card. So sick.
Guys running good today. Running better than a 57 Dunlop. Made that one up too. Come on, guys.
With that pot, Neil reclaims the chip lead. Guerrero with the chip advantage right now. 36.7 million, place 32.1 million. Blind 600k, 1.2 million.
They're even in stacks-ish, but there's not a lot of play to be had in that number of big blinds.
6-5 off on the button for Guerrero.
2.7.
And he's raising. Jack 10 for Bendinelli in the big.
Can I change my raise?
What?
I want to make 2.8.
You said 2.7. You said 2.8?
Yeah, but I want to make 2.8.
No, you cannot.
He's got you there.
He's joking, he's joking.
Bendinelli calls. And the Italian flops top 2.
All Bendinelli again.
Check, check. And Bendinelli improves to a full house on the turn. He's going to bet 2 million. Well, Guerrero has 6 high. He is drawing dead.
Oh, Lord.
But he calls?
If Jimmy's calling here, it means he's going to do something crazy on the river.
4 of diamonds changes nothing. Bendinelli betting again. $3.5 million.
Any chips Jimmy puts into the pot here, he is not getting back.
He thinks better of it. He folds.
Dude has made some incredible reads so far.
So Bendinelli wins the pot. And he will regain the advantage. Could have been an even bigger advantage if Jimmy had got crazy with 6 high. As things stand, Giuliano's now playing a stack of 36.8 million. Jimmy Guerrero, 32 million. And it's Bendinelli first to act here. He's on the button in the small blind. With pocket 8s.
Absolute monster heads up. Abominable snow monsters. Num num.
He raises to 3 million. Jimmy Guerrero has Jack 7 of spades in the big blind.
Definitely worth a call.
He does call. We go to the flop, which is Jack 9-8. It's top pair and a straight draw for Guerrero, but Bendinelli has flopped a set.
Mamma mia.
Guerrero checks. Bendinelli is a 4-1 favorite. He continues for 2.5 million. Guerrero calls. Turn card is the Jack of clubs. Guerrero improves to trips. Bendinelli now has a full house.
Papa Pia.
Guerrero checks a second time. Bendinelli firing a second barrel, 5.5 million.
Jimmy's in big, big trouble, but maybe, just maybe, he can get away on a bad river.
Guerrero calls again. We now have 23.2 million in the middle. We are going to the river, which is the 8 of diamonds. Guerrero now has a full house, but Bendinelli has rivered quads.
Baby's gonna win an EPT.
Action on Guerrero. He's gonna lead. He's betting small, 3.8 million.
It's all going in. It's just a matter of when.
All in.
There it is. Bendinelli shoves on Guerrero.
Good joke. Yeah. No, I think I'll go check now.
Guerrero calls.
I win.
You heard the man. He wins. After being down to just one big blind, Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back to win the biggest EPT main event in history.
Best EPT final table of all time.
Jimmy Guerrero, the runner-up for 1.25 million.
And locked up a nice score in the deal.
Another near miss for this very entertaining character. Giuliano Bendinelli will receive close to 1.5 million and he will lift the main event trophy. He is an EPT champion. What an incredible comeback story.
What a watch.
See cooler, like last hand, see cooler.
This could be a movie.
An amazing end to an incredible final table.
Three years later, we are in Malta with the PokerStars European Poker Tour as day 4 of the main event continues here at Casino Malta. 29 players returning from the break on the day when we try to get down to the final 2 tables. Chip leaders right now, Tom Axel Bedell, start of day big stack, still number 1 on the leaderboard. Alexei Boyka, Adrian Mateos, Juan Pardo, all in the top 5. Boyka, of course, the reigning champion, the guy who won this 5K tournament the last time it was held here in Malta back in 2016. And Boyka's at our feature table. He's the big stack there, alongside Adrian Mateos, who's playing close to 120 big blinds. Ben Heath, a below average stack, the average right now being 930k, and Luca Guglielmoni has just 10 big blinds as the blinds go to 10k, 15k with a 15k big blind ante. 19,350 euros is the current payout. The big money reserved for the finalists, with $500,000 for the runner-up and 760,000 euros going to the winner. This tournament will conclude on Sunday. That's when we'll find out who will be only the 4th ever EPT Malta main event champion. Of course, tomorrow you can watch them play down to the final 6, watch the tournament conclude on Sunday. Still 2 days of Malta streaming to come after today wraps, and still 3 levels to play today, including this one. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And looks like level 21 is underway, Nick.
Let's get into it, guys. Play resumes. James, I have to say, I don't feel like I've ever had a dull moment this entire season, this entire EPT so far.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I've been on the mic, we've seen a lot of good hands, a lot of good action, a lot of fun characters. Speaking of which, one of our funnest characters who we haven't seen yet on the feature table, to my knowledge, Bedell, is our chip leader, right?
Yes, so Bedell was on the feature table for the last 2 levels yesterday. And
I missed it.
Definitely agree with you, Nick. He is a character, and we have got that perfect mix right now of characters, personalities, and phenomenal players, big-name pros that everyone recognizes. The prospect of players like Ben Heath, Adrian Mateos, Juan Pardo, Alexei Boyka making the final table alongside some of these more colorful characters, shall we say.
Speaking of colorful characters, Spallanzani, King 9 offsuit does fold.
The short stack is shoved over the top of João Tomas's raise. Mateos with the snowmans in the big blind.
Yep, this is just a smidge over 10 big blinds. So Mateos will cold call with the Ochos in the big blind.
So what does Tomas now do with ace-jack of spades?
Oh, this is a scary prospect. When Mateos cold calls, we're not going to be completely devoid of fear of running into something monstrous. I think might just still call, James. I think flatting is going to be completely reasonable. Taking a flop with a hand like ace-jack of spades, potentially having the best hand against at least one of the players. Yep, story checks out.
So we are going to go 3-way to the flop. We have a player all in who could potentially triple up. And we could see action on the side between Adrian Mateos and João Tomas. The flop is 7-6-3. That is a pretty good board for 8s.
Yeah, and actually, now that we've seen the flat from Tomas, Mateos is probably going to be very aware of the fact that he's going to have the best hand here an overwhelming amount of the time, right? That's not to say that his opponent can't have flats with bigger pairs than 8s, but many of the much larger pairs will go for a 4-bet pre-flop, right? Open, 3-bet, cold call, 4-bet would be a good pattern for aces or kings or queens, for example, quite often. And for that reason, you know, he might be tempted to consider a lead. Does decide to check it over to Tomas. Obviously a pretty good board for the Ochos to begin with. I'm not completely convinced that Tomas is really meant to be betting here. I think in a... Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Was not expecting this.
Yeah, it is a quote-unquote dry pot, isn't it, James?
Yeah, and has just bet a sizable percentage of his stack. 25% of it.
Oh man, imagine he just ships it here. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Mateos folds the best hand.
And I want to see Mateos' reaction when he sees the ace-jack of spades here, because I think, as I said, James, I don't know if ace-jack is betting here too often, you know, in theory, so maybe that's what put him off. Maybe he just thought it was a very unusual approach to a combination he could beat.
Well, for Luca, it's a domination situation. The reality is he's drawing pretty thin against the ace-jack. Opportunities have emerged on the turn. 5 for the split, 10 for the win. Any other card, we're down to 28. So queen, ace, jack holds. 8 would have held. 8 would have been the best hand. But shoulda, woulda, coulda, Adrian. This is the end of Luca's journey in the EPT Malta main event. 29th place finisher.
Yeah, really interesting spot there. GG to Luca. And really cool to see Tomas find a way to make that work for him in a spot where a lot could have changed the action.
So 28 players remaining now, and João Tomas has chipped up to 930k, now playing more than 60 big blinds. And no super short stack at the feature table. Nicola Spallanzani officially the low man, but he's got 27 bigs right now. For those of you asking about Tom Axel Bedell, we do change the feature table regularly, and this table will last a maximum of 83 minutes. When we get to the next break, assuming this table is still in existence, we would change. There is, of course, a chance that when we get down to 24, this is the table that's chosen to break. I would be very surprised if we didn't get to see Bedell at some point today.
Yeah.
Ed raised a valid comment, or really valid question, based on a conversation that Maria and I were having last night. Did we ever work out how many microphones we would need if we let every player who comes to the feature table keep their microphone? With the caveat that poker players lose stuff or don't remember to bring stuff back. So, for example, Mateos was at the feature table yesterday. He comes back today. We need an entirely new microphone. So for each separate appearance they make, they get a new microphone. How many would we need? I'm going to guess, based on the lack of response I'm getting from the other side of the room, that no one's worked that out yet. Is this an informed guess, Patrick, or are you literally just picking a number out of thin air? I would take the over on that, by the way. Neon Rises, what's the cost of a mic? We get that information as well. So what we need to work out is A, how many would we need? B, cost per unit. C, if we allowed that to happen, how much it would cost PokerStars.
These are the questions we need to start asking. You're absolutely right. Spanzani, you are going to fold, apparently. Heath does kick off the action here.
Okay, I'm going to spitball it, but I'm going to do some basic. But I'm going to do some basic math. I'm going to base this on logic.
You're looking for a pen. Can we get a pen over here for the serious questions we need to start asking?
I mean, yeah, we're a bit devoid of stationery over here.
Honestly, we're out here trying to do God's work, and we don't even have a pen.
Anyone? By the way, the number that Patrick came up with was 65. That's the number I'm taking the over on. So let's start with the fact that on an average day, you're going to have at least 3 feature tables. That's 3 times 8 players.
Yeah.
So that immediately is 24.
Good math.
Now, let's assume that whilst that table's up there, you're going to get some eliminations and new players come in. Conservatively, half that table is going to change. So that's an additional 4 players per table.
Okay.
I think that's lowballing it. I think it might be even as many as 5, but I'll be conservative. We'll call it 4.
Ballpark, yeah.
So 3 times 4 is 12. So that's 36. 36 per day, 5 days. 36 times 5. Oh, hang on a second. Final table would only be 1 table. So 36 times 4. Hold on. Now I'm going to need my calculator app because I can't do long multiplication. They don't get to keep the microphones, Patrick. Every time they come back, you've got to give them a new mic. 36 times 4. Okay, my estimate is 150 microphones per EPT. That's a nice round number. It's a nice kind of average, right, to have. So that's basically 36 times 4 plus the final table, which is an additional 6 players. That's 150 per event. Can you ask the sound team how much one of those microphones costs, please?
45.
65.
Anyway, we got serious action over here. Mateos.
Oh yeah, this is more important.
Is facing off against a flop top 2 and a very good top pair.
So Mateos raised from the cutoff. Boyka flatted the button with King Queen. Shio came along from the ride, in the big blind. And Mateos' continuation bet has been called by Boyka.
And Chill Out is like, is this my birthday? Free chips on my birthday? Just decides to smooth call it. Wow, okay, multi-way. Playing it cool for the time being. That is a 9 of hearts. Queen Jack still the best hand.
Under 60.
Mateos gonna keep blasting. Yeah, him firing into 2 players twice here is a scary prospect, though. Boyka got to be feeling okay about the king-queen, but alarm bells will start to ring at this stage. Does Mateos really just blast into 2 players from the cutoff? Not even absolute position with complete air. So far, deciding to continue calling, I think.
At what point does Shilo raise?
Well, I thought perhaps we might have seen a raise in the flop. I mean, we can't fault him for flatting on such a dry texture, though, right? Queen Jack 4, we're not exactly scared of much. There's not too many bad turns. The 9 of hearts actually might be one of the worst turns for his hand, theoretically. you know, making the king 10 a straight now. I think now he has to just call for fear of running into some monsters, especially with Mateos firing again and another call in position.
I mean, the board just got straighter. That is one thing to highlight.
Yeah, and now Mateos has got to start being very concerned, right? A lot of the hands that he was beating on the turn will now improve. I mean, even some big blind 2 pairs at this stage. Some random queen 8 suited, queen 9 suited. Obviously, also plenty of combinations that were a pair and a straight draw on the turn, if not just the outright made straight. Having kings is important, right? Because we're blocking the king 10 specifically. However, I think Mateos has to check. I think Boyka probably will happily check now as well against 2 players, and we're going to see Chiloud win this pot. That's the official prediction. Unless Boyka decides to turn his hand into a bluff. That would be kind of wild with so much showdown, huh?
Be pretty awesome.
He's done some really cool moves so far. I wouldn't fault him. Are your opponents capped at this stage? Can we get some better hands to fold by turning our hand into a bluff here? That's definitely a prospect. Gonna give it some consideration. I love when players do this. So easy just to check this one, right, James? But going, wait a second. Was I in trouble this whole time and now I've got a way out?
Yeah.
That's a consideration, and we can't be too quick to skip those. Yep, does check.
So this goes to showdown, and Shio with the flop 2 pair is going to win a pot of 745,000, adding 490K to his stack, up to 1.69 million.
Man, what a nice pickup.
It's good, it's good.
No, I would just, when you receive your cards, please put them in that box as soon as you receive them.
This was my warning
yeah.
for not scanning.
I've been told to scold you, right?
Spallanzani getting scolded.
Can we get some tissues for the gentleman?
So 15 minutes into this level. Boyka still the biggest stack at the feature table.
As soon as you're done, please.
How much you talking here, James?
Okay, so a TV standard wireless mic pack is, I mean, I imagine you get a discount if you buy in bulk.
Is that with the lav included, or is this just the mic pack? That's with the lav.
That's all in. That's the actual.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah. So it's about, I'm going to call it £450. I know people have found some Rhoda mic packs on Amazon, but
sure.
we're talking TV quality kit here.
Is that how you pronounce Rhoda? Is it Rhoda? I thought it was just Rode.
So what did I say? 150 times 450.
I love James' side quest from James is great.
£67,500 per EPT if we let the players keep their microphones.
Drop in the ocean for high fidelity sound, James. James, be honest. What was the most that you ever spent on a classical hi-fi?
What's a classical hi-fi?
Sorry, I mean, I don't know. People don't buy hi-fis anymore, really, do they?
Like a stereo system.
Yeah,
mean?
but like
Okay.
but like what would have been called hi-fi? Like there would have been like a Bang & Olufsen hi-fi system that was really expensive in one of those dedicated hi-fi shops on the high street.
I never had one of those like CD players where you could see the disc spinning inside.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, by the way. Yeah.
I had the last stereo system I would have had was like a mini hi-fi system, which was a Sony, and it was like CD, cassette, and mini disc, and obviously radio.
Yeah.
And that would have been what, like £350
Okay, fair
maybe.
enough.
I was never one of those people who spent thousands of pounds on stereo equipment.
Because there was a shop in Weybridge, of all places, on the high street that was like a dedicated, you're spending like...
You still can, by the way.
You still can. There's a place in Brighton that will still do that for you, too.
To the outer tables, where Eric Eisen is all in and at risk against Mikhailo Ostash. Eisen has deuces, Ostash has nines. Queen 8-6 on the flop, queen on the turn. The river card is a 7. We lose Eric Eisen. This is his first ever EPT main event cash. A 28th place finish worth 19,350 euros.
GG, man. Good run. He got his hoodie from where Vogelsen got his hoodie from. Same style.
And Ostash is now playing a stack of 1.7 million. 27 players remain now. Back to the feature table where there's been a raise from Alexei Boyka. He's opened under the gun +1 with Queen 10 off. Flatted by Brzezinski in the hijack with Ace 8 suited. Shio calling from the cutoff. Sorry, 3-betting. Squeezing from the cutoff with Ace 9 of clubs.
Lot of action. And James, this might just work. It might just go through pre. I don't know. Ace 8 of spades, hijack. Tricky one to play right.
Yeah.
Might just fold. Yeah, nice work. Very cute. Chill out so far, man. Very composed. He had a couple rough spots. That 9s versus Ace 10 spot really sucked, and he managed to just recover from it. Wasn't sweating it in the slightest. A lot of respect for that as someone that gets shook very easily at a poker table.
Oh, no, nothing.
Shio now table chip leader, just ahead of Boyka. 1.86 versus 1.82. Spallanzani remains the shortest stack on the main stage with just over 20 big blinds.
James, not to put you on the spot. When we returned from the break just now, did you spot roughly what the chip leader had in chips?
I'm so sorry.
Bedell?
Yeah.
About 2.5 mil.
Okay, yep. Really looking forward to seeing more Bedell. Hopefully we can see him make a deep run here in Malta. Oh, Mr. Heath with the Rockets.
90.
Going for the classical 3 times the initial raise through that size. That's 90K.
Yeah, when we came back from break, Bedell had 2.59 million.
Wow. Spallanzani is going to be folding this hand. Break my arm folding that hand as quickly as I did when Ben Heath 3-bets the cutoff. I'm not sure if Boyka's got enough hand to continue, though. Does fold the Jack 10 offsuits.
So a reminder that there is no redraw at 24, or at 16 for that matter. At this point in the tournament, when we break a table, we just pick one at random, or the tournament staff do rather. That table is broken. The final redraw will occur when we're down to the final 9. The final table redraw And at that point, of course, when we're down to a single table, Nick, the levels change to a set number of hands rather than a set duration.
I like that. I'm a big fan of that move. Philip the Razor says, bad celebrity look-alike. Heath as a brown-haired Chris Hemsworth. I don't hate that at all.
I mean, that is verging on terrible
I don't know. I think it's not that bad. Also, is Chris, does he have naturally blonde hair? I thought he had natural brown hair. And then he was blonde as Thor. Could be wrong.
So round to Spallanzani in the cutoff, 8-deuce offsuit. Nope. Adrian Mateus on the button with 10-7 of clubs. Raised it to 35,000, and we get the 3-bet from Alexei Boyka with ace-jack.
Does go for the tree bet. Brzezinski here, 64 big blinds in the stack, 65 before the big blind. Sorry, 66 before the big blind and the big blind ante. Does fold. And Mateus is going to let it go too.
Boyka pretty much tied with Maxim Chio, 1.8 million apiece. Two bigger stacks at this feature table. Ben Heath with pocket sixes. Shot clock running. 15 seconds on your first decision, 30 seconds on all subsequent decisions. Ben has raised it to 30K. Ace Queen for Boyka.
Yep, so it's Ben Heath, the shorter of the two stacks here, 37 bigs after putting in the raise. It's just going to call in position facing that under the gun open. I think this is fairly standard, but in the small blind, Brzezinski folds.
And Chio's going to come along from the big blind with 4-deuce of clubs. Three-way action, and we get to see a flop. Ace, Queen, 7. Top 2 for Boyka.
Yep, and I think that Ben does a lot of checking from this position facing that button call. But whatever Ben does is usually going to be the right thing. So let's see what happens here. He's going to go ahead and fire. He's barreling into the ace-queen on this occasion.
Ben Jacobs says, is that a new rule with the initial 15-second shot clock? Depends on how you define new. I mean, it's been in place for more than a year now. I think Barcelona 2024 was where we debuted that change. Ben may have just betrayed the fact that he hasn't watched an EPT stream for a long time. Shame on you!
Shame on you. Did see a raise on the flop. Ace Queen takes it down.
He bet 20. You raised to 40.
Yeah, the bet was 20,000 and you raised to 40,000.
That might have been a misclick, though. Yep, misclick. I was going to say, I thought that was a bit of a weird size. If you're going to raise flop, I don't think the min click is the normal pattern. And you see how quickly Mateos goes, that must have been a misclick because there's no chance that's what he would have done.
Anyway, it
I
worked.
haven't come yet.
Seven six suited for Spallanzani. He folds. Mateos is out. Boyka passes. Brzezinski 10-5 on the button. He says, I don't care for these cards. Take them away from me.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there are worse ways to misclick, excuse me. Winning the pot is not usually one of the worst ones. Shiloh is going to limp in, it looks like.
He completes in the small. Ben Heath, ace-jack in the big.
Ben is the effective stack here, 34 big blinds. He's just going to bang it in.
And a quick fold from Shiloh. Girl Power asks, after Malta, where and when is the next EPT streaming? Well, the final leg of the 2025 season of the European Poker Tour takes place in Prague. The festival dates December 3rd through 14th. Now, we will be streaming the last 5 days of the main event on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channel. So the last 5 days of EPT Prague will be streamed. Should highlight that if you are looking at future PokerStars events in the PokerStars Live app, you'll notice that the first 2 EPT stops of 2026 have also been announced. Paris is back. Runs February 18th through March 1st next year. And no surprise that Monte Carlo returns. We'll be in Monte Carlo in the spring, April 30th through May 10th.
And also, guys, don't forget the Spin and Go Championships return for the 3rd time in Paris 2026 as well, which I'm very much looking forward to helping out with. And I know many of you out there will be looking forward to qualifying for that as well, because qualification, I believe, is already underway.
It is. Qualify now.
Qualify now. And all you got to do is play spins, and you get points, and points mean
prizes.
Leaderboard.
Oh.
Leaderboard prizes.
Pretty sick flop for Tomas here.
Yeah, top middle pair, excuse me. Backdoor straight draw and front door flush draw.
Leads for 25,000, not playing in flow. And Shiloh decides to raise.
You cheeky monkey.
This will not elicit a fold.
Yeah, no, he's not folding yet.
Three of hearts pairs the board.
I think you just got to check again. Now, once we get raised here, James, we're not feeling good about trying to inflate the pot on our own.
Sure.
But we're not feeling bad about getting more action when we potentially have the best hand and we have a wonderful draw. Unless...
Well, Tomas doesn't always do things conventionally, as evidenced by that ace-jack hand against Adrian Mateos. And here, he fires 100K
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he's allowed to do that. That is one of the options.
Can you imagine if Shilog did raise again?
That would be pretty cool.
No, he folds.
Nah, one and done. He just tried to do a thing, and
that's fair enough.
I think he's got a great combo to do it with. Too, right? He's got the backdoor spades, 2 overcards that might be clean against like the middle pair, top pair lead. Very unconventional way to play the hand there, James. I have to say, and we could have seen maybe a check would have elicited another bet from the hand that we were beating, and the additional opportunity to make a big hand with the flush draw. But there we are. That's a pot for Mr. Tomas.
João Tomas now an above average stack with 1,090,000, which is 72 big blinds. The average right now, pretty much 1,997,000. Under the gun raise from Adrian Mateo, 6-5 for Tomas. By the way, João has around 98K in live earnings. This is his 3rd EPT main event cash. He had a min cash in Cyprus last year and a min cash in Monte Carlo earlier this year. Spallanzani, do you really want to play another pot against Adrian Mateos?
Funnily enough, I think the 9-8 call here is way better than the A7, despite them not having the same hand value relative to each other. Taking 8-9 heads up is always going to be better than taking A7 multi-way. But here we go, top pair.
So this is the hand where Spallanzani flops it, and then Mateos bluffs him off it on later street, right?
Let's see. We have had a break. Spallanzani's had the opportunity to walk away and take a breath.
Mateos continues for 30,000. Spallanzani with top pair. Unlikely to fold. Makes the call. Geese a turn card.
An overcard heart would be interesting.
Mateos is going to get there, isn't he?
This is an overcard heart, but I was trying to think of like maybe a queen of hearts or something would be an interesting turn. 9 of hearts.
So Spallanzani checks a second time. Mateos has picked up not insignificant equity here with the 9 of hearts on the turn, but decides to check it back and does not get there. So Spallanzani still with the best hand. So now we see whether he gets bluffed off it by Mateos. Unlikely, I would say.
Yeah, 2 pair here, feeling pretty good, especially with the check on the turn. I think Spallanzani is probably supposed to have some small leads here. 145K in the pot. Let's see how he feels.
Spallanzani leads the river. Quick fold from Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, the bet was 95,000 into a pot of 145 for those of you nerds out there paying attention.
Spallanzani with just over 400k, just over 25 big blinds, and still more than half this level to run. Under the gun raise from Alexei Boyka. Ace 10. Round 2, Spallanzani in the small blind. Ace 6 suited. That's gone in the muck, so now it's down to Adrian Mateos in the big blind, 10-8 offsuit.
He's gonna play it.
Defends, is dominated, and ace-10 is still the best hand and has the best draw.
Boyka bets 50K.
Marcus Campion says, why is everyone so deep stacked? How is the average like 70 big blinds this late in the tournament? Sometimes it happens. And of course, when you've got a number of pretty big stacks, the average is distorted, right? You know, we did have a few players at the start of the day, like Bedell and Boyka, who had 3 or 4 times the average stack at that stage, and then you still had some short stacks. There's a bit of consolidation since then, and things are starting to slow down now. So we're going to see that average probably return to a more normal number over the course of this level and the next session of play.
That's right. It's starting to get very serious in the pay jump department. And as you say, James, more incentive for players to be conservative and try and find some of those ladders, allow other players to make mistakes on their behalf.
It's not my club.
No.
Folded to Mateos in the small blind. King, queen off. And ace 6 for Boyka in the big. Raises to 50,000. Mateos calls. 10-9-5. Ace high, still the best hand. Mateos with a gut shot and 2 live cards.
$10.95, definitely going to be C-bettable, but it is also the kind of texture that will interact pretty heavily with the limp and call range for that exact reason. Look, there you go. Yeah, saved himself a couple chippers because the king-queen's definitely not folding flop. And I think there are much better textures to continuation bet on. That's why I think the check is quite nice from the ace-6. I mean, also, guys, blind ace-6 just has showdown. We don't need to turn every hand that isn't a pair plus into a bluff. And that's an important note. Applies most often in situations where ranges are wide and therefore not as conducive to finding bluffs.
Well, there's now 4 cards straight out there and some pretty solid poker analysis from a first-time chatter on the Twitch. Scroll Wheel says, win your all-ins. Pretty simple game.
You know what? He's not wrong.
If you won every all-in, you'd win the tournament. It's that simple.
That is true.
I'm not being facetious, by the way. You could just sun run for like 5 days, and if you won all your all-ins, even if you didn't know what you were doing, you would win.
Poker is a simple game at its heart. Easy to learn, impossible to master.
Oh dear. Boyka bets 80,000 on the river.
Was this a trap check on the river? Mateos, you cheeky monkey.
Yeah, to quote Colonel Akbar in Revenge of the Sith, I've set a trap. Mateos announces all in. And a quick fold from Alexei Boyka.
He announced 240.
Well, we are down to 26 players. Evaldus Aniulis did not win his all-in. He ran jacks into Roman Stoic as kings. So he cashes in 27th place for over 20 grand. 22,250 euros is the current payout. Down to 26 players as we welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
His name was an anagram for I love anus.
I'm just seeing if that's true. It's not a million miles off, you know. We are checking on the players who currently populate the high leaderboard in the PokerStars Live League. Remember, the top 3 are going to win prizes, and all 10 will be in contention for a spot on the Team Pro roster. Clemens Reuter has been number 1 for some time. Held on to that spot through the summer into the autumn.
Welcome back, Joe.
Hello, my babies. Exciting time of this tournament. 26 players. Final 3 tables. Thomas Brzezinski, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this.
It really doesn't. It's been action-packed all day long, guys. And as we near additional giant pay jumps, we are going to see the play get more and more intense.
An intense flush draw.
Okay, like a very intense flush draw.
For Joao Tomas, not to be confused with Tomas Brzezinski. Brzezinski has flopped a draw himself.
And Brzezinski has the kind of hand you might consider check raising as a bluff here. The bottom end of this ugly gut shot. On Jack 10-4, though, a little bit more tricky versus the hijack. You're going to encounter a fair number of combos that improve when you improve. And
ugly gut shot would have been watching me take my Ozempic.
I don't blame him for letting that one go. We can speculate on what's possible, but I think there's actually better opportunities to check raise the bottom end of your gut shots there.
Not mandatory. Although I would contend that having moves like that in your arsenal is something you do need to have if you want to be someone who wins poker tournaments consistently.
Yeah, and I think that's all part of the dance. You gotta allow yourself to be creative. You gotta go, what could I do here? And then eventually you can find some pretty brilliant maneuvers that you didn't believe were possible before.
It's like Han Solo says in the Millennium Falcon, I know a couple of maneuvers. Brzezinski now with king balls in the small blind. Limps in, rude. Rude.
Seat 8, raise 50,000.
This snake's out there is big. $50,000. Chill out.
6-7 raise 190,000.
Decides to get a little out of line and is punished with the limp re-raise from Brzezinski. This fold's about to be straight out of Compton.
And 8 pass.
That was straight out of Compton.
Sacramento says, you know, Joe, thank you for your question, but it's actually a stroke of genius as he encourages people asking actual questions and not being lazy about it, i.e. any tips versus what are your tips? A journalist at heart.
And yeah, misunderstood genius. That's how I describe it to my friends.
That's how I describe myself to people.
Oh.
A stroke of genius. Ooh, that would be a great name for a porno about smart people.
That would be a good name.
I'm going to write that down.
Write that one down. That's a good one.
Pocket sevens for Joao Tomas. Ace queen for Johnny Faces.
26 big blinds, by the way.
5 seconds.
Under the gun, and then under the gun +1.
Oh, he's struggling right now. He wants to make faces so bad.
Yeah, he's a very emotive character. Might put in a raise. Might just decide to call. There's a lot of players behind you, though, Joe. You don't want to encourage more people to enter the pot when you might just be winning right now. You're reducing
Don't
your
look at
equity.
his hand. Don't look at his hand. I'll punch you in the arm. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nick. Don't look, though. Ah, he got you.
He promised his buddies he was going to get that in there. He did it. Does decide to call. And Mateos is waking up
What?
with the ace-king behind. One click.
This is why he's the best in the world. Right here.
One
Number
click
one.
to
Number
the
one in the
left.
world.
5 seconds. 110.
I mean, how? How do they do it?
6 pass.
Absolutely. And don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying you have to 3-bet ace-queen in Spelunzani's shoes. I'm not saying that it's even what you should do most of the time. But under these circumstances, it might work out great for him if he can somehow find a way to get away from it.
This is going to be a great loss for him. I mean, like one of the best losses he could have had.
Ace-queen, definitely a drawing hand.
X-Elephant says Spelunzani doesn't buy this. He's going all in. We got Tomas to act first. Ditches the sevens. Spelunzani, once again, suffering from the fact that Adrian Mateos is to his direct left. And Johnny Faces
straight in the bin.
Puts him straight in the bin. And he's like, guess what, Adrian? You don't get to see my faces. You haven't earned it. You've been rude to me all day. You've been punishing me on my direct left. And you don't get to see my Johnny Faces right now.
If you don't love me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Yeah, good fold, by the way, especially because, I mean, clearly the kid's frustrated. So to be able to still make decisions like that and not do what Elephant predicted is still somewhat admirable.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's anybody that you're going to level yourself into getting ace-queen all in against, it's going to be someone like
Mateos. You think could be just like picking a spot there.
I would say, thankfully, though, it was UTG, then +1, then +2, which is a particularly hard spot to encounter a lot of weird Mateos. I'm just being wild with any 2 random cards situation.
Could you please give me some water of yours? Because I finished once. Finished mine. Okay. Bit of expensive water for me, but still good.
I can order.
95?
Thank you.
95. 7 raise 95.
If you want something, let me know. I have the free drinks.
Yes, some chips I want.
I like listening to these Italians talk.
Some chips.
One pass.
Just 100 is fine.
You have to fight for it.
I have to?
Yeah.
You also have.
It's not easy.
You also have.
I love seeing the soft side of Adrian Mateos.
But it's a real thing. What is it?
A rare matador smile.
I've always wondered how much of the English commentary he hears and is aware of. First of all, his English is perfectly fine these days, but it wasn't always.
I didn't realize that.
Really come a long way. I'm pretty sure, maybe he was just quieter back then, but I'm pretty sure that his English has gotten dang near perfect over the years. But he always kind of gives me like a little smile when I see him out. So I think that he is aware of the gushing things we say about him.
My bad. My bad. It's just because I never touch cards until it's my turn. Habit. My bad.
6-7 pass.
Maxime Chilot's going to play this. He likes the 9 of clubs, I guess.
I think there are probably a fair number of high-stakes pros that we see like almost every single EPT who have like never watched more than like 20 seconds of
I
this
would have to
podcast.
assume that look, they probably do watch it or at least get the hand histories and analyze it, but they may not be listening to the if you're Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, would you listen to Chet Hanks do commentary over your symphony? Queen 10-6, the flop here. Double gutter for Chill Out.
Such a good question. I mean, scholars have tussled with that quandary for generations.
25,000.
This bet should get it done. Spallanzani just continues to get beat about the head and shoulders by every flop, turn, and river. Tom, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart wasn't deaf. That was Beethoven. Because Huff used to do this bit. He'd be go, here's my impression of Beethoven doing a concert in Cleveland.
5 seconds.
Cleveland, let me hear it! I can't hear you! Shout out Scott Huff, my original poker comedy partner.
Goodness me, that's a good one.
No Spicy says, that's not what deaf folks sound like. Yeah, they more sound like, and he spelled deaf, D-E-F, so they more sound like white people be crazy. Deaf comedy jam people.
Most deaf.
Most deaf doesn't really sound like that either, no.
No.
7 pass. 8 pass. 10 pass.
Because they know such things as halfway crooks.
Yeah, most deaf's pretty great.
6-1 with 35,000.
All right, here we go. 8-6 of clubs this time for Joao Tomas. Hey, Johnny Faces. You're going to like this one, buddy boy.
Yeah, Will Pull, you're right. That was Mob Deep. My bad.
Oh my God. This guy's confusing Most Def and Mob Deep.
I know. What a donkey.
Wow, Ricardo Stillard dropping 2 jacks in the hole reference from 2007 probably with a bit that would most certainly get me canceled today. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, Ricardo, for reminding me of that. Reminding me of why I can never release the archives of 2 jacks in the hole. Yeah, Miss Fat Booty. That's a Most Def track.
I will be updating my playlist accordingly this evening, guys. When I return tomorrow, I'll be a better commentator for it, and I won't let you down again. I apologize.
You will have all of the Mob Deep songs. Pocket Queens for Benjamin Heath.
6-10 with 30,000.
I will be a Moss Def super fan.
Isn't Mos Def the bar from Star Wars where Luke Skywalker meets Han Solo?
On Mos Eisley?
Oh, that's the Mos Eisley Cantina. My bad. You'll never see a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Indeed, indeed.
10 for deuce. Boyka with a strong chance of running down these ladies.
Oh, he did mathematics as well. Sure.
Eduardo says Ben Heat is a premium hand magnet. I like that. Ben Heat. I think I said it earlier, but I still like it now. That's 25,000.
Oh, baby, oh, baby. He's going to get some action here. Diamantes are not going to fold yet.
I love the fact that Alexei Boyka, who won this event the last time we held it 9 years ago, still in the mix with 26 players left to go.
I will say it again as well. This hoodie is super dope. And I wish I could pull that kind of thing off. I'm not sure I'm a streetwear kind of guy, Joe.
What is streetwear? That?
I think that's considered streetwear.
That's
sure.
a designer.
Designer hoodies.
I mean, that's a very expensive jacket if my eyes don't deceive.
Streetwear can be very expensive if it, it can be designer streetwear.
I guess I'm thinking of things where
streetwear doesn't mean you're homeless.
Well, no, I'd be thinking like a street taco is like the opposite of that. And Ben lays up on the 6 of clubs turn. Boyka does the betting for him. Boyka now also picks up a straight draw to go with the diamond draw. Eduardo, who had a good comment with Ben Heat, now says raise is the play. Eduardo, you are correct, sir. And he has just made it incredibly expensive for Alexei Boyka to see the river.
He tried to do a little sneaky lead on the turn.
He tried to do a little sneaky lead on the turn and got punished.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ben jumping on this one. You don't want to let him get away with it, but does have a gut shot to go with that draw as well as the diamonds.
Brandon asks, is overbet still as profitable in ICM as it would be in Chip EV? You know, you need to chill out a little bit. Why don't you just check out my home movie? It's called Stroke of Genius. The question is a little too deep for this broadcast, Brandon.
5 seconds.
Boyka is determined to see this river card.
Yep, he paid his price. He's going to see it.
Ben Heath needs to fade. And does. Boyka misses it all. Not a particularly scary card, not really a card I think that Boyka would be able to bluff. 5-7 gets there. Not super likely Boyka has 5-7 in this spot as he checks to Heath.
And now, decision here as to whether or not we want to bet again. Like, Queens is a great hand. Your opponent did lead the turn, which they're allowed to do some of the time with a hand like 3-5. 3-5 suited is not a ridiculous defend from that position. Don't forget, guys, from the big blind facing that one open for a small price. However, you know, a lot of the stuff that we got value from on the turn hasn't improved and isn't going to call. I don't know if this is how Boyka would play a 10. You know what I mean? I don't think he calls flop and then leads turn small. So that's one of the combinations we would expect to get value from by, you know, betting this river. Let's see how Ben Heath feels. This still might be good enough for him to go for more value. Or has he decided that the raise on the turn was sufficient? Because this is definitely going to be a close one, I think. Yeah, he's going for it. Nice.
C10 bet 340,000.
A virtual all-in from Ben Heath. Boyka cannot call and cannot bluff. Lays it down. I mean, look, I'm no. Who am I not?
You're not many things.
I'm no Plenopads. I'm no, what's that guy's name? Patrick Leonard. But I think that hand was masterfully played.
I think so too.
By Ben Heath.
I think so too.
Just so sick. Just knew exactly where he was at. Knew to get the check raise in there. Knew to give the wrong price to draw. Somehow fades it, which is the hardest part for most of us.
Yeah.
To dodge 25% equity. Ben Heath, superstar of the game. Do you agree that I'm no Patrick Leonard?
I would agree.
How dare you?
I would agree with you that you know Patrick Leonard.
35. C5 raise 35,000.
But I would also agree with the statement that Patrick Leonard is no Joe Stapleton.
Few are. I can only think of a couple of guys who are Joe Stapleton.
True.
Boosiv says, I haven't watched much poker, but I don't recall seeing these 99% bets instead of all-ins happening this much before. Did it become more common, or was I just sleeping? I think probably a little bit of both. It's been around for a while now.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I want to say 2017, 2018 is when I started noticing it a little bit more. Brzezinski versus Mateos. Top pair for Brzezinski in the big blind. Second pair for Mateos on the button.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty natural progression. When players just became more sophisticated and more aggressive, you know, it meant that you could extract more value with larger bets because, you know, people had to start calling you for larger bets because you were bluffing at such a high frequency, and it's just how the game moved along. And
oh, sorry, top and bottom pair for Brzezinski. All these people who like to chime in and go, it's two pair, Joe. But he's also got one pair.
True.
And let's see. You banned. And he's got two pair mate from Freddie G Poker. You banned. I mean, when you got to throw the mate in there, very condescending. You banned. Thank you for your comments. Mateos calls the raise. A little check raise in your face now, Adrian Mateos. Eight of spades on the turn. That's right, the Barna Rider. It's Chacho Friday. Brzezinski checks. Mateos. He ain't gonna risk getting check raised again, right? You can't. I mean, this would just be reckless. This would be an affront.
An affront to poker.
90.
Oh, he does, though.
Hello.
You can't predict this, fella. I certainly can't. You know why? I'm no Patrick Leonard.
Yeah, that's true.
That's 90,000. This has got to be just as confusing to Brzezinski as it is to me. Kit Kayumi says he called the raise because he has the ace of hearts. Well spotted. And this time Brzezinski just calls, so Adrian Mateos kind of the moral winner no matter what at this point. There is the queen of hearts. Now Mateos does not make a straight, but oftentimes holding the ace of hearts, a player will realize that they can represent the flush. Now, if I were a Patrick Leonard, I might know whether or not Adrian Mateos is going to turn this pair of nines with the ace of hearts into a bluff, but I am not. So I will just wait to see what happens. No, he checks back, takes the showdown value.
Nice hand. Brzezinski. Do you think this is a good match for that jacket that he's wearing?
Real close. I think that's a great match, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it. Pretty dope.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I need a break from this table. Too intense. Let's see something a little less... No, this is going to be pretty interesting, too. We're on a pre-flop hand here. Adria Kalonga. And your boy, Zhao Wijaming. So Kalonga made it 30,000. Jiaming 3-bet to 100,000. Kalonga made it 260,000. That is a 5-bet. A little clicking war happening here. 5 bets have gone in, 470,000 in front of Wijaming. Back on Kalonga, who folds. Pretty spicy pre-flop pot. Zhao Jiaming has been pretty fun to watch since we started this tournament a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bit of a wild card. Love seeing players doing their own thing, finding their own style.
King, Jack 8. Shaloud versus Boyka. Everybody misses. No one's even got a spade. Joel, Boyka's got ace, king, queen, jack high. You said he's got nothing. He's actually got...
Oh, gosh.
Shaloud checks. Boyka, the razor, checks back. Turn card. It's another 8. Everyone's got a pair of 8s now. No.
Technically, everybody's got they're called board community cards, Joe.
1 pair. Shaloud checks again. Oh, Charles, you almost got banned. He just wrote "chill out."
Uh-oh.
I was hovering, and then he goes, "That is his name." Yes,
I
yes,
see.
it is.
See, nobody puts Joey in a corner.
Nobody tells me to relax. Check, check. Hey, it's another 8.
Technically, everybody has trips now, Joe.
Trip 8s. Ultimate Texas Hold'em. Everybody gets paid. Let's go. Put it on the board.
Are we gonna turn 7 high into a bluff on a board where it's really hard to get people to fold? Nope. Just check it a river. I think I did manage to find this hoodie that he's wearing, but I don't think I can find it for sale because it's kind of rare. It might have been an older season. And again, I don't even know why I'm looking because I probably wouldn't spend that much money on a beautiful Gucci tracksuit jacket.
Quads. Not bad.
Quads. I don't believe him. You remember that scene in Molly's game where player X gets his opponent to fold the nuts?
Right. Yeah. If only they had somebody helping them advise on how that should have played out.
I actually remember hating that scene when I saw it in the theater and thinking it was so stupid. And then when I rewatched it, I was like, I kind of get what they're going for. That he's so persuasive and so charming and has such an aura about him that he can get someone to fold the actual nuts.
Yeah.
Costas Nicolaou says, Joe, give us another hello, my babies. No, sorry. Not doing it. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your request.
Boyka makes it 35,000 with ace, queen, pocket deuces for Ben Heat.
And he's in the big blind.
The H is O. The heat is on.
The heat is on. The heat is on.
That's an entire song about how your dad wants you to close the front door in wintertime. 8-5 Trey.
See, I always find the deuce is a tricky one on this flop because you will just have the best hand a ton against the cutoff opening range. And I always think to myself, maybe I overfold in these spots. Let's see how Mr. Heath proceeds. It might even just go check on the flop,
check,
honestly.
buddy. Yeah, just check.
We don't need to go wild. Yeah.
Checkity checked. 10 on the turn. Trells writes back in to say, actually, one of the players from that film was supposed to represent Tobey Maguire. He was the douchebag one in that film. Charles, I know that you can't possibly know this, but Michael Cera is actually a buddy of mine, plays Player X in the movie, and he's been on the Poker in the Years podcast where we spoke to him extensively about that role. So I'm well aware of who Player X is supposed to represent. But thank you for your comment.
Such a sick brag, dude. I'd love to meet Michael Cera one day.
I haven't spoken to him in years, so I don't know how much I can really claim that we're buddies, but...
I mean, a lot, technically.
Although one of our mutual friends said that he's moved to London and that he'd really like to hear from me, so maybe next time I'm in town I'll give him a jingle. 4 spades on board after no betting action since before the flop.
Does Mr. Heath want to bluff?
The Heath is on.
Those puppy dog eyes.
I know. Piercing. Thank you, Ed K, for putting the link to the podcast in chat.
You know what? Let's get that on Twitch, too.
As Heath checks for a 7th time this hand. Boyka is going to attempt to bluff. I think Ben Heath could call it sometimes.
He has overbet the river.
I think Beth Heath.
Beth Heath.
I think Ben could sniff this out. This would be so sick. I mean, small pot, but
this would be so savage.
It would be so sick.
It's a very polarizing river situation, isn't it? Overbet? Nah, that's understandable.
It's Ross Keeley says, watching this stream while manufacturing shoulder replacements from titanium if you need one, Joe. I don't know how you know this, but my shoulder has been bothering me for like 6 months. I'm at the age where I get injured while I'm sleeping. And so I just wake up with shoulder pain almost every day. I'll take one. How much for installation?
By the way, Joe, if you give your friend Michael Cera a belt in London,
yeah,
and you meet up with him and you don't text me, I'm going to be so mad at you.
Hey, Michael, would you mind hanging out and meeting, I don't know, 40 or 50 of my friends that really want to?
Just one.
All right, buddy, you're first in line.
Yes. You know I'd be cool, though. I wouldn't be like a weird, like, oh, man, I wish I didn't invite Nick to meet Michael Cera. It's like super weird.
I think you would be cool.
Yeah.
But there's lots of people that I thought would be cool in those situations and have not been cool.
I totally, I can imagine. Absolutely.
Strongbow says, I'm watching this stream in pipe fitting on a government boiler and installing 8-inch valves. That sounds like a scene from my movie, Stroke of Genius.
Stroke of Genius, the new smash hit. Literally.
Yeah, would smash hit. King 9 of Hearts was the hand that caused Alexei Boyka to open this pot has been 3-bet from the button by Chilau. Not really a position people are screwing around too often.
True.
Getting out of line with 3-bets.
I think he can still call here, though.
Boyka is going to call dominated.
Yep. And he's looking to improve his hand here because we are domination situation currently.
6-4-4. Ace-king continues to crush. Boyka hitting only a heart. Rodrigo says frozen shoulder's a real problem. Get that looked at, Joe.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and fire here.
$75,000. Alexi, I know that you want to win this tournament, but you can let this one go. And he does.
Yep. He's good at that. He's good at winning the pots when he can, getting away from it when he can't.
I need our hand, real hand.
Let's have a peek
Give me a
out
good
into
one.
the field. A couple other tables in play besides this one.
Big blind.
Malacca style, Juan Pardo. Still in it. Sabado Noche en Vivo. That's Juan Pardo as opposed to Don Pardo. For the three of you out there who get that joke. That's a bet of 200,000. Playing against Gerard Rubiralta.
A Ruby.
Ralta. Oh, he looks so sad. My Chemical Foldmance? I don't know. We were out late. Ralta does fold. Juan Pardo. Stacking chips as usual, Malacca style.
One pass. Four pass.
We've got a real hand over here. Chilau open with ace, jack of diamonds, has been 3-bet from the button by Ben Heath, which I said is a place where people usually aren't screwing around.
That's true.
And we are going to the flop in a 3-bet pot. No ace on the desk. 2 black kings faring quite well on this 9-trade deuce 2 club board.
Mr. Heath, it is time. Let's get some more chips in the middle. I'm thinking like 80K would be cool. How big does he want to make it here? A little bit smaller, 60K instead.
Turn cards, a 7 of clubs. Things get even better for Ben Heath with the king of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, and he's obviously picked a nice sizing here to entice even the ace-jack of diamonds to stick around, right? That 60K designed specifically to, you know, get maxed from when your opponent is going to get kind of coolered here, but also to even encourage some of these combos to stick around for a bit longer.
Seconds.
180.
180,000.
And this should shut this hand down. 180,000. Just a
half potter on the turn.
Just an absolutely miserable board.
Half a Harry.
This is a board that makes you want to say, leave Korean Jesus alone. Got
pot.
better shit to do. Korean shit. Man, oh man, we have got some casualties. Gerard Ruberalta with actual genuine reason to be marching off in the Black Parade. He has been eliminated. Oh, there's a smile. You love to see it. Naruto. And Graf Tackle. Aw.
What?
Jans Arens. Out in 25th place. Oh, I kept saying the final 3 tables, but I think that wasn't true until right now. Now we're at the final 3 tables.
You said before that there is redraw and it's run dependent. You said something about that?
Yeah, I was saying that some people will play.
This is the table that's going to be
4.5
breaking.
hours in a row, the same player on the TV table.
Oh, the TV.
And it's like a disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Because
I mean, it's like not very nice with lights and stuff. People see your cards on the stream.
Yeah.
You can't have your phone. Like.
Good observation. You have a point. No, I agree. I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's it's not the best.
This is the table that'll be breaking, but there is still a hand in progress out there. We're going to cut out there in a second.
We're going to break tables, and two people will come. 2 or 3 people will come back.
This is good. You saved the small blind.
This has been a fucking disaster of a trip. It's like playing in Vegas.
Oh, Ben. Sorry, we're not Triton, Ben.
Good observation when I said that.
That's why I told them.
He was dying.
So bad.
But now he made me die because
that's why. No, it's like that.
Oh my goodness, yes.
There he is.
Tom Axel Bedell has raised this turn. Deuce, Trey, Jack, 6, 2 diamonds out there. Playing against both Mihailo Ostash. Action right now on Georgios Onesforu. Onesforu calls. So we're still going 3 ways after a raise on the turn, and that river is the 9 of hearts. Does that really make anything? I don't think so. Doesn't complete a flush. Doesn't make any straights that weren't already there. Deuce, Trey, 6, 9, Jack in ascending order. Ostash, first to act. Checks. Onesforu checks. Tom Axel Bedell.
Axel Rose.
Be checking. Ostash shows Jack of diamonds, 9 of diamonds. That's top 2 pair. And it is good.
How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go?
Good. I could have got. Oh no.
I take it.
Bye, Felicia. I could have gone longer with that, guys, just so you know.
I think 265.
Story of your life.
But I was starting to annoy even myself. So we're going to take the break 6 minutes early. While the redraw happens, then we'll come back. We'll play those 6 minutes. We'll play the entire new level. This was the feature table. We don't know what the feature table is going to be after this because we're putting all the players in a tombola and mixing them up. We'll have some of these same players probably back up on the stage, but who knows? We're having a little shuffle of the players. Smallest stack at that table was Johnny Faces. Hopefully we will stick with him. As I said, we're going to take a 20-minute break for now, but when we get back, more from EPT Malta Day 4 when we return.
Bilic is raised with 10-6 of clubs. 9-6 for Neil Farrell.
New blinds, right?
Can leave 300, I don't mind.
Farrell is dominated, but defends. Well, that's top pair for both players. Bilic's kicker is best.
Top pair versus top pair. Even a weak top pair means that usually a few bets are going in.
Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Bilic continues for 300,000.
Come on, Neil.
He calls. The turn card is an 8. Bilic is now a 93% favorite. Farrell checks for a second time. Bilic about to bet for a second time. That's 625,000.
I said a few bets are going in. Bets 1 and 2 have gone in. Neil's run pretty good today, and in the spots where he hasn't, it hasn't hurt him too bad.
He calls the bet. We go to the river, which is the 9 of diamonds. Farrell hits a 3-outer.
Sorry, I meant to say he doesn't ever run bad.
9-8.
6-9.
It's been checked to showdown.
Oh, it's the river card.
Needed it?
Yeah.
Bilic loses another significant pot.
It's been that kind of day for me today and yesterday.
And Farrell's rail are loving it.
He's deserved a victory for sure, and this could be the one. But it's going to be a lot of hard work to be done. And the player that he's up against is quite good. He's got a lot of experience online, played a lot of hands. They've got a lot of history between them, so it's anyone's game. If he wins today, for sure, we're going to be out drinking tonight. Probably be back into the hotel for about 8 in the morning.
Yeah, because if he finishes second, I'm sure you guys will all be in bed by 9.
Well, Bilic has raised and Farrell is dominated again.
He's certainly not folding this, though, so if he is thinking about it, he's probably thinking about a 3-bet. He's dominated, but luckily for him, it's probably not going all in pre-flop.
He re-raises to 725,000. Bilic calls.
Plenty of chips in the middle to kick this hand off.
The flop is ace, ace, 10, so both miss. Farrell may try to represent something.
I think he has to.
Here's a continuation bet of 425,000.
Oh man, Bilic reaching for chips with 8 high. I love it. Now some poker's being played.
Bilic calls.
That might have been a little too quick of a call, though. With an ace, maybe he slows down just a little bit.
Well, Bilic pairs his 8 on the turn. Farrell with a gut shot, drawing to a 9.
I guess an 8's your dream card when you float with 8 high?
Neil bets again, 1.3 million.
Well, now you got a pair. It'd be silly to fold. I think you got to call here and just pray for a cheap showdown.
Looks like Bilic is calling. So we got 4.9 million in the middle. Bilic has less than 4 million behind. The river card is a 5 of clubs. That changes nothing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Neil's only got two options here. Give up or pull the pin.
All in.
He pulls the pin. He shoves on Bilic.
He pulled the pin and he swallowed it.
And Bilic is forced to fold the best hand.
Neil Farrell is such a nut, he wouldn't be allowed in a school lunch.
The maces. The maces on the flop.
Maces, man.
Now, was that an example of Neil Farrell the genius or Neil Farrell the madman?
Genius, madman, genius, madman. Somebody slap me, and then him. So easy for Bilic to have an ace there, but he didn't somehow.
Wait till you see that one.
Well, we've seen it, and this just said Neil Farrell is officially looking for new backers.
What? I went all in.
I get the sense that no one on Neil's rail is paying attention.
They could at least pretend to pay attention.
Well, Farrell has now opened up a commanding chip lead. Bilic looks down at 8 deuce of hearts. He raises.
Probably fine, heads up.
Neil was 6-5.
Totally, totally, totally.
He defends. Wow, Farrell pairs his 6. Bilic flops a heart draw.
Hearts versus a pair. Some more chips are going in.
Farrell has checked. Bilic is c-betting his draw, 300,000.
Now, I've seen Neil get pretty nuts with nothing, but this is a something, and I'd be pretty shocked if he did anything other than just call.
There's the call.
I'm not shocked.
Here comes the turn. And Farrell improves to 2 pair. Bilic now has an open-ended straight draw to go with his flush draw.
There's some real check raise potential here if Bilic bets again.
Neil has checked for a second time.
With all of Bilic's draws and ways to get there, I don't see how he doesn't bet this.
Yeah, he's going to bet again. 650,000.
Like I said before, this pot is huge. There's tons of draws out there, so I'd not be at all surprised to see Neil play for all of it right here.
He's counted out a call. No raise from Neil Farrell. We're going to the river.
Just calling, hoping for a river barrel. Big river coming.
It's the Queen of Spades. Bilic has missed completely. He's left with just 8 high. Neil checks again.
Giving Bilic the rope.
All in.
Bilic bluff shoves.
Went for it.
Quick count. Pretty sure I'm going to call. I just want to know how much it is.
This could be it.
2.55. I call.
Farrell calls.
You good?
And he wins EPT Malta.
He is good. He is champion.
Well played, man. Good game.
You too, man.
I had it like every time that last
Yeah,
level.
yeah. I was just getting crushed by
So,
the
yeah.
Good game, though.
Good game, boss. All right. Someone get me a beer.
Well done.
Go.
Yeah. Well done, man. Well done.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the two stacks.
Balea raising with 7-6 offsuit. Seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position. Heads up, you're going to be very aggressive. Jorgna with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400k. And we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3. So it's top pair for Jorgna. Balea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to c-bet very aggressively. You have gut shots, heads up, you're in position. You have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgna does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Balea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Balea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgna?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgna check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Balea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets if the spades start to fall. If your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hardigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Balea. And as I said, Jorgna now has the straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright. But of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Balea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check raised flop, Jorgna barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780k, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Balea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much.
So you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely actiony card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4 seemingly innocuous just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgna lead river after having called the turn from Balea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jorgna leading for 2.6. Balea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. and he's made it a size that Jorgnik just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgner's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card is the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgner. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgner just wants to try to get to showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn have bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgner obviously has a hand that can win at showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
He moves all in!
What?
And Balea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgner. He has so much showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Balea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly...
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And if/when Balea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania. We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Balea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event. Peter Jorgner is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Balea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for $1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What?
I just played the biggest pot of my life.
Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Well, a new episode of the Big Game on Tour will drop on YouTube on Sunday. Right now, we return to Malta with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, bringing you continuous coverage of day 4 of the main event as we play down to the final 2 tables. Right now, we are at 3 tables, and start of day chip leader Tom Axel Bedell is still #1 on the leaderboard. Just ahead of Juan Pardo. Alexei Boyka, the reigning Malta champion, still in the top 5. And this will be our new feature table, headlined by Boyka. And we see Zhao Zhiming return to the main stage. Nicola Spallanzani, the shortest stack at this table with 23 bigs. We still have A few minutes left to play on level 21. Blind still 10,000, 15,000 with a 15k big blind ante. In around 5 minutes, we will roll straight in to the next blind level. 24 players remaining, which means the current payout is 22,250 euros. Six-figure scores for the top 7, more than $750,000 for the winner. This tournament playing down to a champion on Sunday. Tomorrow, we play down to the final table. Sunday is when it concludes, so that means you've got the rest of today, 2 more days of live streaming on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels from the Maltese leg of the EPT. And a reminder, there is more live poker coming up after we wrap in Malta. There are 3 PokerStars Opens taking place between now and the end of the year. Now granted, you can't play all 3. You're going to have to choose between Maryland and Manchester. But everyone could make it to Cannes. EPT Prague finishes. And then we have the last PokerStars live event of the year. Cannes in the south of France, December 16th through 21st. And of course, those 2 European stops, the Opens in Manchester and Cannes. Opportunities for you to earn points for the PokerStars Live League. And if you are on the other side of the water and thinking of going to Maryland, don't forget that we return to Resorts World this November for the 3rd time in 3 years. The NAPT is back, and this time there's a 50k super high roller in addition to the 5k main event. Only a 1-day stream from Vegas. We're going to be broadcasting the final table of the main event on Wednesday, November 12th. But on the previous 2 days, we will be filming a 3rd season of the Big Game on Tour. That's exciting, isn't it? And of course, the Spin and Go Championship Live is returning soon. Early 2026. It'll be at EPT Paris in February. Should highlight that you can qualify now. The qualification process has started, and 81 qualifiers will be going to Paris next year, competing for a slice of the 300,000 euro prize pool with 100k guaranteed for the champion. And after all that, I think we might be ready to get the action restarted here in the main event. I am James Hartigan, and I am yapping with Lappin, thrilled to be joined by Maltese resident David Lappin.
That's right. I usually blag my way into this commentary box with my Irish passport, but I've managed to show my Maltese residence card this time round.
Crucially, you have relevance, David. You also have relevance in the sense that you are a contender in the PokerStars Live League. We've seen the top 10s. Your name is down there.
Yeah, that's generous, I think. Maybe 9th or 10th. I don't think I have much of a chance now. It looks like David Doherty and a few of those guys up the top are going to compete for the low leaderboard, which is the only one I'm in any way contention for. What an epic preamble, by the way. That was at least 7,000 words as we brought into the show. I was very impressed by all of that.
That's what happens when the players aren't back from break in time. Well, David sat alongside me, but joining us live via satellite from Montreal in Canada, we also have Griffin Benja. Hello, Griffin.
Good afternoon, good morning, Jimmy, Dave. How are you enjoying Malta?
Good, thank you. I should have really referenced you as a former temporary Maltese resident, because you spent, what, 3-4 months here back in 2016?
I did. One of my first commentary jobs. Really got to know the island very well.
I think there's a plaque on the wall in one of the local boozers here in Patchville with your name on it still.
Yeah, Beluda Bar. Drop my name, might get a free drink.
My favorite story from those Global Poker League days is that initially Griffin was sharing an apartment with Sam Grafton, which was, well, what, Griff? 48 hours, 72 hours before Grafton went in and went, "Oi, Dreyfus, I want my own place."
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, look, you can say what you want about what it might be like to live with me, but when you're commentating with someone all day, I don't care who you are, you don't also want to live with them. I mean, imagine if you had to share a hotel room with Joe Stapleton every stop.
I mean this with all the love in the world, Griffin, but even if I wasn't commentating with you, I still wouldn't want to live with you.
You stars guys have such luxury. I share a bed, don't mind a room with Darragh O'Carney on all the trips I go on.
So action has restarted. A reminder that we are still at the 10K, 15K blind level. So this is a new lineup on the main stage. And we've seen a raise from Luis Faria with 10-7 of diamonds. The reigning champ, Alexei Boyka, in the big blind. And we've highlighted, David, that there is the possibility of Boyka defending his title 9 years later. There's also the possibility of Tomasz Brzezinski making back-to-back EPT final tables.
Yeah, Brzezinski is actually the story I'm most interested in at the moment, because with the greatest respect to that man, I have played a lot of bowl comps with him on this island. And suddenly, out of nowhere, that amazing EPT Barcelona result, 4th place, as I recall, for about $500,000. He came straight back to the island to almost win the Sigma poker event in Portomaso Casino. And now here he is back in the final 24 once again. So sort of like I don't want to say journeyman, but someone who didn't really play poker at particularly high stakes until recently is having a real breakout year.
Luis Faria playing 555,000. Just shy of 40 big blinds. Blinds will go up in 5 minutes' time. And just to clarify the plan for today, Griffin, just in case you weren't aware, obviously we're trying to get down to 16 players, but the plan is to play 4 levels, this being the 3rd of those 4 levels. So let's say, you know, sorry, this is the 2nd. We're about to roll into the 3rd. You take my point. There's going to be one more session after the final break of the day. Even if we're at 17, 18, we'll just say, fine, come back tomorrow and play down to 6.
I'm hearing what you're throwing down, James.
Is it Benja approved?
It's Benja approved. You guys are doing great work over there. I'm like the eye in the sky. I've been keeping an eye on everything, overseeing everything. It's good to get little updates like this, you know.
And again, just for the avoidance of doubt, if it wasn't Benja approved, we wouldn't give a monkeys. We'd still go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I feel like we can be much braver with taking our pot shots against Griffin now that he's not here to give us a dead arm.
Oh, no. I haven't changed at all. This is if he was sat right next to me, it's exactly the abuse he'd be getting. Don't worry. So Brzezinski opening ace-5 suited. Spallanzani in the cutoff with ace-queen. Announces all in, shoving for just shy of 25 bigs. And that shove gets through.
Yeah, depending on dynamics there, not unreasonable to construct a 3-bet non-all-in range there, but I think with creeping ICM, as we obviously have now with 24, sort of do approve of the jam there, even though it's a big jam.
Powerful.
So earlier, we saw Nicola Spallanzani lose about half of his chips by making an ill-advised big blind defend with ace-7 offsuit and then calling down Adrian Mateos, who'd flopped 2 pair. Again, doing nothing to help the reputation of the cursed hand known as the Spraggy.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant for the coverage that we're seeing. Guys like Mateos, Juan Pardo, Ben Heath, Maxime Chilo, I know, is on one of the other tables as well. He's had an incredible last couple of years, real breakout star too. All in the mix here, and you know, likely to get to maybe 2 tables because they've all got chips right now.
Now, I was wondering why I recognized the name Luis Faria. I'm not as bad as Joe, but my memory isn't as good as it used to be. And thank you to Ruksha for reminding me. He was the 2022 W Coupe main event champion. His raise has been flattered by Tony Kalkoa in the big blind. We have an ace-4 flop. That's pretty decisive in Faria's favor.
Yeah, almost awkward for Faria here. You know, you feel like you have to fire the bet. It has to be as small as it can possibly be. Aware that it's likely not to get any action, but you still have to do it. It's just one of those spots where your range wants to bet, even if your hand would actually probably like to check.
Dan Cowell watching on YouTube says, it's been a proper minute since I watched the EPT. Welcome back, Dan. Has it always had a shot clock at this stage? I mean, not always, but certainly for the last 6, 7 years since we introduced the concept of a shot clock. It's brought in at the start of day 3. This is now day 4. So yeah, for the rest of the tournament, it will be played with that shot clock. 15 seconds on your first decision pre-flop, 30 seconds on all subsequent decisions, with time bank cards distributed at the start of each day. You bag any cards you don't use and carry them over to the next day.
Just want to be safe, you know? Better safe than penalty.
What I love is, just from a spectator's perspective, is the evolution of the time bank cards, how they went from being paper to plastic. Then we thought, oh, is it too confusing that time bank cards look too much like the playing cards, so let's make them time bank chips. Oh, that's even worse, because now people can think when someone throws in a time bank chip, they're making a single chip call. I feel that these plaques that we have now are probably like the best, you know.
No, and that was revealed. It was a Sam Solrell hand from a few years ago that sort of revealed that problem most dramatically. In fact, I think Ben Heath might have been in that hand, as I recall.
Raoul is asking for a shout out from Joe Stapleton. Well, you got 2 problems here, Raoul. The first being he ain't here right now. The second problem, even if he were here, he does not do shout outs.
I'm going to have to interject there, James, because for the right price, Joe Stapleton will do about anything. He has Cameo.
That's true.
So I would recommend you go on Cameo, find him. He's very, very affordable. I think he's one of the cheapest. I think he might have been the cheapest on there. So that would be my recommendation to you. Get something personalized, you know?
So a 50k continuation bet from Faria, who still has the best hand with ace high. Brzezinski with 2 overs and backdoor clubs working for him.
Yeah, I think with the double backdoor hand, you are compelled to at least stick around here. Maybe even take the aggressive line as Brzezinski. Interesting to see which way he goes. Oh, I'm surprised by that. Really didn't expect that. Thought we would at least get sticky. We have equity in a few buckets there. It's not out of the realm of possibility that our king-queen high is good as well sometimes.
Yeah, I think that was a result of the effectiveness of the bigger sizing there. We saw 2 previous hands from Faria, you know, betting 30k on that pot from the button to the big blind against Boyka, the min bet of 25k when he flopped the 3 aces, and this time, you know, having the range advantage, a board that obviously can hit the big blind fairly often, but deciding to go 50k into 85, I think it convinced his opponent there to maybe, you know, not float with hands like that, clearing out equity. So had he gone a little smaller, I think absolutely everything that Lappin said would have made it a very easy continue, whether that was a call or a raise. But, you know, early in the new level, that big size, you're kind of unsure and just going the safer route. I'm not surprised to see it, but again, I think there is definitely justification to even call that size with the king, queen of clubs.
Yeah, blinds are up. We're now playing 10k, 20k with the 20k big blind ante.
And Griff, to pick up on that strategy point there, and I think you've articulated it really, really well, do you feel sort of compelled to go for the larger sizing on that 9 high board texture? So as the player who has the betting lead, that you might only have a maybe 50 to 70% bet kind of in your arsenal there. You're not really going to ever fire out the 1/3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just makes the hand so much, not even just from your perspective, so much easier to play, but it's just more difficult, I think, and gets people a bit more gun shy in making moves. And yeah, it was really effective, I think.
Yeah.
So Jaming with the flush draw, we can only see one of Cologna's cards here. By the way, does this guy have it in his contract that when he's on the feature table, he has to be in the 1 seat? He's bet 30,000, called by Jaming, who now has a pair of 9s to go with the club draw.
Yeah, almost certainly pulled ahead here. I think we can expect Collage not to be opening the king 7 off from the cutoff, so Jaming should have the best of it with the turn 9.
And that is the queen high flush. So everyone watching convinced it's either sevens or ace-7. Doesn't really matter. Either way, you're losing.
Yeah, I think sevens is very likely. And that won't really be the target hand. Oh, Jimin going quite small here. Interesting. I thought we were going to see a larger bet, having completed the flush. This might be somewhat tempting. Only has to be good about 22% of the time.
No bluff.
No bluff, says Xiaoming. Colonia muck, so we'll just assume sevens. We'll just say sevens, why not? Xiaoming playing 1.5 million, 75 bigs. Average stack right now 1.1 million with 24 players remaining.
Yeah, interesting size selection there for sure. As Lappin remarked, I think, you know, we expect to see 2 barrels from a king a lot of the time there. So perhaps Xiaoming just thinking, well, I'm going to make it, you know, quite small here, either to get a crying call from a hand like what we assume is pocket sevens, because of the few bluffs that have missed, you know, the ace fours or the 4-6s or what have you, and then perhaps trying to entice a raise with the backdoor clubs coming in, you know, to try to get Xiaoming off a perceived, you know, king blocker type bet.
David 2 folds. It's round to Colonia once again. He's out. 10-3 off. No, thank you. Griffin, in Barcelona, we had a division of labor, and I spent the last few days working on the Spin and Go Championship Live. Obviously, you were still across the EPT main event coverage. What are your recollections of Tomasz Brzezinski?
I mean, just an excellent, very, very solid player. There's so many, you know, players that we know and that we've seen on the tour for a while. And, you know, we obviously are very familiar with the bigger names. But then you'll see these guys with all these very interesting, you know, names from these interesting places all over the world, often in Europe. And they just seem to play so well. And it's, of course, you imagine there's some shark online that have really cut their teeth. And I was, Brzezinski just played excellently, so I'm not surprised to see him with another deep run with a lot of chips.
Yeah, well, his button open, flattered by Faria, who has paired his 8 on the flop, facing a continuation bet from Brzezinski.
Yeah, fortunately for Faria, he's not so short that he's in that sort of, you know, check raise territory here. He can just proceed with call, and then it likely goes check on most turns now.
Queen on the turn, and Faria has checked.
It's like a far ahead, far behind situation for Brzezinski here with no draws on that flop. He knows he's up against most likely a king or an 8. A lot of the 2x would have folded pre. So even though he's going to take his time here, I don't know, like if an advanced blocker has any value. I don't think it really does, and he does check.
Board pairs on the river.
Yeah, I think there are also, you know, at least a couple of queens that might float to the small sizing on the flop as well. Something like, you know, queen, jack of spades or whatever. So I don't see a lot of merit in betting. You're just going to fold out the 8 and get called by the king or a turned queen. So pretty standard proceedings so far. And of course, the ace highs, I don't think are going to be turning their hands into a bluff that often on the river, so you shouldn't be too worried about, you know, something like an ace 9 call, ace 10, or something on the flop that would bluff river.
Can Thomas proceed for some value here? It looks like he's going to. Really good sense of where he's at here, trying to eke out another couple of blinds. This is thin, but it's very, very good. I think you're right, Griffin. Probably assuming that the King X would have bet himself. He only has to worry a little bit about that, maybe Queen Jack, as you mentioned, and does get that thin bit of value. Very nicely done from Thomas.
Really nice, yeah.
So Brzezinski is going to add 150k to his stack as Gambit Bandit submits a request on YouTube. Guys, can you please do a shout out to Dermot the Cucumber O'Reilly? He's not well and it would make his day. I told you we do not do shout outs. We will not mention Dermot the Cucumber O'Reilly.
I really want to know why he's nicknamed the Cucumber. And, well, lucky wife, maybe.
Maybe he's
or husband.
Or husband, sorry, yes, absolutely.
Maybe he's just a big fan of cucumbers.
Yeah.
Isn't it one of those foods where you consume, you spend more calories than you consume eating?
It could
or is
be.
that celery? It's one of the two anyway. It's mostly water.
I certainly only see a cucumber in my gin and tonic, so I don't...
He's a Hendrix man.
Maybe he's just a pool shark.
Oh.
But he probably would have spelled it differently. God, now I want to get good at pool, so that can be my pool nickname. Great, a new hobby.
Oh. A, I was thinking of celery. B, apparently it's a myth. There aren't any foods that do that. Great. That's ruined my day. I was having fun until that moment. So this was a button open from Xiaoming, flattered by Spallanzani in the big blind with 7-3 of strawberries. And that continuation bet is going to get a fold from the Italian.
Am I right in saying the last EPT Malta was in Portomasso and not
Yes, it was,
here?
correct.
Yes, okay.
This is the first time we've had the EPT at Casino Malta. It's confusing because we had the Malta Summer Festival for a couple of years, which was here.
Which was here also,
But yes, it's the first time the EPT's been here.
Hungry. Burger one. I want burger.
He wants a burger. Give the man a burger. And that last EPT Malta was won by Alexei Boyka.
That was 2016 and then Feraldo 2015, am I right?
So confusingly, there were two EPT Maltas in 2015. The first time we came here was in the spring, and that was when Jean Monturi won. Then we came back in October of the same year. Feraldo was the champion. Then back in October 2016, Alexei Boyka. This is only the fourth time we've had this event.
Oh. Lurking now, Jiaming, who has, I think, already a reputation for being a little loose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just flats. Wow.
Oh, you cheeky boy.
Praying for the squeeze here.
Yeah, 2 stacks behind between 20 and 30 big blinds. So I think that might be the utility of this flat. I mean, I think that it's would be way more standard to 3-bet in this situation, get more money in the pot. But
oh my goodness me,
I like that he's mixing it up.
I mean, pretty solid flop for Calqua with the diamond draw. Obviously, a 2-to-1 dog against aces, but he ain't going anywhere fast.
And this doesn't feel like a spot with the stack to pot ratio as deep as we have it that Jiaming wants to necessarily spring the trap immediately. It could get very murky. I think he wants to just maybe treat his hand like a bluff catcher all the way now.
Oh,
Oh
how
my.
gross is this?
Wow.
The pointy ace, the flush for Kalkua, the set for Jiaming.
What a card.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, you know, an incredible cooler of a situation, but I think Xiaoming is going to play it pretty defensively. Obviously, not in the form of a check pack where Kalkua to 2-check, but I don't expect to see any raising on the turn or the river unless the board pairs. So just going to probably lose a 3-street pot as long as the texture doesn't change on the river.
I rarely find it very hard to predict what this guy is going to do. He's taken some unconventional lines. You're probably right, Griffin, but I wouldn't rule out a raise. He has just called. We are going to the river. Which is the 6 of clubs, which does not pair the board.
Yeah, and Kalkua is just loving life here. I don't think too concerned about getting flush over flush here. This 9-9 flush is actually quite high. There's only 2 better ones since the ace, king, and jack are all on the board. So if you think about the kind of flats, you're not expecting queen 8 of diamonds really to call at the cutoff here, or, you know, any other queen X except, you know, the royal. So you can just bet super comfortably, never really expect to get raised. And imagine you're up against something like king jack or queen 10 of clubs, these hands that, you know, top end of range that might just call quite quickly, and we do see the quick call.
And the sigh from Jiaming as he loses a 1.26 million chip pot with top set. And that is going to take Tony Kalkua up over 2 million. He is now the biggest stack at this table with more than 100 big blinds.
As awful a spot that is for Jiaming there, obviously with the pocket aces, played trappily. Reason to believe that had he gone for the 3-bet pre, 9-7's the type of hand that might have well stuck around. That could have got way, way nastier. In fact, that might have been the last hand he played. So even though it's a sickener for the board to run out like that, by taking the passive line, maybe he, you know, saved himself.
Well, Daniel Lewis, who's watching on
it's one of
YouTube.
those-
Sorry, Griffin.
That's okay.
Daniel Lewis,
you can go ahead,
wants to tap into the Maltese expertise of Mr. Lappin. He says, David, I'm coming to Malta in a few weeks. What's better, the Battle of Malta or the Malta Poker Festival?
Wow, that's a very, very controversial question on this island. Oh, and now I'm in a tough spot because I'm pretty sure my sponsor...
Yeah, you're thinking about all the people that you know that organize both and like whose toes are you going to step on. You're screwed with this question, but come on, answer it. No diplomacy. I want to hear the real truth.
Do you know what? I'm going to give my honest take. My old sponsor sponsored the Malta Poker Festival, and it's a smaller festival, but I think it's a better run event overall. The event here in the Eden Complex, the Intercontinental Casino Malta setup, is a bigger tournament. Battle of Malta is bigger, but I do think it's a little messier. There's more alternate lists. In terms of quality of experience, I would choose the other, but if you want prize pool, you come here.
120.
That's my politician's answer.
Yeah, that was still pretty... no, it's good.
Choose your own adventure, I would say.
Love it.
Speaking of choose your own adventure, Boyka, you know, putting pressure, big time pressure on this shorter stack, and Spell and Zanny now has a really difficult decision because of how capable Boyka is, because we're just 24 people left in EPT Malta. And yeah, it looks like he's going to wave the white flag. And this is just another great example of what makes Boyka so good. Just been here before, knows which pressure points to hit.
I cannot see. I show you. No.
That was a very big sigh.
Man, I should not be, you know, arguing. That's it.
My first hand against you.
No, but you mentiroso.
I think
Mentiroso.
Spallanzani is basically saying now that with 15 bigs, he should just be open jamming and not giving players the opportunity to blow him off hands.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty reasonable. I don't think I've seen a guy more convinced he got bluffed while not actually going for it in quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's just tough. Like, you know, if you do shove there, you allow your opponents to play perfectly against you. You know, they're not always going to get Jack 6 off and decide to go for the 3-bet. You know, sometimes they're going to get King 8 off and defend, and you can cooler. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, there's just there's ways that it's really difficult to 4-bet shove there with the King Jack, but sometimes, you know, you're just up against an incredibly tough opponent that puts you in the blender and, you know, hits high speed.
Boyka completes in the small. Colonia raises from the big and gets a fold.
El instinto.
I know we're only 30 minutes or so into this frame, but worth noting, not a single bust out. It's obviously getting into that sort of cagier, ICM aware stage of things. It's also very deep still.
Yeah, and that's the thing that needed to happen. We remarked yesterday that, you know, if we were playing at a 50 big blind average, which is normally where we would be at this stage of an EPT main event, we would have finished yesterday with 45 players. In fact, we finished with 36. We were like a level ahead of ourselves. So did expect it to slow down, and in a way, we could play through this entire level without losing a player. It would still be deep and maybe back on track.
Yeah. These structures are just so great. And it's been so civilized for the players as well. Obviously, as you know, the bigger EPTs, Barcelona, Prague, you do have to play longer days to get down to it. But I think Toby just really realizing that he can give these guys a really nice experience, let them go home at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock every day.
Go out for dinner.
Yeah.
Spallanzani's raise with A6 being considered by Tony Calco, who has 9s in the big. Shoves on Spallanzani.
This poor man. He's just being treated like a rag doll right now.
He just said I should just open jam, and then this time he's like,
being a prep bully. Don't be bully with me, I'm a young guy. Don't be
I get the impression that
strong.
next time he is just going to ship. Well, to the outer tables where we find a hand between Juan Pardo and Ben Heath. Heath has bet 135k on the turn. The board, 5 of spades, 9 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. It's already straighty and flushy.
This is a real battle of the
And just to be clear, these are 2 of, perhaps maybe top 20, 30 tournament players in the world.
Oh, wow. 8 of diamonds on the river. It's now even more street flashy. And Ben Heath is going to check. Juan Pardo checks it back. Ben Heath shows 8-7. He turned a straight. Pardo with the queen of diamonds in his hand, rivered the flush. The pot gets pushed to Pardo. He is now up to 2.5 million, and Pardo is closing in on the chip lead.
It's a very dangerous man to have a big stack.
Oh, yeah.
At this stage of a tournament. Picking up on what Griffin said there, some would argue that Pardo is maybe the best young up-and-comer of the last few years. Jason Kuhn certainly expressed that opinion to me recently. Is very, very impressed by him. Obviously, Malacca style, I want to say.
Indeed.
Online is the moniker which strikes fear.
So this was Colonia's button open, called by both blinds, and it is the small blind who's flopped best. Thank you, Lasse, for your ridiculous false hypothetical. James, what would you do if you won the 750,000? I mean, assuming that I'd be competing in this tournament is amusing in and of itself. The prospect of me going deep and winning is even more ridiculous. Oh, and it's actually 760,000. But thank you for your question.
Just throw it on the pile, I assume he would.
So after it got checked around on the flop, Kalka's going to lead the turn as a 3-1 favorite. Brzezinski with a pair of 8s is going to call. Colonia's caught a piece, a pair of 3s, but it kind of feels a bit...
Yeah, I assume we're going to go heads up to the river.
And it is another 10, giving Kalka a trips.
Yeah, combinatorically now this is awkward for Brzezinski. He's going to face probably a large enough sizing, and he will be good on some occasions. Tough spot ahead for Thomas. Let's see what the number is. Do you ever bet more of the pot here, Griff? Go a little cheeky 1.2x?
I mean, it's a great spot to do it. The, backdoor hearts have bricked. You expect your opponent to have a lot of hands similar to what Brzezinski has, your 8-7s, your 9-8s. You're pretty polarized here. So yeah, we expect to see a bigger sizing, and he goes exactly pot. And Brzezinski instantly, dramatically flicks out all of those plaques, indicating that he's going to have quite a decision.
Any relevance to the 7 in his hand here?
Yeah. I mean, the nature of blockers, right? If it eliminates more, queen 7 offs, all those kind of hands. So, but yeah, it does make the call.
Yeah, you understand it. It's one of those spots when opponent goes polar like that with the big sizing. You are going to be good a decent chunk of the time here. No blame really there for Thomas. Rough river there. Feel like he could maybe have got away on the non-pairing 10 much more easily. But yeah, as I said, combinatorically just likely to be ahead a little bit more often with just the 8.
Kalka up to 2.6 million now, and poor old Spallanzani down to 275,000, playing fewer than 15 bigs now.
Yeah, an incredible surge this level. 2.6 milli.
Have you been back to the island since your time here, Griff, when you lived here for a while?
You know what? In my memory, I don't think so. No. Oh, you know what? That's not true. I had that's not true at all. One of my closest friends lives in Malta, so I've been back at least once to visit. But yeah, maybe make it back next year.
Boyka's open in the hijack with a 7. It's good enough.
Yeah, with good reason. I've obviously been hit up by quite a few people for some recommendations. I feel strongly like Malta's the kind of location where you can really do it wrong and you can do it well. If you can get a little bit of inside knowledge on the restaurants, you can eat really well, but there's plenty of tourist traps. This area that we're actually in, while obviously the event arena is fantastic. Patcheville's a little bit like adjacent to Magaluf, or one of those kind of horrible, maybe Spanish towns that are more designed for tourists to come and wreck the joint. So get out of Patcheville, I would say, if you are coming here. Take a day trip to Mdina, go see Valletta, maybe even do a boat trip. That's the way to really get the most out of this island.
I do feel a little bit guilty, and I do feel it's a little bit disrespectful that you gave us some excellent recommendations, David, on things to do and places to go. And what did I do? Stayed in Patcheville and ended up at a tourist trap hive. Griffin, Partigan was out last night. You missed it.
Oh gosh, love Jimmy Partigan. Yeah, there was a lot of birthdays to celebrate, right? In the crew.
Yeah.
Got even you out. That's not fair, actually. Jimmy's always up for a cheeky beer.
Boyka with the 9s. Raises to 40,000. Colonia, king 8 of clubs in the hijack. Kalkoa, ace jack.
Well, this one could get spicy for sure. Just call.
Thank you, Ed, for preempting potential spoilers. We've got Pranks watching on YouTube. Says, I'm here watching live. The guys are playing right in front of me. And Ed's saying, no spoilers. Remember, 30-minute delay on the stream. And we are going to go 3-way to the flop. 8-6-4, all spade. How does no one have a spade? What's going on here?
Yeah, a little awkward here for the original raiser. Going to be a high checking frequency on a monotone board here, out of position. But small size also occasionally deployed.
Classic, just double check it wasn't the jack of clubs. Nope. 40k C-bet.
Yes.
Wins Boyka the pot.
Yeah, such a relief to take that one down with one bet. Certainly a board that could often get a little bit messy. So what else is going on today, James? I know the 10k just started.
Yes, and this evening there is a charity tournament. And we were very kindly offered one seat, one ticket in the charity tournament between the three of us. So Joe, Nick and I drew straws and I drew the seat. So I'm going to be playing in the charity tournament tonight.
Nice.
Well, we have seen an elimination. Giuseppe Spitali just got KO'd in 24th place. He'll be the last player to cash for 22,250 euros. Everyone else is now locked up 25.5k. So that is the first elimination for a while, the first of this session. 23 now remain.
Great run by Giuseppe.
Morning.
Yeah, so when this level comes to an end, there'll be 90 more minutes to play, and I will hand over the reins to Joe. I'm going to leave him in charge. Always a dangerous thing to do. And I kind of feel guilty, because I'm going to be abandoning Maria. I'm going to leave Maria in Joe's company, and
40.
you think I'm tough on Griffin, you should hear how Joe is with Maria.
Tempter for Brzezinski, but I think we'll let this one go. Playing just 42 bigs there. Feels like much deeper, and maybe on the button you might want to speculate with something like that, but not in this spot.
Yeah, a bit tricky here with the 6-5 off. Really running out of chips. Just trying to flop some equity and seeing what happens.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I think that'll do.
Now, interesting, and I'll put this one again to you, Griff. You're looking to flop some equity and basically go with it, but actually this is quite a lot of equity. 2-pair, obviously bottom 2-pair, always a little bit vulnerable, but still a lot of hand up against an opponent who may not have even paired their hand. Does actually go, wow, check, check, and the ace on the turn.
Yeah, just I agree. A bit too strong to play this as anything as a check call where they're a bet for Spallanzani. Now, you know, checking again seems like the natural play with pretty much your entire range here, expecting a fair bit of ace-x type hands to check back this board some of the time and now start coming for some value. It is a bit strange, though, David, when you are faced with this bet, we can assume somewhere between 50 to 75,000. You know, do we just check raise here and get it in, or do we just call? I think that because we can expect, you know, a hand like Queen Jack or Queen 10 or, you know, 9-10 suited, whatever, to just make a standard very, you know, c-bet on the flop because we've missed. You would think that he's going to be way more weighted to aces that will only value shove brick rivers if you have a big enough ace. So maybe you just want to put the money in, and yeah, does and should expect to get a crying call from Kakua.
Yeah, and I think your analysis there of just how often it was going to be an ace-x that checked back the flop as well just means he has that target hand.
Oh, look at him, he can't look. I mean, he's got the best hand right now, but Kakua does have 7 outs. There are 7 cards that Spallanzani has to fade. An ace, a king, or a 10 would send him out of here.
Oh, the poor man, I'm feeling for him here.
I would 100% prank him here. If I was beside him, I'd be like, oh man, unlucky kid. Brick river.
Oh, not necessary.
Oh.
Oh, Spallanzani.
Oh, the counterfeit. The king on the river. And I kind of feel this kid has been tortured today. You can see it in his eyes.
I would have been so balanced too, right, Jimmy? I mean, like, I would have just done it if he actually did bust as well. So it's like the perfect bit.
Nicola Spallanzani did get the ladder, though. Just want to accentuate the positive. Gets more than 25,000 euros as he finishes in 23rd place.
No, I can't.
It's like, don't give the TD a bad beat. He doesn't want to hear it.
No.
Ok, 22esimo per 25.600 euro. Se devo andare a
Like, did you see what happened?
Back-to-back Italian eliminations.
I got it in with 6-5. Got it in with 2 pair. He rivers a king. I get counterfeited.
You speak Italian?
Body language was everything in that exchange.
Wow, wind at his back now. Kakua back on the horse.
Mean, he must be chip leader right now. He's closing in on the 3 million mark. I mean, if you're going to go on a heater at some point, this is the moment to do it, quite frankly. Outflopped here, though.
Yeah, it's a very awkward one here. I don't think we can fire a bet. Maybe we can fire one big blind and hope to just clear out equity against something kind of funky, like, I know, a 9-6 or something, but you just go with the check back, and two's probably feeling pretty good now.
Oh, yeah. Kings and 6s. 2 of the pairs, which will result in him leading the turn. For what looks like 75,000, yeah. 3/4 pot.
Yeah, look, between the 9-7 of diamonds hand and the ace-10 hand, I think the Finn can take this one off and just let him have it. Can't win them all, pal.
So roughly halfway through the level, and we've just ticked down to 21. That's because Petra Ionescu's just been eliminated. We just had that chat, David, about how, yeah, we would expect to slow down now, kind of maybe we'll get through this level with only one, and now just dum, dum, dum.
Yeah, and back up to above 60 big blind average.
Yeah.
Nice little wake up here for Faria.
Well, well, well.
The ladles.
Jack and Jill. Can she make it up the hill?
100,000 is the size of the 3-bet.
And Kalonj has the kind of hand you can certainly consider 4-bet shoving, David, but you know the positions aren't beautiful. You are raising under the gun. This is going to be a relatively strong 3-bet, but certainly some bluff still in there.
Well, you're right, Griff. It is the magic hand, isn't it? The ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited. They are the ones that will do it some frequency.
Yeah.
And there we go. You picked it.
Colonia shoves on Faria, who calls all in, gets it in good with jacks. Can he fade the ace?
Can the male model take down young Coppola?
So far, so good. And no hearts either. No wheel cards. Just has to fade the ace on the river. Does not want Barry Greenstein to make an unwelcome appearance right now.
Don't do it to me, Barry. Great shot. Look at that.
Look at
Cameramen and women doing it always so good.
That was absolutely brilliant.
So Faria doubles up through Colonia. And they trade
Let's
places.
just say it's not their first EPT.
Faria now up to nearly $1 million, hovering around 50 big blinds. Colonia drops down to 640K, playing around 30 bigs, with just over half the level left to play.
Gotta say, I would be worried about that amount of reflectivity on my glasses at a poker table.
Anytime we're able to get that shot, I'm always like, that player needs to be advised that's probably not the most sensible thing to wear at the table.
Speaking of, I just heard a rumor yesterday. Well, it's not like, I wouldn't call it a rumor. It was just like this speculation that
Where's this
perhaps
going, Griffin? Is this something we should discuss off-air beforehand?
No, not at all. It's all good. Trust me, it's all good. It's that Stu Unger had these reflective glasses that people are suggesting that maybe, you know, he's making all these 10 high calls before it was in vogue, and maybe it was something to, you know. I thought that was very fun little goss. I mean, it's probably ridiculous, but it's some podcast thing.
Yes, exactly, Tom. When you hear the words "trust me" come out of Griffin Benja's mouth, it doesn't exactly fill you with confidence.
Trust me, I'm just implying one of the greats cheated.
Accusing a 3-time world champion.
Luckily for you, Griffin, the dead can't sue for libel.
There you go, yeah.
I'm actually friends with Stephanie. I might have to have a word.
Yeah. I mean, it's completely outlandish. I think it was just sort of,
Also, is there a more bro thing to say than I heard it on a podcast?
In fairness, it was relayed to me from a podcast.
Oh my! You didn't even hear it firsthand. Someone else heard it on a podcast.
Yeah. I'm gonna bait him out. It was Spraggy.
That was the same episode where they said that you, Griff, were marking cards at the Irish Open final table. I remember this.
No way. Oh, that'd be great.
Boyka leads here. Interesting. He called out the small blind. Brzezinski, huge favourite here with aces, calls this bet.
Ooh.
And Boyka picks up the heart draw on the turn. Now has 20% equity. By the way, thank you, Tom, for highlighting that when we got to 24 players, Poker News started observing the 30-minute delay, so is in sync with the stream. That means if you want to check out updates from the other tables and want to see the chip counts of all the remaining players, you can go to a spoiler-free Poker News updates page.
Nice. Is the app also on a delay? Or
sadly not.
No, okay.
I've been campaigning for spectator mode for donkey's years now, and I'm determined to make it happen.
What does the expression donkey years mean? I don't think I've ever heard it before.
Just a lot of years, really.
I mean, not that many years, really. I mean, the app's a relatively new innovation, but it's certainly since the app first came out, I've been saying we need to have a version of this which works for live stream viewers, not just players at the event.
But how long do donkeys live? Why is that the expression? Do they live like 30, 40 plus years?
I don't know the etymology of the expression, Griffin. Just bloody go with it, will you?
I'm sorry. I'll ask ChatGPT. Relax. Everybody calm down.
Oh, great. Another rainforest. How many rainforests have been destroyed this week by people on this stream using ChatGPT for unnecessary reasons?
Donkeys live on... Can you give me a second here? How long do donkeys live on average?
Well, I tried to beat you to it, but unfortunately I put in donkey's tears, and now I'm being told about literary themes of sadness.
So yeah, they live
and
25 to 30 years, often 30 to 40 years, and in some cases even into their 50s. We're learning something.
Okay.
Well, let's see what Boyka does here. He's missed. He bet 40k on the flop, 125k on the turn. Is he going to pure bluff the river? No, checks it to Brzezinski.
And while we know that Boyka doesn't have a calling hand, it's a pretty sweet spot for Brzezinski to presume he can squeeze out another bet against a lot of the range. Looking for a target hand here. Might decide that some kind of 10x is what he's going to go after. Doesn't feel like a spot where you can get too greedy, maybe something around half pot.
$180,000 the bet from Brzezinski, and a fold from Alexei Boyka.
So back up over the million mark.
And Boyka down to 1.5 million, which is still a very comfortable 75 big blinds and above average stack. We're going to check on the leaderboards in the PokerStars Live League, starting with low buy-in tournaments, where we see Mr. Lappin in 8th place. You were selling yourself short. You said you were 9th or 10th.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing though, right? I'm very far away from the lads. Andreas Froley, quality player. He's going to play all the mixed games. He's a danger. Soraya, would love to see her take a few more tournaments down and top it. And of course, David Doherty, a good pal, who I would never begrudge. Steen, is he even here this week?
I don't know.
I don't think he is.
So remember, it's the top 3 in each league that automatically win prizes. The top 10 in each league going through to the casting process to be a team pro. Medium buy-ins, Kenny Hallett, John Kite among the players in contention. Fair few Italians on the list. Claudio Di Giacomo, Umberto Ruggieri. But it's Gerard Ruberalta who currently sits in the top spot.
It's also the can Kenny keep his deal sort of situation where and you get to decide, right?
Well, Joe did say that we should make it a condition that whoever wins gets to choose which team pro they replace.
Oh, I like that.
High buy-ins. I mean, Jesse Lonis has only been to 1 stop this year, and he somehow made it into 4th place.
Wow.
Clemens Reuter has been #1 on this leaderboard for some time. Enrico Kamoshi sitting in 2nd right now. And this year-long contest will conclude at the PokerStars Open in Cannes in December. Out-of-table action. Juan Pardo versus Alessandro Baroni. We are on the river, the board. 10 of hearts, 8 of spades, queen of clubs, 3 of clubs, deuce of diamonds. Baroni has checked. Juan Pardo checks it back. Baroni showing king 4 of hearts, king 10. The hand for Pardo. Not the most exciting of hands, but a not insignificant pot that is going to give Juan Pardo the chip lead. He is now #1 of the 21 remaining players with a stack of 3.4 million.
We saw him just lose that
Great
pot there.
shirt, too.
Oh, fabulous shirt. We saw him lose that pot just there, but Baroni came into yesterday and today as the very shortest stack. And he is still manoeuvring his way through this field now into the final 21. Still has chips behind there, can maybe still get something going. But yeah, some good cockroaching by that man Baroni.
Cockroaching, I like that.
Ed wants to know if you're going to be in Manchester,
How long
David.
do cockroaches live?
I might go to Manchester. Okay, so I have decided that I miss Barcelona, I miss Namur. So I after an early start at going to all these stops, I did sort of fade away a little bit. But I got a little result here, and I thought to myself, well, I get one more, maybe I'll go to the first few days of Manchester before the IPO in Dublin. Because it might be nice to accumulate a few more points. And I might still go to Prague and Cannes yet. I haven't decided yet. There is the other tournament over stateside that is very tempting as well. But to be honest, it's such a tough decision because as great as the win is, Prague is probably my favourite stop on the European Tour. So it's very tricky to make that call out each time.
I will tolerate losing you to the win as long as you don't go to the other one.
Oh, that would never happen. In fact, I'd be very worried for my own life if I showed up at one of their events. All the bad things I've written about them down the years.
Ace, ace, 9, 4 on the board now. Just to recap the action here. Blind v blind, unraised pre. Galco bet 20,000 on the flop. He's now checked the turn. Brzezinski bet 60,000 with what is the best hand right now.
Speaking of unnecessary declarations of war, obviously we had that sort of EPT, WPT, WSOP sort of clash all around the same time of year, which really doesn't benefit anybody. Although I do feel like Europe serves as the European market,
Correct.
and then the others are really.
To me, it's more of a battle
another.
across the Atlantic than it is a battle with the EPT.
But that brings me to actually what I'm writing an article on at this very moment. And
Irish
hoping to
Open.
get out. What are they doing? It's like I was reminded of the great Omar Little line from The Wire. You come at the king, you best not miss. The Irish Open is the Global Poker Awards acknowledged best tournament of the year. It is. We do have a couple of murky past winners. Again, just referring to present company. We're not proud of all of our winners, but it is a very prestigious tournament, and the idea of going up against that, I think, is insane.
I'm assuming you know what we're talking about here, Griffin.
Oh, yes, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I was actually a little stuck on the 3 tournament clash from last December. I just felt I didn't get enough credit for choosing EPT Prague, I mean...
What you mean, the event that paid you to attend and work?
I just wanted to tee you up, James.
That's all right, Griffin. Your loyalty definitely has a price. Yeah, no, it was a very, very strange decision. By the way, not to move from Rozvadov to Prague, that makes a lot of sense, but the timing just is...
I think it's just very, very silly, to be honest. I don't really understand why you would go up against a tournament that has grown 25% every year for the last 8 years, that is beloved by people from Ireland and everywhere else, because no matter where in the world you come from, the Irish Open is just a spectacular party every night festival. Some bigger buy-ins being introduced over the last few years, catering to that other market as well.
So here's a question I'll ask you, Dave. I don't want to preempt your article because I don't know what angle you're taking on it, but, and again, I don't want to make it all about us. Do you think that happens if PokerStars is not a sponsor of the Irish Open?
Great question, and I don't know, and I don't definitely want to get into maybe individuals' desire for revenge that may be at the core of all of these things. I'd much more rather make it a company decision. I guess they identify it's a long weekend and they think that there's room for them as well, but I just don't think there is room. Maybe if there's is there a way within the schedule announcements that they can have their main event when ours isn't on? Irish Open main event kind of is almost on the whole time. It's the nature of it.
Well, the timing is obviously the answer that all of these completely real human beings on X were providing, right?
Yes.
Who somehow came up with the identical argument about why it would have been selected.
Yeah. I do think it's kind of personal.
I just want you both to know I have made the decision to choose Irish Open over. You know, I think it's important. I shake the hand of the winner every year. It's become a bit of a tradition. So yeah,
it's become a tradition,
guys. I'll be
Griffin,
there.
that you return as the defending champion, which you've been calling yourself.
Yes.
For the last 10 years.
Yeah, still defending. I'm playing a lot of defense, but you know.
In fact, this isn't even like a bit. I was there with Griffin in the bar as we tried to get our moment with Simon Wilson, you know, not, 6 months ago.
Well, what did I say? Welcome to the club. We have meetings every Wednesday, I think I said.
That's exactly what you said.
Yeah. So let's pick up with the action here, guys. A pretty out-of-line 3-bet hijack to button here. Brzezinski going after with the single king offsuit blocker. And, you know, Kalanj had a hand that he could have made a stand and actually considered shoving, I think, for these sub-30 big blinds. Electing just to call and, you know, going to be playing a guessing game on the 10-7-4. So this is very interesting, David.
Yeah, definitely in a bit of a dark tunnel.
Can Kalanj find the light in the form of a continue?
5 seconds.
Yeah, we saw him pull the trigger on that ace-4 a moment ago, but decides not to this time.
Are we playing today till 16?
Nice
or
execution from Thomas.
This level and another one and finish.
No matter the number
I mean,
of
pretty out of line, but having said that, I mean, if you have some sort of idea of what your opponent is and isn't capable of, I mean, you know, played those fives quite defensively and then not finding, you know, that ability to continue on a pretty, you know, not a terrible board for pocket fives.
Certainly not.
Very interesting. See that king deuce offsuit 3-bet, you're just like, what year is it?
Year of Romania.
Don't see it very often. Yeah, well, yes, of course.
32 minutes left on the level. There was a bit of discussion just now about what the plan is for the day and where we will stop. My understanding is that we're just going to play 4 levels regardless. If we're shy of 16 players, we'll stop there. If we do get to 16, we'll keep playing until the end of the 4th level of the day.
Yeah, I think that's pretty wise because a point you raised earlier, James, is that just like tournaments, obviously, you know, they're not necessarily smoothly getting to their final point or their sort of standard depth, but they'll often get there at some stage anyway. Maybe that'll be when there's 12 or 13 and we have a log jam tomorrow. So you want to kind of play the levels out and not leave yourself too much to do.
Tomorrow, I imagine we'll be back to 5 full levels to get down to the final 6, but we'll see. I mean, chip distribution plays a major factor in that. The average stack, of course, does not tell the entire story.
180.
180. Seat 8 raise 180,000.
Someone on Twitch asking for the password for the EPT. Thank you for T-Bants for observing that you pay 5,000 euros to play an EPT. No password necessary. And Faria folding.
We had like 550, right?
Yeah?
We had 550
yes, in
at the
total,
start.
yes.
At the start.
Yes.
You mentioned the leaderboard there earlier on. Now, far be it from me to make presumptions, but my hunch is that 10 guys who make the high leaderboard, maybe they're not as likely to be in the picture for this sort of like dream sponsorship deal as guys from the middle and lower tiers for whom that would mean a lot more and would be a sort of a greater story for you guys to sell as an idea. Now again, who knows, maybe someone does emerge from that sort of rich class of player who've been playing high rollers all year, but it did strike me that maybe it was more likely to come from the other two groups. What do you think?
I think that's probably fair. Of course, how that casting process is going to work, how that decision will be made, is yet to be determined. I'm sure it'll be a committee of top men.
Should just be on
women.
looks, I think. That's probably the only criterion. Griffin, what do you make of that promotion? Obviously, it's been there kind of looming over the year, all year, as this thing that was, going to ratchet up come December with the two events back to back. Do you think it's an exciting one for players? I think it's really caught the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're in the running and you've been putting up points, it's obviously going to reward players that are, both grinding a fair bit and also finding some success. I'm sure it's extra exciting that you're in a position where you can compete for something like that. So I think it's cool. Any kind of leaderboards. I mean, you're speaking to someone who was largely motivated to play as much as he did online back in circa 2010, 2011 to get that Pocket Fives #1. So I can definitely speak to how motivating it can be to have something like that looming.
Faria's raise, flattered by the players in the small and the big. King, Queen, 5 on the flop. Top pair for Colonia, second pair for Boyka.
So Faria doesn't fire C-bet here.
Has picked up a gut shot on the turn.
I assume Kalonge will do his own bidding here. Boyka maybe with a hand that's wanting to just get the showdown. Maybe he fires something small or just check calls 1 street.
It's 5 seconds. So 10 check.
Every reason to bet now for Collonge. Board is starting to get a bit more coordinated, needs to charge draws. Probably go something around 100.
80,000.
Yeah, and once Faria gets out of the way here, an interesting situation for Boyka. Obviously, pretty high up in his range when it comes to starting hand with ace-queen, but considering that the big blind here should have the weakest range on this board, once he comes out firing for, you know, a 60-70% pot bet, you're really concerned about, you know, hands that are quite far ahead of ace queen, any king, you know, your jack tens that you'd be drawing dead against. You also have, you know, the ace of diamonds in hand, so it eliminates hands like ace three of diamonds, all the ace x of diamonds. So I think, yeah, I think we're going to see a fold from Boyka, and I think that's really, you know, pretty strong not to give many chips there.
Yeah, it's great analysis.
This might be my favorite comment of the day from Dr. Ham on Twitch. I bet Cologne smells good. Our resident Andrew Garfield lookalike in the one seat at the feature table. 3 tables of 7 remain, 21 players in the EPT Malta main event with 25 minutes till the break. Final break of the day. One more 90-minute level to play after that.
Yeah, and this phase now from 21 down to 16, huge for someone like Pardo now on the outer table, who the shorter handed it becomes, the more he can really lean on these guys, leverage his skill advantage and, yeah, put people in the bin. It's often the phase of a tournament where, you know, if you can get your nose in front, even just on your table alone, it's where you want to put the foot down maybe and try and build one of those really big stacks.
Fausto asks, are Mateus and Heath still in? Yes and yes. Of course, Mateus also a former EPT champion looking to win a second title. He took down Monte Carlo in 2015. Alexei Boyka, the winner here in Malta in 2016.
C5 raise, 45,000. 6 plus, 8 plus, 10 plus.
Yeah, and in Mateus, we, you know, Griff was talking about players who are in the maybe top 10, top 20 in the world. We might be looking at top 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah.
With Andrian. Phenomenal talent.
Yeah, what a treat it would be to get to the final table and have the likes of Mateus, Juan Pardo, and Ben Heath all competing for the EPT title. Cream often does rise, but that's a lot of cream.
Looking into next season, James.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been a push on social media to have people guess where the surprise stop might be, and if indeed there is an extra stop being added. Would I be able to get the information from you right now that there are going to be 5 stops, for example?
I would tell you if I knew.
Uh-huh.
I know, but I can't tell you.
I genuinely know nothing beyond what's already been announced, which is we're back in Paris next year, with Monte Carlo's in the books. I would be shocked if we weren't in Barcelona in August and Prague in December.
Indeed.
But they haven't been confirmed or announced, and all I'm doing is speculating right now, but they've become such popular stops, and ooh, we could see drama here. I don't know if there will be a 5th stop, and if there is, I don't know where it'll be.
Yeah, this has all the makings of a huge pot here. In fact, we might well see both players play their hand fast. The 10-8 sort of doesn't want to play it slow here. It's kind of vulnerable, wants to get more chips in immediately, and the ace-jack is just one of those draws that can never really be in bad shape. So I wouldn't be surprised if this somehow found its way into the middle. It might take a few bets, though.
Street Flash.
Yes, average by aggregation. I did some really bad math earlier on and worked out that the number of microphones we would probably need per event if feature table players got to keep their microphones would be 150, which at £450 per unit would cost us £67,500, and that's why we take them back.
The Queen of Diamonds fills in the straight, and that means that Xiaoming in a spot of bother now with bottom 2 on this very coordinated board.
Yeah. And
He needs to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, having check raised the flop, he's going to barrel the turn for 200,000.
So,
and with the nuts and the redraw to the super nuts, I don't think Faria can do anything but just call.
So the only thing I think about that, I agree with you, by the way, Griff, but the only thing I always think about this is that you don't want a scare card to kill your action either. And your opponent seems pretty happy. Like, there we go. Maybe this saves
And
them.
there you go, yeah.
But
and
I do
also,
agree with you.
I think the thing that's very astute about that observation with this particular opponent as well is I don't think Xiaoming, you know, when he flops so well, I think he's the type that will still call all in with 10-8 a decent percentage of the time here. I think a lot of other players might, you know, make the big fold considering the way that the Queen has changed the texture. Obviously filling ace-jack, king-queen, could already be behind against pocket eights, pocket kings, what have you.
Yeah, such a horrible run out for the 10-8. Xiaoming wisely checks the river.
Like, you can't even find a hand that you beat anymore. Jack-9, Jack-queen, you know, everything beats you. Maybe some sort of flush draw that missed.
Ace X's of hearts. You've got there as well now, right?
Yeah.
It's just everything.
Yeah.
It's annoying because you flop so well, but I don't really see how you can call.
Seven, 8 of hearts turned into a bluff, I think is one of the only, maybe 8, 6 of hearts.
Yeah.
Do these hands open under the gun? It's just, you know, you just got to get out of the way.
Because this seems such a clear fold, is he giving some consideration to turning his hand into a bluff? That would be wild.
No, you can't. It's just a bit of a hand funeral.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saved you. The river saved you.
The river saved you. Not sure Xiaoming sees it that way, but there is drama on one of the outer tables where Grzegorz Kazia has moved all in for 275k. Maxime Chilot called, and now Tom Askel-Bedell has raised to 2 million. That's a fold from Chilot. Kazisha tabling 9s up against the ace-jack of diamonds. That's a jack-high flop, advantage Bedell. No 9 on the turn. No 9 on the river. Kazisha is eliminated. And with that pot, Tom Askel-Bedell reclaims the chip lead. He's now playing 4.2 million.
See you later.
Hidden behind those live reporters is a man cashing out with 25 grand.
I certainly didn't mind that we got the close-up of Callum Grant there, handsome lad.
And we get another ladder. Down to 20 players and everyone's locked up the better part of 30K.
You're not getting in there, yeah?
Bedell was the start of day chip leader, is number one once again. 4.2 million he's got, and we are down to 20. And back at the feature table, Brzezinski opened on the button, got flattered by Faria in the big blind, and that continuation bet will win him the pot.
The attrition is quite something. 20 players left now. Average stack, what, 70 bigs, give or take?
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
Still 15 minutes till the blinds go up. Do you have any experience playing against Bedell, David?
I don't.
One pass. $40. 3 raise. 40,000. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Well, King 9-0 open here from Kaukua, super dominated by Faria.
180.
6 raise. 180,000. 8 pass.
Rock bottom of Kaukua's range here. I assume this one will be sent into the bin here. Along with the tempter.
Queen Jack.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 8 pass. And 10 pass.
That raise and take it was a bit boring, wasn't it? It's amazing how infrequently that happens.
Yeah, I blame Tony Dunst. It was his 2+2 forum post from, I don't know, was it like 10 years ago that got us all defending our big blinds? Bond 18.
And then when you add the big blind ante, the range of hands people start defending their big blind with increases, so...
Yeah, I think that did and maybe still does have a psychological effect on some people, even though that's dead money. It does feel like yours.
Yeah.
To some, and actually a few friends of mine who've taken back up the game in the last couple of years, who played with me when I was in my 20s, they couldn't get their head round at first the idea that this wasn't their money. So, yeah, maybe it does play some sort of small psychological role in how sticky one is. Now, 2 premium hands.
130.
Yeah, there's potential for some carnage here. Faria opening to 40k with ace-king. Colonia 3-betting to 130k with the ladles.
Yeah, we're going to see a 1.2 million flip now. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, I mean, Colonia's what, sub 25 bigs. Let's do this. Flip a coin, have some fun.
Yeah, and very big moment for both players. Obviously, Colonia at risk, but Faria, it's the difference between him now being down with, what, 25 bigs or having one of the bigger stacks.
Aburridísimo. He hecho un squeeze de farol en 80 minutos. Ha salido bien y unas cuantas rondas más si va a cambiar.
5-bet jam from Colonia, called by Faria. We are off to the races.
Yeah, and it's good news for Colonia when he sees the ace-king there. Obviously, when you get 4-bet induced, you're praying it is ace-king when you get snapped.
Which you want, Griffin, the jacks or the ace-king? Griffin? Griffin! Let's just say he took the ace-king. Jacks looking good for a Colonia double up. Six outs for Faria, 6 cards for Colonia to fade on the river. And that is going to be a double up as Jacks hold.
Yeah, big moment there for Colonia. Obviously, put his foot in it there earlier against the same villain, ace-4. But hasn't really put a foot wrong. Obviously, turned out to be running into it that time, but ace-4 suited earlier. As we mentioned, one of those hands that can get frisky with 4-bet shoves.
That's right, Tinky Wink. Griffin got it wrong. Start moving the satellite towards California. Save it for Ho. I don't need him back. He's dead to me. Sounds like we're going to be changing feature table at the break.
Yeah, about 8 minutes left on our clock here, guys. We'll probably get 2 or 3 more hands in.
And then one of the other tables will be coming up to the main stage for the final level of the day.
Now, something I noticed when I was doing my roving reporter job before I came in here was Ben Heath, quite rightly, was sort of saying, look, I only want to be on a feature table as much as anybody else. He's obviously one of the stars of the show now. That's kind of fair, isn't it, right? These guys don't want to really be under the lights. They may get in slightly fewer hands playing on a feature table. They certainly have their hands exposed, which means people get information on them. How do you feel about a sort of a player request? I've heard Steve O'Dwyer do something similar in the past.
We rarely, if ever, keep a table for more than 2 levels. We do try and balance it, but the harsh reality of the situation is some table draws are more interesting than others.
Yeah.
Some players are more famous than others. And if we have a table with Adrian Mateos, Juan Pardo, and Ben Heath, and we are not presenting that as the feature table, we are doing a disservice to the audience who want to follow this tournament.
Sure.
That being said, I've said for as long as I've been doing this job that the tail shouldn't be wagging the dog and we shouldn't be dictating how the tournament works, which is why we are sensitive to the fact that we do need to make sure that we change the table regularly, whilst also trying to focus on the most compelling stories, the biggest characters, and the most proficient players.
Couldn't have said it better myself, James.
He's back.
He's alive.
Now, what I would say is variety is also the spice of life, which may sound slightly contradictory to what I was just saying, but we haven't seen Bedell all day. We've seen Mateos.
45.
We've seen Ben Heath. We've had these guys on the feature table. So my money would be on Bedell making it return to the main stage for the final level of the day.
Which means we will also see Maxime Chiot. And yeah, that's a fun table as well. So plenty to look forward to.
Was a good river for you.
To go answer your first point, by the way, David, about the pace of play, we've proved that it's pretty. That you're not losing much time on the TV table. You're not playing significantly fewer hands.
Of hearts.
Oh, Boyka's got the bond.
The super nuts.
Speaking of Bond, James, before I got cut off there, we mentioned Bond 18. I was wondering, do you know what the 18th Bond was? Is there 18 Bonds?
Dude, there's 25 of them.
Okay, so what's number 18?
GoldenEye.
That's what I'm asking. Off the cuff.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think GoldenEye was number 18, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary.
Topical.
No, hang on a second. Was it GoldenEye Bond? Wasn't Bond 17? No, or is GoldenEye Bond 17? Oh my god, I can't work out. I have to count backwards. So No Time to Die is 25, Spectre is 24, Skyfall's 23, Quantum of Solace 22, Casino Royale is number 20.
Spades on the turn, James. I want to do this, but this is a massive turn card.
No. You do your thing. I'll do mine.
Okay. So the flush shaw's turned as James counts down the bonds to give us the definitive Bond 18 answer. Straight and flush draw,
20.
really making this interesting.
Well, There's Not Enough was 19. Tomorrow Never Dies was 18. GoldenEye was 17.
Oh, there we go.
But the media one, right? The future media one.
Yes.
See, I know my bonds once you start at Brosnan.
So the reason why I questioned that it was GoldenEye is I do remember in 1990 Bond 17 being advertised at the Cannes Film Festival with Timothy Dalton. But then there were all these legal problems which stopped them moving ahead. And in the time that it took that legal stuff to be resolved, they moved on from Dalton and brought Pierce Brosnan in.
Draw bricks out.
Too many outs.
Now, you find yourself at the bottom of your range. You will often choose to bluff. This is murkier because you might have some of the cards you'd like your opponent to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the only argument against that, I mean, in theory, you're right, but in this particular instance, you know, spades and 7-5 aren't going to get a lot of calls on the flop, right? So actually, you know, we're hoping that our opponent has something like ace-9 of hearts and just folds to a big bet on the river, or even as high up in the range as a weak queen. If you really blast here, maybe you can get away with something. Your jack-10s, your jack-9s. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Boyka really go for it here, but Brzezinski is pretty sticky and often all the right ways. So we'll see if he can and sniff it out if the bluff comes in.
Yeah, a full pot bet or more would certainly put Brzezinski in a very tough spot. And it looks like...
And there's a few more capable than Boyka. I mean, as mentioned, 9 years ago, the champion here.
Yeah. And Boyka has decided to bluff 375,000 into 500,000. Tough decision for Brzezinski, instantly playing a time bank card.
This is super tough.
I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it doesn't affect things too much, but worth noting, Brzezinski had a similar situation, you know, blind on blind against Kikua, where he called quite quickly with a similar type bluff catcher and was wrong. I wonder if at all that affects, or if this is just a completely new situation.
Wow, look at that.
Finds the call.
Huge, huge call.
Good job, Tomasz Brzezinski, who moves up over 2 million as Alexei Boyka drops down to 720K, around 35 big blinds. Brzezinski now playing more than 100 big blinds, with the caveat the blinds are going up in less than 2 minutes.
Probably calling.
Yeah, and I will say about that spot right there, I don't think Boyka's necessarily trying to bluff him off a queen with that sizing.
Yeah.
I think because of the combinatorics, as David Lapton always beautifully says, between the hearts and the spades, your bricked ace tens, there's just so many different bluff combos. You're really just hoping that, he happens to have the kind of heart combos we were talking about, or can maybe find a fold with one of those Jack 10 type hands. But the queen, I don't think for 375, you're expecting to find a fold.
Well, this could be the last hand of this session as we see Luis Faria open with the Grafton 10-9 suited. Just very quickly, Griffin, just to resolve this in my mind, in what context did you see something about Bond 18? Why was someone talking about a movie from 1997?
No. It's David Lappin was talking about Tony Dunst, whose screen name was Bond 18.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he created the account when he was 18 years old?
And he liked wearing suits as well, so it's very possible.
Or a big fan of Tomorrow Never Dies. You never know.
They exist.
I had a teacher in school who, if ever we really as a class collectively didn't really want to be taught that day, we would ask him about his motorbikes. And then our teacher would talk for 20 minutes about motorbikes while we all dust at the back of the class. And I feel like maybe you are equally susceptible.
Absolutely.
James, if somebody just throws Bond in, they could definitely just go off and do something else for 20 minutes and let you wax lyrical.
I mean, someone just asked a question about Never Say Never Again. I could fill the entire break answering that question.
I will say, you can say what you want about Tomorrow Never Dies. Not exactly the shiniest of the Bond films. However,
it's pretty watchable.
Michelle Yeoh is in it.
It's pretty
Michelle
watchable.
Yeoh is in it.
It holds up pretty well.
8 to 10.
Yeah, and I also want to say, I don't know if I mentioned this to you. I probably told you all about it back in Prague, but I saw Michelle Yeoh at a restaurant in Prague last year.
Love the way that Griffin just seamlessly worked in a name drop there.
Seriously good.
Well, checking on the chip counts of these players, reminder that we'll have a new feature table on the other side of the break. Griffin, thank you very much. Speak to you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
And David, thank you very much for stopping by.
My pleasure.
Griffin Benja, David Lappin, Maria Ho will be here for the next level. Nick Walsh also returning. And, of course, Joe Stapleton as well. As we continue the action here on day 4 of the Malta main event on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. One more level to play as we try to get down to the final 2 tables, the final 16 players. Back to the feature table where Mateos has opened on the button with Queen 10 suited. King's last hand, Queen's this hand, Manuel Carvalho 3-betting. Didn't we have a bad lookalike suggestion for Carvalho? I think it was No Spicy who suggested he looked like a young Al Pacino.
I mean, but is this another bit where the guy who actually looks like a young Al Pacino is Adrian Mateos?
No, I think the Carvalho lookalike is actually pretty good. We're just focusing on the wrong players right now.
Because, I mean, he looks a lot like a young Al Pacino.
I think Mateos calls here.
He does.
Okay, so does Carvalho. I get both. There's a little...
This might be Mateos' revenge.
Yeah, it does have the open-ended straight draw. Carvalho a 2-to-1 favorite here with queens.
This is an interesting board. Having 3-bet, I think we do see a continuation bet quite often. The king is a scare card for sure, but that's not to say it's not a reason to go for it. Let's see how Carvalho feels here. If there is a continuation bet, I think it's quite small. Goes for 120, so actually closer to around half pot, in fact. And Mr. Mateos will not be folding. He's got the advantage here in position, though, James, because the flat not only allows him the opportunity to improve into the straight, but also, you know, might end up being an opportunity for him to find a bluff on a later street. If Carvalho bets the flop this big, gets called, he might slow down, show a little weakness, and then Mateos can pounce on that on a later street if he doesn't improve.
That is a not improving card.
You know, if we see bet smaller in Carvalho's position, we do leave a little bit more room for your opponent to have some more speculative calls. But when we size up, his range kind of becomes stronger in a weird way.
You know how I like better for Carvalho, especially in this underdog situation?
What's that?
The Karate Kid.
Hey, that's a good one. What was his name again?
Ralph Macchio. Daniel LaRusso.
So Carvalho has slowed down on the turn, checks it to Mateos, who's down to 18%.
Now, Mateos has an interesting spot, right? Because he could bet really small and get some of those 3-bet bluffs to fold when they're like ace X of, you know, whatever, maybe some offsuit aces, maybe some suited aces that haven't connected. Decides to check. I think he will have an opportunity to do exactly that on the river if he doesn't get there, which he does.
And that's the dirty card, too. Like, if the ace hits, right? Maybe you don't get chonked here. Well, this card is a chonker.
This is a tough spot, man.
474,000 in the middle. Carvalho, the effective stack, with just over 300,000 behind. Carvalho has checked, and I think Mateos will just jam on him here and put him to the ultimate test.
Well, 302K behind.
Yeah.
And 474 in the pot, so.
Yeah.
I think that's...
You saying Daniel LaRusso is about to get crane kicked?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's 400,000. So it is effectively an all-in. It's certainly all-in to call for Carvalho, and maybe he can get away from this.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. There is an overcard out there.
It's just such a horrible spot because you know Mateos is doing this with so many missed draws.
Yeah, but there's no busted hearts either. Like a lot of
That's true.
A lot of draws came in.
That is true. I would highlight, and interesting, Vladik just said exactly the same thing. You are blocking Queen 10.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's awful.
You're blocking Queen 10.
You're not blocking hearts, though.
And you're unblocking hearts. What happens now when blockers collide?
I mean, I wouldn't blame him for making the call, especially against a player like Mateos, but it's such a horrible way to go out if you do it.
Yeah, this is...
I'm kind of mad I didn't see the blockers, but also they're not real, clearly.
In Cardinal Red.
JoeStapleton.com.
Got a discount code for me, Joe?
Yeah, buddy, I'll give you a discount.
Thanks, mate.
I'll give you back the $4 I make on the shirt.
Understandably, Manuel Carvalho taking a decent amount of time over this decision. It is a decision for his tournament life.
Alexandros Lukatos on YouTube, 1 day early. Bad play.
Who? Carvalho or Mateos?
I don't know. Hard to tell, considering they're both doing fine, I think.
Brutal spot. This is what the time banks are for, guys.
How many?
Want to know how much time he has left.
I mean, clearly he didn't use many of them yesterday, or
well,
he wouldn't have this many, so he must not have had a spot like this.
You're supposed to save them up for spots exactly like this. That's what they're for. Using them the right way.
Can he lay this down?
Jeremiah asks says, you know, wait for a spot you like better. It's pretty tough when you have this many chips in there. It's pretty tough when there's...
Oh! That is a call, and that is the elimination of Manuel Carvalho.
That was sick.
He calls all in, makes the hero court with queens, loses to Adrian Mateos' straight, and cashes for 16,800 euros. Meanwhile, Adrian Mateos moves up to 1.4 million chips, and Mateos has opened here with ace-king. We've got João Tomás with 10s on the button.
That's why you use an Android like a real man, says Brippy. Like a real poor man. Just kidding, everybody.
Android users, more like Android losers, am I right?
Oh, jeez.
Green text messages?
Ugh.
Sorry if I want to meet a woman again at some point in my life.
Okay, so the flat from Tomás on the button, and Spallanzani defending his big blind with the Spraggy.
I don't think I like this one, guys. This A7 plays awful out of position, especially against the under the gun open here. Maybe has the right price. I don't know.
Oh, boy. What a flop.
Yeah, top two for Adrian Mateos.
Sorry, I was just looking at the numbers of the new Mark Wahlberg movie when I said that.
22.
Spallanzani with less than 1% equity as Mateos continues into two opponents for 22,000.
Nice and small into the 90K pots.
Tomás calls with a pair of 10s and the gut shot.
Spallanzani is in trouble here, and if you are going to play this hand, you do need to make some pretty big folds, and I wonder if against two players having a bet and a call in position, he'll be smart enough to fold now. I would argue there's a chance maybe A7 should have folded pre, and it's also the Spraggy.
Exactly. No, this is where you convince yourself, I can call one street and maybe spike a 7 on the turn. That's exactly what he's thinking, and a 7 would be disastrous for him.
It would be.
It's a 9. Spallanzani now officially drawing dead. Mateos, 85% favorite. So Spallanzani did qualify online for this event via a 250 euro satellite. However, he is on his second bullet. He re-entered with his own 5,000 euros.
Mateos can't believe his luck. He flops top two and he got two callers. I think you got to keep barreling here. Yeah. Why slow down? You got two customers.
Sizes up, 85K. And I don't know whether 10s can continue, and I know A7 needs to just go home.
Yeah, I think Tomás to continue here is cool. It was a relatively cheap price on the flop, right? It was about quarter pot or so. He's got the gutter ball. He potentially just has the best hand some of the time if we see Mateos getting out of line there with the small C-bet. Now, Spallanzani has managed to find his way to the turn and is facing another barrel. And it's important to note, Mateos barreling into two players the second time for this size is a much more serious proposition. I would say this is a lot stronger than that 22K we saw just on the flop on what is a pretty strong texture.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Will's trying to get back to the upside down. And how?
Five
At least it's
on the
not
river.
a 7.
Yeah. That's right, Vladik. Mizumo, actually, who said he really wants that 7. He's chasing it. Didn't get it. Run away! Run away!
Your opponent is called twice. 220.
We need to put together a compilation. I know that we have a lot of compilations on the PokerStars YouTube channel, but we definitely need one with players losing big pots with ace-7 offsuit. We just need to prove that this isn't just a bit, it's not just a meme, the Spraggy is a thing. It is a cursed hand.
That would be fun.
Don't waste a single one of them. Just fold.
Again, though, you know, players like Adrian Mateos, they have these reputations for being killers, for being aggressive, for being... I mean, just look at how imposing he even is physically in the 2-shot. And you can really level yourself into thinking that, hey, this is one of the best players in the world and he's going to outplay me or not outplay me. I have top pair. I'm a huge dingus if I fold this.
No one wants to look like a dingus on a live stream.
Maybe he can get some messages through the wall from Winona Ryder that just say fold.
Little flashing lights.
Flashing lights. How to escape the upside down. He's got that one chip in his hand, bro. Put it down before you make your decision.
Well, he's going to be sick to his stomach if he makes the call, vomiting slugs.
Who can remember that 14 years ago?
Wow.
I think that might have been the last time we were in Malta, the first season of Stranger Things, actually.
No way. Yeah, I don't know. This line from Mateos is so unbelievably strong, guys. I just struggle to think of...
Spallanzani, more like Spewinzani.
It's so hard for this to be a bluff, and that's all you're beating here.
No! Look at Mateos. He's so confused.
I thought we were going to get the single chip call there.
I actually am not getting... I'm laughing, but how much pain this kid's in right now is really bothering me. I feel bad. I mean, he's really going through every stage of grief. Look at this.
Oh, he calls.
Wow.
No. He calls.
No.
Poor fella.
How much did that loose call in the big blind cost him there? What's he left with?
400,000. He's fine.
Okay, so half
bigs.
average, 30 big blinds. I don't know.
No, I think honestly I should have just started with a fold pre-flop in that multi-way spot, but there we are.
I'm just going to call him Johnny Faces.
Mateos up to nearly 2 million chips. Well, we went 4-way to the flop, heads up to the turn, which is a 4.
That gives him extra outs. Now he can catch a deuce for a straight. The question is, he's got to say to himself, what is this guy calling with? Did he really just have ace-7 suited and not 3-bet? Well, now Mateos has to bet. By betting now Johnny's got to say, okay, if I call this one, I got to call for the rest on the river. So it's not just like, we'll see what he's got. Now Johnny's got to think about, well, the bet is only 650. There's 3 million in the pot. I have 6 outs. Sure, I'm not the favorite, but it's close. You know, he's not getting the right price, but it's not that far off. If Johnny's right that he's up against the bluff, his 5s are good.
Johnny calls.
Great call from Johnny. He's getting slightly the worst price to draw, but he's also got the possibility of having the best hand. So the bet sizing for Mateos allowed him to play this hand. Okay, another ace on the river. That's a good card for Johnny Lawton. And it wouldn't seem like it, but it's one less ace that Mateos could have.
Action's been checked to the Spaniard.
This is a really exciting hand. This is going to get replayed over and over.
All in.
Oh my goodness.
He does it. He goes for it.
Wow, this is gutsy. Johnny wants to play so bad. His read is right. The question is sometimes, you can tell, Johnny's first instinct, call. I got this guy beat. He's messing with me. A lot to learn about some high-level poker here, where it's like you just go with your gut and you trust your read. And both these guys have virtually nothing, but are playing a massive pot here. What he may end up doing is talking himself out of his read. Oh man, I hope Johnny makes this call. It'll be epic. One of the greatest. If he makes this call, one of the best reads we've ever seen at a final table. Greatest played hands
this
we've ever seen.
instantly goes to on many lists as just one of the all-time.
One of the greatest
calls.
hands I've ever seen. If he makes the call, if he makes the fold, it still is a great hand, but it's so much more epic if Johnny makes this call.
There goes the fold.
And he shows the
playing
bluff.
so good. Wish he calls, he doesn't call. Gets shown the bluff.
Put in so much money in that hand with the right read, and then changed his mind.
So sure you were floating. When I called the turn, I was just gonna call the river. I had nothing.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting. Stacks one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We return to the action in 2025, main event day 4. Let's get into it. So here's a look at our chip counts. These are the current chip leaders. Mr. Bedell up top. We got Mr. Brzezinski at the bottom, but those are the top 5 chip leaders in the overall event. Let's take a look at what's going on down at the feature table now, as we return to the main stage in just a moment. So coming back, we have Bedell. That is our overall chip leader, 158 big blinds. This is the feature table that we return to. At the bottom, 50 big blinds for Honest Faru. And you'll see a couple very well-known names on this list as well. Plenty to look out for as we return to the action in just a moment. Blinds 10K, 25K with a 25K ante. It is Nicholas Walsh alongside Maria Ho coming live via satellite. How you doing, Maria?
Hey, Nick. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a while. Let's take a look at what these guys are playing for. 760,000 euros up top. And all places 7th and higher are going to get 6-figure scores. Maria, it's been absolutely ages. How you doing? I feel like we haven't had a chance to catch up in some time.
I know. I mean, I would forget what your voice sounds like, but I hear you on the streams all the time. So there's that.
There is that. How is the weather? What time is it over there? I don't even know which time zone you're on at the moment.
I'm in sunny Southern California, and it's 9:28 a.m. here. So
early
nice
start.
day out.
Lovely. Glad to hear it.
For a poker player.
For a poker player. That's right. There's a shot of our main stage, guys. And we're heading over there right now to resume action from day 4. 20 players left in the field, guys. It's starting to get really, really spicy. And I'm very excited, Maria, because this is the first time I'll get a chance to do commentary on Tom Axel Bedell, our current overall chip leader. Also, of course, our chip leader here on the feature table. We return to Adrian Mateos. See Mr. Vogelsang again. Honest Faru, Chiloud, and Ostash.
What a treat we are all in as viewers to see Bedell play with a big stack. He was so fun to watch yesterday. And he's like a go with the flow guy. And, if he feels like he's on a heater, he'll just play any two. And that's what we like to see. Mix it up.
We absolutely love to see that. Yeah. So, I was rotated off, guys, yesterday when we had a chance to see him live. So this is my first time seeing it in real time. But we've also had a couple other characters out in the field with a similar kind of style, similar swagger, doing it their own way. And I love how that mixes things up in an increasingly GTO environment, Maria.
For sure. It's always nice to see these wild cards. Let's put Mateos to the test once in a while. Turn the tables.
Straight into the mic. And we are going to see a little tree bet here in the big blind. Very spicy. King 6 offsuit. How does Ace Queen respond? So the 3-better is Vogelsang, 21 big blinds after putting in that 3-bet. So Ace Queen probably just ships this one. Yeah. And that is the end of that. Tried to get out of line, but what can we do?
Yeah, you can't really blame him for maybe picking that spot, just thinking the cutoff with a big stack. It's going to be opening pretty wide, has a lot of raise folds, but unfortunately, bad timing there.
And as we return, guys, all players guaranteed 29,450 euros. As we are down to the final 20, but those pay jumps are starting to look really, really juicy. Wait for my graphic to update, and I can tell you when the next pay jump will be. Next pay jump is at 17, up to 33,850 euros. Here he is, the man himself, Mr. Bedell, King Jack on the button. This seems very reasonable.
But are we getting some superstitious vibes from him? Because this was, if I remember correctly, exactly what he was wearing yesterday.
A couple people did say that in the chat, Maria, absolutely. And I don't know if maybe that's his jam. He's like, it worked well for me yesterday. We're just going to run with it. Same again.
How much is it?
My question is, what about the underwear? Is that the same, or did he change that?
Exactly. I was wondering the same. Vogelsang is going to ship the deuces here. This is about 22-ish bigs. Man, infinite style points, though. This is quite the look. I think that's probably just a bit too much, Maria. What do you think? I feel like 22 bigs is...
This one as well, but I have like wait up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Add a pair. It's a coin flip.
The old I had a pair always means like deuces or maybe trays. Like, well, I had a pair here. Technically, yes.
There's a look at the
Next
stack.
time I give you my chips. Okay. No, whatever you have.
Okay. Great way to kick things off. And up to 25 big blinds for Tom Vogelsang. Not to be confused with Christoph Vogelsang, before anybody in the chat says it for the 1,000th time. Next hand. Bedell is going to open King 9 from the cutoff. Eight-5 suited defends big blind. Not much connection for Mateos. What are your thoughts here, Maria? Do we just sort of confidently like betting our stronger second pairs on these kinds of textures? Like, we want to be able to bet our second pair some of the time, right? Probably doing some checking as well.
Exactly, just mix between the two. But you know, somebody like Bedell, I feel like I fear that he probably might have a higher c-bet frequency than maybe is optimal. But that's not necessarily a bad thing if you understand, you know, kind of how to maneuver on later streets.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably a time when the higher your c-bet frequency, the more you would win. But as the game develops, right, people are better at responding and check raising and, you know, finding the correct calls against people that are doing it too often.
Yeah.
So, you know, temper that. But on this occasion, I think the King 9's nice. I'd probably do something similar. Raise from the King Queen. We are six-handed, remember, guys, so this is under the gun, but it's not as early as it would be if we were 8. And a call from the big blind. Flop 9-7 tray. Tricky one to navigate for both players, I think, here.
Yeah, definitely. Ostash is looking at, the potential of some backdoor equity here. But Onesforu, like we were talking about, are you going to be c-betting a really high frequency with range advantage, but also if you get check raised, where would you go with, certain hands?
Yeah, I actually think I prefer the check on this particular setup, Maria, for that exact reason, right? We kind of have to ask ourselves, what do we do if this happens? What do we do if this happens? And I think often if we're over c-betting with this hand without too much backdoor equity, I think we do get in quite a lot of trouble. Queen on the turn, though. Flush draw for Ostash and top pair for Onesforu.
Yeah, definitely an interesting turn for both players. And sometimes with the check back from the pre-flop aggressor on the flop, you do see the big blind start leading some value hands, some semi-bluffs in this spot.
Yep, and as we see the lead here, Onesforu obviously making quite a strong hand on the turn. I think, of course, never folding, calling minimum, might even find some raising. Yeah. And that is a really, really cute way to play it, right, Maria? Because you're denying so much equity from those semi-bluffs and potentially even getting called by worse queens or 9x if they think you're capable of doing that with like a heart draw or a diamond draw or something like that.
Yeah, just really the perfect turn card and a really good stack size to make that play with.
And after that exchange, 20 big blinds for Georgios Onesforu.
I think I saw in chat somebody asked, are we going to be done for the day when they reach 16? And I believe, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still going to play out the remainder of this level, even if we get down to 16 before the level ends.
That is correct, yeah. And given the fact that we've only done 4 levels today, I think that would make sense, right? Like, we're not having to stretch ourselves to make up time because we had such a massive field. So I think we're just going to play all the way through all 4 levels as advertised. And I don't think there's...
James isn't here.
Sorry, Maria.
So we can't consult the widget, but I heard it's been a little bit off. But
yes,
I mean...
No, that was my follow-up is James has been tracking alongside. He's gone off to play a charity tournament, bless him. We have been tracking, and I think generally speaking, we have been running slightly behind. And the average has remained quite high. So I don't think there's any chance of us hitting 16 today in this one level. But you never know. And if it does, we play on and we finish out this this time today.
I mean, what if Bedell just goes on a vicious rampage and knocks out all 3 of the shorter stacks here at this table?
We can only hope, we can only hope for that kind of encounter. Mikhail Ostash is going to raise the button. Little info here. Mikhailio, Ostash is the player with only 19.5K in live earnings and a 4K best score. So on the run of his life at the moment. Second in the tournament only to Bedell. So this is potentially a life-changing opportunity and will absolutely be the biggest score to date. So love to see young players coming out and putting some points on the board. Looks like he went check on the flop.
Yeah, I think Bedell checks here just because he recognizes he has some showdown value. Doesn't need to start leading really with the ace high.
And will bet turn. This is always an interesting one, right, Maria? Because once your opponent has checked flop, they will turn up here with, a fair amount of 5x or 6x or other kind of showdown that you're not really sure where you're at against. So you feel like ace-8 is going to be strong enough to call on some level, but you don't know how to navigate the river as easily as we see the best hand folded. And that is a look at the chip counts. As we said, was only just behind chips from Bedell. Now 139 big blinds with 20 remaining. And at this point, I'd like to welcome back Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And it's Maria and the satellite.
Maria's one of my best babies. We've got babies and we've got homies. Last level of the day coming at you. 20 players remain. Pocket deuces for Onesiphorou.
Yeah, is the shortest stack at the table with 17 bigs to start this hand. Gonna go for the min raise.
Oh, and I'm so excited. My man, Tom Axel Bedell. Bill Murray in disguise. Apparently the unofficial mayor of Benidorm.
Yeah, definitely an easy player to root for.
As we're going to see an unconventional flip should all 5 cards come out on this board. Queen, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. Ace of diamonds for Bedell. And pocket deuces. I don't know about you, Maria, but I might still kind of like deuces after this flop most of the time.
Yeah, it's nice to have the betting lead. It's nice to be in position. I mean, you know, some players in Bedell's spot with some weak aces and Onesiphorou's stack size pre might have elected to just try to put them to the test sometimes. But, you know, here Bedell elected to see a flop instead. And you would think, you know, that sometimes you're staring down at ace 3 and not feeling that great, but you do have the ace of diamonds on the flop, which is, I'm sure, one of the reasons why he continued. And luckily for him, he's turned a pair of aces now.
Top pair for Bedell.
I mean, what's tough here is that Onesiphorou might want to try to rep this type of texture with the ace on board. And, you know, it's always hard when you just try to rep what your opponent has. Can't really blame him, though, because he is trying to get some weaker one pair of hands to fold with this double barrel. You know, there is going to be a part of Bedell's range that continued on the flop that's going to fold on the turn. And, you know, whether it's getting the best hand to fold or denying equity, it's definitely something that, you know, Onesiphorou is trying to do to win the pot. But definitely some concern as you see him glance over. You know, once Bedell calls both the flop bet and the turn bet, it does feel like deuces are not going to be one that you want to fire again on the river, but especially now that Bedell's going to just lead, which is a bit confusing, right? I don't think you expect a lot of leads there. Now you're wondering, is it perhaps a busted flush draw? Is it perhaps, you know, Jack 10 that was a gutter on the flop and a double gutter on the turn? You know, there are some natural bluffs in the form of these missed draws, and it is a little confusing that when the 4 pairs, your opponent just comes out firing when they shouldn't really have that many 4Xs, but it's a little peculiar, which is, you know, what we've come to see from Bedell's play is just slightly unorthodox, just enough to, you know, take his opponents off kilter a little bit. But unfortunately for Onesiphorou, losing that pot brings him down to 11 bigs.
Yeah, certainly unorthodox. Great analysis there, Maria. Thank you.
It's very, very precise.
Yeah, I don't.
Why are you being so nice to me? Do you have some? Oh no! Do you have some bad news to tell me later?
No,
Like,
I'm
what's
just
going
in,
on
no.
here?
I'm
You
in a
called-
really. I'm
you
just.
said
in,
I'm your best.
I'm just
You
in a
call me your
really
best,
good
babe.
mood.
I mean, that's why I didn't respond. Like, I was so confused from jump, and now I'm even more confused.
It does seem like maybe I'm going to yank the football at some point when I start off being this nice to you. But no, I'm just in a really good mood. I'm having a great week. I had a great last week. And I think I might be dying soon is the only thing that maybe.
Because life is just too good. It's just going too well.
Yes. Just had a great meeting about big game casting, and I'm excited about some lineups that people may be seeing pretty soon in November for a next season 3 of Big Game on Tour. As we see Queen 6 suited versus Queen 6 suited, the only true way to determine who the best poker player is to give them both the same hand.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people try to do certain formats of Hold'em where it was like bridge, right? Where the hands were already pre-set up, and then you just have different players play the same exact hands and see, you know, how they vary in their approach, and, you know, whether one player is able to win more chips taking certain lines as opposed to another when all of everything else being equal, the runouts, etc. I don't know why that never took off, actually. I really like that.
It was interesting, for sure.
Like what? Take the luck element out of poker? How dare we try?
Somebody pitched me like a poker game show a few years ago, and I felt kind of bad shooting them down, someone I'd known for a long time, but it was like, it done exactly that. There was no luck factor at all. And I was like, you gotta have a luck factor, especially in a game show.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it might be fun for poker professionals to just like really get to put their skills to the test, but we would just never get the numbers that we get in poker if we don't have the luck factor.
10-7 deuce, 1 club, 2 clubs, or 3 total for Ostash. Also has a gut shot. Mateos with the pair of 7s, that's the best. That's the winner for now. Four of spades on the turn after Mateos calls the bet. Checks again. I wouldn't be all that thrilled about trying to get Adrian Mateos to fold a 7 here.
Yeah, and you know, with Ostash blocking some of the potential give-ups, right, like 9-8 with that 9 in their hand, it's almost less likely that Mateos has some type of draw that they're going to be, you know, auto-folding to certain bet sizes here on the turn. You know, because outside of that straight draw on the flop, there's not, you know, a lot of flush draw type possibilities here that Mateos could potentially have that you could get to fold on a second barrel. And especially, you know, with this board pairing on the river, I would assume that Ostash is going to be ready to give up. Granted, you know, you have Jack high, you don't think it's going to win at showdown, and that's always a little bit of a factor into why people might elect to continue to bluff when you feel like you have no showdown value. But at the same time, I just think, you know, with this particular run out and texture, it's just hard to imagine many hands you could get Mateos to fold once he calls the flop and the turn. But okay, the guy is going for it, I think, showing a little moxie.
110,000 chips worth of moxie into the middle. This board hasn't gotten any worse, really, for a pair of 7s. Mateos now forced to decide whether Ostash has had it all along from under the gun, and he does not believe. Do not mess with Adrian Mateos Diaz. He will eat your lunch and leave no crumbs. Look at Ostash. He's like, yep. Position be damned. Just an absolute psychopath.
Yeah, and I think, you know, perhaps if Ostash tried to size up slightly on the turn and set up more of, you know, a pot size, you know, something that puts Adrian all in on the river, that would have given him a lot more to think about. You know, obviously in that spot, Ostash could have all the overpairs, right? But I do think that the price was right and maybe just the wrong kind of hand to bluff there. And definitely the wrong opponent.
Yeah, wrong opponent. And, you know, it's something that took me way longer to realize than I should have, but, you know, you can make your hand is one way the board can help run out, or it could just run out in such a way that it's not good for your opponent. But when it runs out like that, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, and before you hopped on, Nick actually mentioned that this is Ostash's largest live
That's
cash
right.
to date. And so to think of him being in that spot, you know, playing against Adrian Mateos with 20 left in an EPT, it's kind of hard to not want to maybe try to bluff someone that you might look up to or, you know, see as kind of one of the best players on the tournament scene right now. And there's other psychological factors, I feel like, you know, just the proving that you belong on this stage against these players.
Ostash seemingly undeterred from his tangle with Mateos, now firing into Shalau, who does not have much.
Yeah, getting really aggressive here with, you know, ace mystery card against what he believes is going to be a very high c-bet frequency on this type of texture from the pre-flop aggressor, but did happen to have the best of it.
Certainly an easy player to root for. Ostash at 130 big blinds now. And what have we got going on outside of this? The reigning EPT Malta champion, Alexei Boyka, involved in this pot versus Luis Feria. Looks like we have a bet from Boyka, a call on the turn. This board is King 5, Tray 9, 6. With 1 diamond, 1 spade, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs. Looks like Boyka doesn't have too many chips behind based on what's in the pot. I see one of those, 1 big chip. Who's the action on? Did anyone do anything? What are they doing? Are they awake? Do they know they're in a hand?
Check.
Oh, check, check. Boyka shows King Jack for top pair. Ship it to Boyka. Back to the main stage, Chilau versus Mateos. I would say this, you know, obviously I missed the last level a little bit. I was on break and the first couple minutes of this level. But I will say of all the hands we saw, again, wow-wee, nice flop for Chilau. Of all the hands we've seen Mateos play, he has been absolutely working the player to his right. And in spots where you can tell they are feeling like that they don't want to get outplayed, they don't want to get bullied, they don't want to get bluffed, and he's just had it every time. This time, he is far behind. And of course, checks.
Yeah, and I think he recognizes that this is just not going to be a good board.
Of course he
does. In a
does.
3-bet pot where your opponent called the 3-bet pre-flop and probably just going to lose the minimum here as Chalad does eye his chips. So, you know, likely just thinking about leading. I mean, if Mateos is going to check back that flop, he's certainly not going to be betting with the 4-liner out there. So you got to start trying to get some value yourself with the straight.
That value is 110,000 at the moment. And Mateos He's just not messing around here. He's just going to be done with this. Yep. There he goes. Do you notice how Shalal looks like Ice Cube? Bye, Felicia.
I can see it.
Drop your best Ice Cube quote next time. We're on Maxime Chalot, 40 big blinds. Just about an hour left on this level, just about an hour left on the day. I thought we could get down to as few as 16 players today. And we're at 20 right now.
Yeah, the pace of play definitely slows down once we start hitting, bigger pay jumps and more frequent pay jumps. And I feel like we're going to start seeing that here with, especially with when we have some players out in the fields that this is one of their biggest scores, or they're not, that experienced in a big live main event. This is a huge milestone for them, and this is a huge achievement. And you would think that they might play a little bit more cautiously because of that as well. Just trying to make the most out of being here.
Ace, 9, Jack, 3 hearts. Ostash with the best of it. Going to be tough to get anything out of Bedell here. And checks back, second pair. 5 of clubs in the turn.
A little glimmer of hope for Bedell's hand.
Yeah, look at that.
Do you think he ever... Yeah. I mean, once Bedell checks for a second time, sometimes you want to start betting here just to protect those pair of jacks, maybe get some value from some of those flush draws.
And that bet goes unanswered. Well, I said we might get down to 16. We are one step closer to that. As we say, au revoir to Pierre Chevalier. It's time for him to get on his horse. 20th place, 29,450 euros. One more player will make that amount of money. And when we hit when we hit 17 players, there's another ladder up. Starting to get into some real money here, Maria Ho.
I see that. This is what we're here for. Let's ramp up the pressure a little bit more. I mean, looking at the names left in this field, I don't want to jinx anything, but we could really be in for a treat in the next couple of days. Some good storylines, some sharky players. Got it all.
Current payout is 29,450 euros. That's like a month of Maria Ho's like dining budget.
Yeah, especially
Postmates budget.
Since I love to treat my friends to dinner, but somehow never get the dinners I'm owed.
It's just so weird that we've had like 4 frozen yogurt outings, 9 lunches, but none of it seems to count towards this dinner. There was a dinner that I took you and your friends all out in Barcelona for pizza last year. That didn't count. A whole group of people. 664.
Yeah,
trips
I
for
think we
Cholo.
need to look at the terms and conditions of our arrangement. I don't think those qualify.
It's like frickin' Kenny Banya over here. Soup isn't a meal. You promised to take me out to a meal. Mateos does catch up a little bit on this turn after Shalode sneakily checks the trips. Check, check. A 9 on the turn.
Yeah, Shalot keeps trying to get Mateos, but he will not be gotten. But I do think that, you know, if Shalot starts firing the river, I do feel like Mateos will, unfortunately, you know, you check flop, check turn so that you can just call river and not have to risk too many of your chips. But can he get away? 150K, that is a significant bet. Just puts it in the muck.
Too good. Simply too good. Leave Korean Jesus alone. Sorry. Still don't have a favorite Ice Cube quote. Not comfortable doing the voice of a black man.
I'm going to leave that to you, Stapes.
It's okay.
Well, only one of us needs to get canceled.
I'm cancel proof. It would have happened by now.
No, I mean, I feel like you have pushed the boundaries enough where, like, if it hasn't happened, you're really good at just straddling that line really well. You know just how to not push it too far.
That pot goes to my favorite player, Tom XL Bedell, the unofficial mayor of Benidorm. I still don't know what Benidorm is. It sounds like a college show on MTV.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what it is. It's a city in Spain.
That's right.
It's a sitcom.
It's a sitcom. Oh, it is a TV show.
Says set in the popular Spanish seaside resort of Benidorm. This comedy series follows a group of British holiday makers as they soak up the sun.
I would love to see Tom XL Bedell on the Benidorm sitcom. Mateos versus Ostash again. Blind on blind. This time, Mateos has all of it. This was a limp check, which is the only reason to ever play against Adrian Mateos.
I mean, technically, Ostash could have just like checked out, right? Like he could have just like mucked.
Just fold,
you know, when
yeah.
you muck, but not knowing that thinking somebody raised. But yeah, I mean, you could. It would save you some chips in this spot.
People would think I made a mistake. I'd be like, no, I know I could have seen the flop for free. I'm good.
Yeah, Mateos decided to just lead and fast play the trips on the flop. There are, you know, quite a few draws possible, and obviously some high cards are going to be happy to continue, which is exactly what Ostash had here, calling with the king high. And is he going to get Ostash? Nope. Just king high, a little too much showdown.
Oh,
I think
no.
some of the weaker hands.
Oh,
Ooh.
no.
This is fun.
Improves to drawing dead. I guess we could just say improves to dead, since there's no more drawing to be done. And Mateos checks. Oh, my God. He's too good. He's simply too
How does
good.
he know? How does he know?
How does he
after
know?
his opponent checks back the turn that like somehow, some way, he's gonna get him to put chips in on the river? Like how?
He's just an animal.
It's downright spooky at this point. Like, you know what? Maybe I'll take a page out of your book, Stapes, and I will just fold when Mateos limps in from the small blind into my big blind.
I would.
Like, I'm good too.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'll just start playing him when we get to heads up. Any other time, I'm like, yeah, man, it's all yours. Just have it. Oh, God. So Ostash takes the bait. Obviously, what can you do? How are you not going to bet top pair here? Bets 85,000. Now his check raised to 375,000. Ostash has tons of chips, too.
Yeah, and it's just really hard to make sense of, right? Like, you're like, yeah, I guess the only thing he could have here is trips. I mean, I don't think he's going to necessarily be check raising with a lot of King X's here. I mean, he limped in and then led the flop. I mean, could he possibly have nines full and was gonna like limp shove pre or threes full? Like, what is going on? Ostash is definitely a little confused.
Dan Cowell's question of does anything get paid here? I guess not in this case, but I think there was a chance that something would. Andrew Mateos.
Yeah, I think Mateos.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah, he checked on the river just because, you know, there is that slim chance, of course, that his opponent did hit the river and is going to bet for value. But also, Mateos just feels like he had so much board coverage, and with all those missed draws, he probably wasn't going to get called by most hands that don't connect with the river if he just bets the river himself. So he'd rather, you know, keep some bluffs from Ostash by checking over to him and kind of giving him some bait to bluff if he whiffed a draw or if he rivered some value, of course.
I can tell you right now, I would have checked back top pair there, turned it over, seen the trip sevens, fist pumped, ran around the table like I just won the tournament.
You would want that hand to go in your highlight reel. Like, that would be like one of the best hands you've ever played. You're like, look at what I did.
A penny saved is a
Check the
penny
river.
earned as
Yep.
Ostash shoves on Onisaforu, who's got 6 big blinds, doesn't get called. I would imagine we are going to see this young man all in again very soon. He's in the small blind this hand. Action on Shalot, he folds ace deuce. Ostash. I love for how supposedly inexperienced Ostash is. He is involved in a lot of hands. Well, this is the one. Onisaforu, ace jack, 6 big blinds. There's only one thing left to do. Pay that man his money.
Very little fold equity for 6 big blinds, and Queen 9 should be in there.
Perhaps have a big camp.
Padel makes the call.
Yeah, you have 6 blinds.
I have a lot of winners.
You have a lot of. That's a snap call. What are you thinking?
Onisaforu, the slight favorite to survive. I think I like Padel in this spot pretty much every time. I mean, how many
Well, that
times
is
in your
the
life have
unfortunate
you been short stacked and knocked out by an old guy in a bucket hat? It's pretty much standard.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing when you do lose fold equity is that you are going to have to C5 and just hope your hand holds, even if you pick up a good hand off of that stack. The equities are not going to be that far apart.
You got to fade the bucket hat. Things are looking pretty good for Onesphoro as it stands. Just 3 outs. Eliminate him. And did he survive? He survived. Double up.
I mean, no thanks to you.
Good for you. Onesphoro you. Good for you. Up to 14 big blinds. That's some fold equity now. That's some life. We're out of chip in a chair territory. We're into 2 chips in a chair territory. Action on Shiloh, Jack-8 suited. We going on a ride along.
I can't.
Vogelsang's going to defend. 10-8 in the big blind. Oh, ace 9-7. An up and down / open-ended straight draw for Vogelsang. By the way, this guy is the actually good Vogelsang. And Shiloh is going to continuation bet as if this ace has hit him, as it often would. Also has a gut shot. No spades, though. That's a little disappointing. CB Rufio is asking me for a Ghosts of Mars quote. I'm afraid I don't know any lines from Ghosts of Mars. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Vogelsang checks to Shiloh again.
I do think that given range advantage, Shiloh might want to bet again on the turn here. Just pretty bricky turn bet. Goes for 100K. Close to half pot here. Vogelsang willing to invest, you know, the 100K despite only having, you know, 340K back now, and does hit the river. Eesh.
Vogelsang bangs the straight on the river. Pretty rare. We see somebody make a straight in this game. Oh boy, what is Shiloh doing? Oh, he shoved. Oh my goodness. There's snakes out there this big?
Unlucky for Shiloh that the river hit Vogelsang, especially when Shiloh has an 8 himself, right? So it just makes it even more unlikely that Vogelsang would have had a straight, and just
Vogelsang.
Understandable
Yeah.
that he went for it, though.
Snap calls, doubles up. Either y'all got Kool-Aid, no sugar. Peanut butter, no jelly. Ham, no burger. Damn.
Are you looking these, like, tell me you don't actually just have this many Ice Cube
You
quotes. You're like looking it up.
That's from Friday. You can't quote Friday? Bye, Felicia.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points, make every spin count.
go for it.
Okay, I quoted the wrong character from Friday there. Spin and Go Championship Live's coming back. Happening at EPT Paris. 81 qualifiers playing for 300,000 euros in prize money, 100K to the champion. Spin and Go Championship were a huge hit in Barcelona. We've got SPC Starfighter coming in, giving us the 2 best quotes from Ghosts of Mars. This is a pretty good line. By the way, Ghosts of Mars, John Carpenter movie, so obviously it's pretty good. But it's their planet. We are the aliens. And forget safe sex, you're dangerous. Those are 2 good lines. Top pair for Ostash. Chilo involved again.
Yeah, after that unfortunate hand, Chilo down to 17 bigs. Just trying to claw his way back. This is not going to be it, though. Whiffs the flop.
.42 minutes left on the level. 19 players remain. We are on a money jump. Ostash under the gun here. Not gonna do it.
7 bucks. 8 bucks.
Stapes, are you going to be done with comms in time to partake in that charity tournament?
Yes, but as you know, Marie, I don't believe in charity, so I won't be participating.
Unless it's yours.
Yeah, no, I'll
Unless it's yours,
I'll
of course.
see if I can maybe get some of the free drinks that's usually involved with charity events, or walk away with one of the prizes. But you have to teach these charities to help themselves. That's how I feel. We have got blind on blind action. Chilo versus Mateos, Queen 5-4. We going on another ride along. That's from Ride Along 2.
Like, I hate to even compliment you for this bit you're doing, but your Ice Cube impression is actually not terrible.
I'm actually watering it down a little bit, too. Because...
No, you know what? If you've gone this far with it, you should just go full out.
So my rule is this: like, if you are going to be doing an impression of a person, I think you can get away with it, like an actual human being. But if you're doing generic voice of a particular race,
sure.
that is bad. Also, it helps that the guy is white, I think. Anyway. Chilao bets
so you do know where the
80,000.
line is after all, Stapes.
Look, I don't know where it is, but I'm like guessing. By the way, Chilao's betting 80,000 with an open ender. Mateos, second pair, no problem. He calls. He has the best hand. And the river, he's going to end up with the best hand, while Chilo has a pretty costly second bester that he is going to put chips in with. Oh, or is he?
That's interesting because the flop did go check, check. So I know that Chilo's feeling like it's pretty unlikely that Mateos will have a hand as strong as top pair. But, you know, Jack X seems really likely. And once you river that showdown with a pair of tens, you don't really blame him for just checking. And Mateos quickly checks back.
Do you think you could say that Chilo missed his straight out of Compton?
What, we have 40 minutes left?
We got to cut to an outer table, unfortunately, where we have Alexei Boyka, reigning champ of this event from 9 years ago, up against Zhao Jiaming. And we hope you like jamming too. We're on the river, 7 tray, queen, deuce, queen. Jamming is checked. Boyka bets 600,000. We jamming. And we hope you like jamming too. And Jamming folds. Boyka up to 1.45 million. That's the healthiest we've seen him for a while. I'm not sure if we're going to get a shot of Jamming's stack or not, but he is getting short as we head back to the stage. Tom Vogelsang has raised from the cutoff with ace-10. No, it was Bedell who raised. Vogelsang 3-bet. Bedell calls. King 10-6, that's the best flop for, well, the better flop for Vogelsang, I should say.
Yeah, and if yesterday was any indication, I think we know that Bedell loves his suited hands, and it being connected is just a bonus, so not surprised to see him come along pre-flop. And Vogelsang, of course, decides to follow up with a C-bet here as the pre-flop aggressor. A little something for Bedell, you know, something to think about. Gut shot, backdoor flush potential. It makes me nervous the way Bedell holds his cards, though, because he always like acts like he's gonna muck, but it's almost a little too high where I'm like, can someone see the bottom card?
It makes you want to try. Like as a spectator, like not if you're in the hand, but Bedell turns a gut shot. Draw. Gut shot's kind of a weird one because sometimes it means you made the gut shot and sometimes it means you've picked up the draw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you wonder if Vogelsang might consider checking back here versus going for the double barrel. Has good showdown value, but, you know, isn't going to be beating top pair, of course, and Bedell calling that 3-bet pre can certainly have some suited Broadway varieties that contain a king. You know, of course, a lot of the suited hands will likely come along too, and so that river completing the flush, also not the best card for Vogelsang, so just happy to go to showdown.
And you're right, Quistis, and everyone else, you can start hitting the backspace key. He already flopped the gut shot. I got it. Fine.
I should have kicked you out long time ago. Eights and King Jack. Hey.
We've got to head back out to the outer area. Wow, Tom Vogelsang, jeez. Yeah, I was starting to get a little heated there. Good thing we're out here. Zhao Jiaming is all in pre-flop versus Adria Kalogny. Ace-Jack for Jiaming, 8-7 for Kalonga. And this board is running out Queen Deuce 7, 9, 4. And Kalonga flops a pair to eliminate Zhao Jiaming. We're not Jiaming. And we don't hope you like Jiaming too. That brings us down to 18 players. That is a ladder up for everyone else who remains. Jiaming taking just under 30K. Everyone else ladders up about another 4,000 euros. Bedell raises under the gun with Jack 9, or as I like to call it, Janina. Little under the gun steal. Now, Christoph Vogelsang is not a bad-looking fella, right? He's a handsome fella, but do you think he covers up his face because he does not look like Tom Vogelsang?
doesn't want to get caught in like a side by side.
Yeah, he's like, look, if there's a Vogelsang out there that looks like this guy, I would hide my face too. Jeez.
Do you think that Tom Vogelsang looks better with or without the facial hair?
I'm a facial hair guy. I like a little texture when I go in for the kiss. That's why we would never work out, Maria. Pocket sevens for Mateos. Onosaforu shoves ace 10. Oh, Bedell's asking for a count with the king queen.
Yeah, Bedell feels like he has a decision here. Onosaforu shoving for about 13 bigs, and Bedell does put in the call, which makes it interesting for Mateos. Clearly, if Bedell folds, Mateos would be happy to be in with pocket sevens. Now, he's got 2 hands to contend with instead of 1, and he would be at risk for all his chips because surely he would just go ahead and put his entire stack in versus just calling Onosaforu's all in. And it does seem pretty unlikely that Bedell would call the 290 but fold to Mateos' shove. So Mateos is just going to wait for a better spot. I mean, he is ahead, but he is up against 4 overcards to his pair.
Andrian, king queen, yeah? Yeah, king queen? No?
Oh, ace 10.
Yeah, ace 10.
Somehow, Onosaforu does not end up flipping against the pocket
I have
sevens.
all the queens. The queens always comes.
Why do you have to be punishing me?
These two again, Onosaforu survived the last time he was in a similar spot. Can he run clean a second time against the runner-up for the Bad Grandpa sequel? Cannot.
Not enough, no?
Top pair for Bedell. Onosaforu needs to catch up now and can only do it at the moment by hitting an ace. Now has 1 shot left. My guess is it's not the first time Tom Axel Bedell conjured a queen. No ace on the river for Onosaforu. That is going to send him home.
Out of sevens.
Oh, yeah, he would have lost to the sevens as well. Mateos would have rivered a full house. Yeah, indeed. Onosaforu. Georgios, to be exact. Come to us from Cyprus, finishing in 18th place for just under 30K. Whoops, I guess I had the ladder up wrong before. Now everyone is laddered up to 33.8 thousand.
To leave the table.
Why? What do you want me to leave?
I want to play 4 cards with you instead.
You want me to leave? I was thinking we could have a nice Spanish or Tom final table.
Spanish
only
Tom.
Spanish peoples and Tom's allowed.
Spanish or
and
what?
You want me to leave? I mean, this is...
or Tom. I thought he... Okay, not or G. Got it.
I want to take a heads up with you and next game, 4 cards.
He wants to get to the cash game tables. 30 more minutes, buddy. The world is your oyster. Bedell, I think, was trying to limp in there. Nope, raised it. King, queen suited. Against pocket kings of Vogelsang, who is going to re-raise.
240.
Well, he's not folding.
Okay.
No, definitely not.
then.
Again, never met a suited hand he didn't like, people. And this is a premium suited hand.
I can't believe we have Ice Cube at the same table as Run DMC.
Big mistake.
Well, I was going to say, how am I just noticing that Bedell has this cool gold chain on? Was he wearing that yesterday too?
I think so. I think it just works so much as an outfit that you don't even notice it.
When I said
Oh,
you
that's a
have
That's right.
four
It's so
bet.
I meant
seamlessly
it.
integrated.
Bedell really stepping in it here.
Wow. Yeah, and I just don't like choosing a hand as good as King Queen suited to four bet with, because this is exactly what happens. You know, you deny yourself
and
from
bye-bye.
potentially seeing a flop when your hand can play so well post. And now just getting Vogelsang to shove a very, very sizable stack here.
I mean, wait, did I just hear chips hit the middle? Okay, no, not yet.
I did, but I don't think it was a call. I mean, 56 big blinds is just
1 million.
not,
440.
This is
not
never
the right
This is never
price.
a bit, is the thing. It feels like a bit because they were jabberjawing a little bit.
Well, and you could hear how they obviously have some history. Sounds like they played some PLO against one another before.
What have I done?
And I think Bedell just got a little bit too carried away here.
Look at it like a present.
I hope it's present.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Bedell makes the call, and he is in jail. And not just with the fashion police.
I love my hearts.
I love my hearts.
I take my hearts.
Man, that sounds like the exact thing you hear right before you get kings cracked.
I would have played it the same.
I don't believe you. It was.
I would have
aces of
played
kings.
it. Why you think you want me to
Aces of
leave? You say I'm
kings.
lying.
He is
I never liked
unbothered.
you, Tom.
I need some hearts. That's true. And I believe in my hearts. My mom is thinking about me just now.
Did he say his mom?
It's taking
Yeah.
a long time, huh?
Checking the hearts.
Big pot, people.
Come with my hearts.
We need all the drama
please.
we could get.
Yes.
Oh my,
Oh my
God!
gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, sorry, Tom. I was
Vogelsang
spinning
flopped
away.
no,
nearly
it's okay, it's
dead. And that is going to make things a lot less fun. Vogelsang needs the board to pair.
Anyway, we meet in the heads
And the
up
case
and
king.
the PLO.
Okay, GG, guys.
Thank you.
Sounds like it didn't happen. Good Lord.
Listen,
Mamma
don't mess
mia.
don't mess with Bedell's mom, because
You have
she's
to
on
ask
it.
for them. If not, they don't come.
I think we need more players.
Poor Tom Vogelsang making a quick exit. You can't blame him. That is just absolutely... I told you. That's what it sounds like right before kings are cracked. I love my hearts. Busted by a guy with a lucky suit who now has 225 big blinds with 16 players left to go at EPT Malta.
I wish my mom could see it now, but she's too
Oh.
old.
I mean, that is remarkable. I wonder what his mom's mom thinks of the situation as we go to the outer table. We have got Juan Pardo. Sabado Noche en Vivo. We're on the river. 4 tray, ace, tray, 8. This is Juan Pardo versus Joao Thomas versus Roman Stoica. Tomas has just bet 115,000 on this river, which again is 4 tray, ace, tray, 8. And Stoica calls. Pretty rare to see an overcall in this spot. With musical guest overcall. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, but Don Pardo would say it. Excuse me, Juan Pardo would say it in Spanish. It looks like we got a table balance happening here. 2 tables of 8. Kalinga showing up. Pardo does overcall. We're going to have a 3-way showdown. Tomas has 10-9 for nada. Stoica has a pair of 8s. Pardo has an ace, top pair. Yeah, a little cheeky smile there. Tomas bets into 2 better hands and gets exactly 0 folds. So luckily it was table 2 out in the field that broke. That's why Ben Heath and Kalinga are here at the table. Kalonga, excuse me. And Juan Pardo is cruising his way to a deep run here. As we await some new players up at the feature table. Thomas Brzezinski coming up upstairs, as it were. One stair. There's one stair there. And Alexei Boyka coming up on the stage. And Beardy McWeirdy, I don't know that person's name.
But you love his facial hair.
I do indeed. You know why? Because I like a little texture.
Why?
I like a little texture.
I don't want to say that I'm anti-railing certain players in the field, but I do have a dream final table lineup in my head right now.
All right.
I'd love to see.
So I'm gonna name some names. You just say whether or not they're on your dream lineup. Adrian Mateos.
Yes.
Okay, there's one. How many people on your dream final table? 8? 6?
Yeah, let's go 6.
Alexei Boyka.
Yes.
Juan Pardo.
Yes. 3 for 3.
Tom Axel Bedell.
4 for 4.
I'm going to stop there. I'm going to quit there. I'm going to take my money and go home.
Okay.
Because now if I start getting into no's, I don't want to put you in a bad spot. You know what I mean?
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, you can take. Yeah, sure.
David Toos, the player with the beard. No, that's not correct. Tony Kaukua.
Ay, buena.
Kaukua.
No tengo ni idea.
Me vas a dar el día, ya lo sé.
Pregunta a Adrián, él lo sabe.
Where the beard makes more sense.
Hostia, tú. Ya aquí, no sé.
That's right, Tom. I was banking it. It was a weakest link
muy primero,
bank
¿no?
situation once I got the first 4.
Bien, empezaste el día primero, así que bien, ¿no? Muy bien, muy bien.
That was a good show. They brought it back for a minute, and then I don't know. I think it's gone again. I like Jane Lynch as a host.
I think she's an excellent host. I think that people are way too dumb now for the weakest link. You know that show where you just have to name the thing?
The wall?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Or the floor,
Yeah, I was
right? Isn't
like,
that called
what?
the floor?
What? Is it the floor? That yeah, it's like what kind of show is this? What kind
Boat.
of questions are these?
House, fish, dog. That's where we're at in society. right, my babies. 2 tables remaining here at EPT Malta. We are on another pay jump as well. Pay jumps start to come thick and fast at this point. This
I
human,
love that
right?
you're so
Yes.
immature, Stapes, that it was clearly a zipper and you still giggled.
I just like the sound of a zipper. Of course, there's other implications of someone taking their clothes off, somebody, someone unveiling their license to sell hot dogs. There's all kinds of things, but just the noise itself is funny. So Bedell's raised the button with 10-6 suited. Boyka is going to defend with 6 tray. And oh, hearts. Bedell's favorite suit. As he fires, he's got an open-ender and 10 high, which is the best hand. Kickside asks, how many chips do they start with? They started with 30,000 chips. So a big blind is almost a starting stack. Bedell's bet is called by the flush draw. No one connects with the turn. Boyka checks. Bedell checks. River's a queen. That 10 high will play at showdown. Boyka may not want to let it get to showdown with just a 6 high in his hand. We may see a bet. I would feel a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think this is just one of the... Yeah, it's just one of those classic spots where it's like, no showdown value. Why not try to bluff? Obviously, the board is quite coordinated, but you would think that if Bedell has like a good queen in his hand, he probably would have fired a second barrel with all of those draws out. So, yeah, it does look like Boyka's reaching, and I think you need to, granted we see that Bedell doesn't have a hand he's going to call with, but I do think typically you sometimes want to pick a sizing where you could potentially get your opponent to fold some 9x, some ace highs, but he's going to go for the min.
Bedell gets bluffed off of 10 high.
Or a little.
What a fish.
And listen, a part of me wants to be like, let this man cook and let's leave Bedell alone. But I do have to caution everybody watching that, suited hands have worked out so well for Bedell. But, there is a point where you don't want to necessarily be playing every suited combo you get dealt, because sometimes that could lead to unnecessary coolers where you get coolered by better flushes, or, where you're leaking chips because you're just opening a little bit too wide or calling a little bit too wide and you're unable to continue post. But for now, Bedell seems to have the formula figured out. I'm just saying it's not a try this at home, folks, type of situation.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Pocket queens for Ostash. Makes a 50,000 Boyka with a lovely hand that's not in great shape in the small blind. Calls Brzezinski in the big blind with ace 10. You just flick it in here, right, Maria? You don't have to get too cute or out of line.
I mean, yeah, I think that sometimes, again, without the ICM implications being quite so heavy, and if you have the covering stack, sometimes you might want to find some squeezes out of the big blind. But, considering that Ostash, the original raiser, has everybody covered, it's totally sensible here to just defend, not necessarily put more chips in the pot.
Is this a mandatory c-bet with queens on an ace-high board? Are you too face up if you check this?
I mean, I think that against small blind and big blind ranges, it's definitely a fine C bet. You're
Okay.
going to get, worse hands to call because the small blind could potentially have a lot of other pairs that you're beating, right? 7s, 8s, 9s, those hands will definitely be coming along pre from the small blind and would be happy to call one bet here with just one overcard to those pairs. And then we also see these other hands, right? Like the king, queen, the queen, jack that, you're going to try to fold out some overcards to your pair, deny some equity. But multi-way, of course, on the turn, I would expect Ostash to slow down once he gets called in 2 spots. And especially with the flush draw coming in, certainly going to be some suited hands from both the small and the big blind.
We have reached the turn. 2 calls, by the way. One of these calls is slightly more surprising than the other. 9 of hearts on the turn. Now, Boyka does have the best heart draw. He was the surprising call with king, queen high. And he is going to lead at this? Huh.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice, right? Because he does have a blocker. He does have a lot of suited hands that he's going to continue with from the small blind pre. And so he actually has a range that could contain a lot of heart flushes. So it's nice that he has the king of hearts in his hand because if he gets called, of course, he could still draw to that 4th heart to make the second nut flush. Wow. See, and
wow, wait, you're
that's,
right.
That's the power.
That is power. Are people really balanced there? Are people really going to lead with their flushes in that spot?
I think multi-way, it's a little more likely than heads up, right?
Mhm.
I think when you're out of position against 2 players, you might find some leads there because you don't want to necessarily see that turn get checked through when the most obvious draw from the flop hits. Maybe heads up, you might be a little bit cagey with a turned flush. But Ostash calls, of course, having that queen of hearts helped in that decision making. And now Boyka knows that in order to win, he's going to have to try to bluff at it and try to rep, these exact type of hands that would call from the small blind, the king, queen of hearts, the queen, jack of hearts, the jack, 10 of hearts. 10, 9 of hearts and 9, 8 of hearts might call pre-flop, but obviously it's not possible to have that because the 9 of hearts is on board. But some of those suited Broadway certainly available to Boyka.
Boyka bluffing king high, putting Ostash in a pretty crazy spot with 2 queens.
Yeah, and just goes for practically pot here. And I think the problem is that Ostash blocks a lot of the hands that would call from the small blind pre-flop against a raise and would have a flush, right? Like what I was talking about, the king, queen of hearts, the queen, jack of hearts.
And it appears as if this bluff gets through. Alexei Boyka, EPT champion, pulling EPT champion moves on the river.
Fold A6.
We do have a chat pro. Easy Waces writes in to say, I do that lead with flushes sometimes. They be checking back, so you have to create a donk range for sure. Well, those certainly were words, weren't they, sir? Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, despite losing that paw, Ostash is still second in chips at the table. And I'm going to give you a freebie since I'm feeling generous, Stapes. He was one of the other players that I am rooting for to make the final table just because, we've talked about how this is his biggest live score to date. So what a good story he has if he just continues to crush in a field of crushers.
Certainly impressive.
plus.
"15 minutes left on the level. Action on Ostash, who folds. This is David Toos in the blues. The blue, I meant, not blouse. 7 deuce for Toos. Decides it is of no use.
Okay, Dr. Seuss.
There you go. All right, Maria. She's not obtuse. Pocket sixes for Alexei Boyka. Very impressively stole that last pot.
Impressively, but not surprisingly, right?
That's
I mean, we
right.
look at Boyka's resume, and we've seen him play. I mean, he's been a very familiar face to us here on the EPT.
Brzezinski attacking this open, 3-betting. King, queen on the button. Fairly loose 3-bet from this position. I think Tom added a pretty good one here. Alexei Boyka from Belarus. Boyka calls, flops 3 spades. Hey, Maria, this is a monotone board. I don't know if you have much experience with monotone boards, but Boyka has the best hand right now with 2 sixes and has the only spade. Brzezinski with just king high.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with these types of boards, and I would assume that Brzezinski might c-bet here.
Wow, Maria, you're correct. Brzezinski does, in fact, c-bet. Very surprising. You can hear the surprise in my voice on this monotone board. This bet of 80,000. I don't think it's going to get rid of Boyka right away.
Boyka very happy to have the 6 of spades. Look at how happy he looks.
You're right. I feel like his happiness is infectious. You can hear it in my voice as well. How happy he is to have the 6 of spades in his hand on this monotone board. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. No longer monotone. Okay. Whew. 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, and that's a pretty delightful turn for the 6s as well. You know, anytime the board pairs, anytime no additional overcards come to your pair, it's always nice. It, you know, certainly gives you a little bit more reason to stay interested, but we'll see what... That's a very slow reach for chips from Boyka.
Somebody protect Tom XL Bedell right now.
At all costs.
At all costs. He is a national treasure. I don't even care what nation.
Yeah, this lead posing a bit of confusion for Brzezinski. You know, does he believe that Boyka will lead the turn with some flushes here, just not wanting Brzezinski to check back? You know, this was a 3-bet pot pre, and so Boyka, again, of course, can have suited hands in his range. Those are going to be likely continues. And so Brzezinski just not having anywhere else to go with the king-queen with no spade. decides to fold, and just again a nice line, nicely played by Boyka.
This is so funny that so Easy Waces is back. Joe thinks he belittle us viewers. Dude has 33K in earnings over 8 years. Who decided he's qualified to be commentating on a game he's trash at? First of all, I don't even know where to start here. Let me tell you what. I'll start from a place of kindness here. I thought that you were Finton Hand. His screen name is Easy with Aces, so I was reading it as a joke, being intentionally cruel to my friend Finton Hand. But it's clear now that you are not Finton Hand, because he would never respond in that way, because he's not an idiot. I'm sorry. Hold on. I said I was going to be nice.
But I feel like you have more points here, and I want you to make them because I think they're important.
I also don't. It's not an insult to me when people bring up how small my earnings are in poker, because my job is not poker player. When would I have time to play poker if I'm commenting on the tournaments? Did you see how? Does that make sense? Do I need? Nah, I don't want to remember. Jack 7-7. Queen High versus Queen High. One of them much better than the other.
Yeah, if all the commentators were here just to talk about poker strategy, I feel like it would make for a pretty boring stream. So, there's
also
there's a bit of a division of labor here.
Lanagiro brings up a good point, too, which is I was the runner-up in the national championship for Parliament Omaha in the country of Japan in 2025. Number 2 in the world in Japan. I was almost national champion. Thank you for your comment. You're watching EPT Malta. Live day 4 coverage. 16 players remain. Next elimination worth 33,850 euros. Then everyone ladders up. 7.5 minutes left on the level. 7.5 minutes left on the day. Action on Tony Kawakua. That's a fun one.
Boyka has chipped up nicely since coming to the feature and is continuing to stay active.
Maria, can you believe this? I have never cashed an EPT main event. Yet here I am, doing the commentary.
You're doing a great job. And there's nobody else I'd rather be working with right now than you.
Maria, I love you.
I love you too. And you know what, guys? Don't shit on my friend. I'm the only person that can do
you got
that.
Maria to say a swear word on there. Oh my God, did you hear that?
Beep it out.
That is damage to the brand for our friendship right there. You love to see it. Did you see the person in chat maybe an hour ago ask if we were a couple?
I did see that.
I'm sorry about that. We're doing true damage to your brand if people think that that's a remote possibility.
Staves and I go so far back, and we have just seen each other through so much.
Thick and thin.
Like, it's like all the skeletons.
Mostly
in the closet,
thick in my case, yeah.
All of your skeletons.
Yeah, a lot of Joe skeletons, not so many of Maria's. Maria, I have so much tea for you. Oh my God. I think I had tea for you like 6 months ago, and I don't even remember what it is now.
I know, we really need to catch up a little more often. You are just never here or in one place for that matter. So it's hard. It's hard.
I'm an international man of mystery. And I'm usually trying to solve that mystery by looking for clues in the bottom of a bottle.
I don't know, not anymore though. You know, these days you're sleeping well, you're happy, you're doing some late night FaceTimes. You're good. You're in a good place.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize myself, to be honest. 3-bet here from Toos. King at 9 suited after the open from Chalo. Bedell calls. So we've got a decent 3-way, 3-bet pot. Oh, no, 2-way. Excuse me. Queen, queen 8, 1 club. Kind of dancing around everybody's cards here.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Bedell cold called the 3-bet from the big blind and got the original razor to fold. And Toos, who was the one who did the 3-betting with King 9 out of the small blind, is now heads up against, again, somebody who, you know, just hasn't met a suited hand that he doesn't like. And that also slows Toos down because when someone calls a 3-bet cold, you do get a little bit worried about just how strong that range has to be or should be.
Bedell does catch a 4th club on the turn. You can understand Toos's reluctance to put more chips in this pot. I'd much rather have a hand against Bedell.
Yeah, and now that Toos checks a second time, Bedell with a little bit of showdown value with the ace high, and of course turning that flush draw, pretty happy to just try to shut it down. And again, you know, sometimes you don't see very often people 3-betting and then just giving up the betting lead, but because Bedell cold called that 3-bet, I think Toos was just a little bit worried about, you know, how strong that range should be. And, you know, once he doesn't flop really any equity, you know, there's no diamond on board, there's no, you know, real potential to make a decent hand. He just decides to give up.
Oh man, we had the most, maybe the greatest bad lookalike of all time for Tom Excel Bedell. Someone wrote in and said he looks like Paddington. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. So my guess is we will get 1 or 2 more hands, depending on how fast this one goes. 2 minutes left on the level. Action on Chalo, folds queen 10. Ostash, king tray. Ugh. Bedell's limped in the small blind. King 4. Mindfuzz says Bedell looks like the smiling through the pain old man meme guy. He does kind of look like that guy, but this is so weird. For some reason, that guy lives in Prague, and he came in and did commentary with us once. It was so weird. It was so weird. We like hired him to make an appearance at EPT Prague, and then he was like in the commentary booth. Kaukua flopping trips. The old 2-2-2. Did Bedell just flick it with king high? Yeah, he sure did. Snap calls, 7 on the turn. Anders, yeah, that was you, Anders. Good job with the Paddington. Bad lookalike, awesome. Bedell checks. Why not bet again? Got snap called the first time. Maybe bet bigger.
Yeah, maybe. Especially because, when we talk about timing tells, when people call so quickly, it almost feels like they have hands that they don't want to fold. And so that's also a reason to size up. I mean, there's other considerations, of course, in terms of choosing your sizing. But I think sometimes it would behoove people to just watch their timing, because those things could definitely factor into why people decide to, bet the next street versus checking, or what size they choose.
So
But we can write it down in the back.
it looks like that we are going to be done dealing at this table. Human on YouTube asks, did Hide the Pain Herald make the face upon hearing your voice, Joe?
Same tables and everything.
And even though I think that's funny and I'm not offended, I'm going to say, no, he made the face when I showed him a picture of your mom. Got him. We may still have action on an outer table, though. But these folks are getting ready to put their chips in a bag. Congratulations, you have made it to day 5. Will all 16 of you be making it? Because we have action. Ben Heath versus Roman Stoica. Heath has put Stoica all in on this river. So there is a chance we'll be coming back tomorrow with 15, depending on what happens here. The board is 9-4, Jack, Ace, Ace. 3 diamonds out there, paired board out there. Stoica makes the call. Heath shows a flush. Stoica's got trips. And no longer has chips. Roman Stoica bounced on the last hand of the night. Will not be coming back for day 5. Eliminated in 16th place at the hands of Ben Heat.
Yeah, and to round out my dream final table,
Yeah.
it's hard to not put Ben Heath in there.
Absolutely. So everyone, by virtue of that elimination, does in fact make more money. 38,950 euros, the new guaranteed payout. Looks like we're going to do some chip verification, possibly some coloring up before the chips go in the bag. Alexei Boyka in contention to defend his title from 9 years ago. What a moment. What a cool story that would be. We don't have any 2-time EPT champions who have won the same event live, at least. And that is our chip leader, Tom Axel Bedell.
2 million.
So many chips, it could fill that bucket hat. Maria Ho, thanks so much for your cogent commentary today and for being such a great friend.
Thank you.
We will talk to you soon. These were the 8 stacks at the featured table. A couple of shorties, too. We may lose some folks early tomorrow. And tomorrow we will reach this pay table. We will get to 10th place money for sure. Who knows how much further we will go? 6 figures if you make it to 7th place or beyond. 760,000 euros to the winner of this event. If you want to read more about other hands that we didn't show you, other events going on here at EPT Malta, check out the PokerStars blog. Updates and stories from the EPT. Lots of fine work being done there. We are just about out of time for today's broadcast, but don't worry, there is a next time, and that is tomorrow. We'll be back at the same bat time, same bat channel, 12:30 Central European Time. But for now, from the entire team here at the EPT, smell you later.
Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn. Running all the way, you can outrun me.
Treat the